We are gardeners.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
We've got new merch. The Year of the Rat hoodies just hit the site. We have them in two
Year of the
colors, and they're made
Horse.
from my favorite hoodie template. Is it too hot in here for you, Tony?
Nah, I feel comfortable.
Okay. Yeah, what kind of
Fiddly,
temperature do you guys operate at? you know?
Well, sometimes it's so hot, in the summer when we're out there in like 90-degree weather and you're putting a fire out, it's hot. You lose so much body water.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like when you take off your
You need
turnout
salt.
coat and your gear, it's like you fell in a pool.
Have you ever started a fire where you had to pee and by the end you didn't?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm
Kidding
talking.
me?
Yeah.
And then sometimes you're so thirsty. I mean, there were times I was so thirsty from pulling ceilings and the plaster dust that I look up and would take water coming off the drain pipe. Yeah,
Oh
straight into
my
mouth so I
God.
can breathe.
Dang.
Yeah, it gets cruddy.
Brutal.
It gets pretty crummy in there.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, it's
dude.
shitty.
20 years, you were Tony Bonfiglio,
Yep,
and that's Italian.
that's Italian, man. My whole family's from East Harlem. Yeah, we're Italian.
Yeah, it's fun, huh?
Yeah, grew up in New Hyde Park. My father moved us out of the Bronx, and when I was about 6.
Yeah.
And we moved to New Hyde Park. That's like a town on the Queens borderline on
Let
the
me see.
suburb side.
Bringing up New Hyde Park.
New Hyde Park. Went to Herrick's High School.
What was it like back then?
Oh, it was great. It was like all blue collar workers. All the blue collar workers' kids. We had bus drivers, cops, firemen, truck drivers.
So it's a nice suburb over there, huh?
Oh, it was great. Right over the city line. I mean, I had such a great childhood. We had so much fun running around, doing all kinds of crazy shit back then. Hot rods, motorcycles.
Mischief, huh?
Yeah, mischief, rock and roll, rock clubs. Oh, in Long Island, rock clubs.
Listening to some Def Leppard, some AC/DC.
Yeah, well, back then it was Twisted Sister, and we used to go to the clubs and see Twisted Sister, OBI. There was a bunch of good bands back then, house bands, but they would play, all the cover songs. You had like Doors, you had Zeppelin.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that's a beautiful time, dude. I think that's kind of a time that a lot of people romanticize as well,
I think so. I always say that when I die, I hope the heaven's like the 70s, man, because that was so awesome. Kicked ass.
And you were on the FDNY for 20 years?
Yeah, 21.
21 years.
Yeah.
How do you get started? Like, what were you doing before you got into firefighting? Because
Well,
things are
yeah.
going well. You're listening to Twisted Sister.
Yeah, hanging out with the boys, getting in trouble. I did get arrested. I was at Speaks Club once in Lido Beach, and I did get arrested there for had some weed and a couple other things on us.
Yeah.
We were young. We were. So we just and I was going nowhere. I went to college for like maybe 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, that's not enough.
Farmingdale University. I went for food technology. I was going to be a meat inspector.
Oh, really?
So yeah, thank
that's-
God that didn't happen.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Well, I was working in a meat factory when
Oh,
I
you
was
were?
a kid, scraping hangar room floors like Paulie and Rocky. I had the white coat on. I'm freezing, scraping the blood and the fat off these floors all day.
And what was that like over there? So what kind of meats did they even have going in and out of
Just
there?
big sides of beef, big factory, like hanging rooms,
Oh.
big hanging rooms.
And would you be alone in there, or would you have a couple
Nah,
of...
there'd be other people, butchers coming in, grabbing their meat. It was like a big production place, big time. Lots of trucks. They would give all the meat out to all the restaurants and everything. And that was right in Mineola.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And Mineola, is that here in New York?
Yeah, Mineola is pretty much right by New Hyde Park.
Got it. So you're over there. You're in there with the meats. You know, you're in there at night.
Like
just-
Rocky hitting the meat.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure when nobody's looking.
Because that was right around the time, you know. So
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
yeah, there we go. That's what it looked like.
Oh, definitely. Everything turned to veal after this came out.
Yeah.
No, that was just, bro. You couldn't get something that wasn't tenderized.
It was funny because we were all kids too, and you would, you know, all this meat after the place closed would be, but we never took an ounce of meat, you know, back then.
Yeah. You got all this beautiful meat. You
Oh,
guys
there
are
would
just
be
in
like
there.
big tubs of filet mignons, all kinds of.
You guys are just in there
sausage
beating it.
room.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I had
And so what happens? Yeah, you're in there. You're beating. You guys are punching the meat or whatever. And was
yeah.
that kind of a common future in your area?
No, it was not at all. Just got a job there. My friends were all working there. The whole crew was working.
that's
there.
fun.
And we were the cleanup crew. So once the butchers were all done, we would come in with these high pressure hoses and we would just hose this whole place down.
Y'all were just partying, probably.
Yeah, and then we'd oil it up with vegetable oil. It was a funny job, yeah.
What was the vegetable oil for?
Just make everything shiny and clean because we had online, the
weird.
inspectors were there. There was the 2 inspectors every day, and they would inspect everything.
Oh, so it was pretty.
And if they didn't get their payola, then they would knock a machine down, and then they'd have to rope the whole thing off, and we would have to come in and clean the machine, and then they inspect it again.
So there was a little bit of kind of a meat. Was there kind of a meat mafia kind of going on a little bit or
Meat
something?
mafia, yeah.
Was it really? Mm-hmm. Wow.
It was owned by 2 Jewish brothers, the
Oh
Cohens.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you know something. Something was afoot, you know? And so what makes you get out of there? Were your friends kind of graduating? Because I
Yeah.
ended up working at, dude, me and like 5 of my buddies worked over there at, well, I think it was called Save a Center or something. It was a grocery, or Winn-Dixie maybe it was called.
Right.
Dude, one of my buddies would come, clock in, go home. And then he would wake up and he'd come clock out, dude. He
Wow.
worked there for like, he worked there for almost
Oh, my
11 months.
God. Wow.
Dude, and the rest of us were afraid to do that, so we'd actually be in there working. But we would during like, but it was so much fun as having your friend, bro. There was nothing better, I think, than that time if you were either like late years of high school or right out of high school, and you got to work with like your buddies who hadn't gone all, like nobody kind of figured it out yet, and
Yeah.
you got to work with your friends.
That's what it was. Saturday morning, we'd all be banged up, you know, from being out drinking all night. We'd just be getting home, and we had to go in Saturday morning to clean, to oil the whole place.
Oh,
So those were fun trips.
Yeah.
We'd had oil fights. We'd get soaked in oil.
oh God. I think we might pick up a new listenership during this
oh,
episode.
man, we would have some good oil fights.
Really?
Because you'd have these big squirt bottles, and then we'd have these 55-gallon drums of oil.
What?
Yeah.
It was seed oil?
Yeah, it was vegetable oil.
Oh, Lord.
We would even do the trucks in the vegetable oil. It looks like they got waxed.
What?
Yeah, they were all shiny.
And what vegetables was it coming out of?
I have no idea.
Look up vegetable oil. I never even thought about that. What could even have that much oil? Maybe an eggplant? What is vegetable oil made of?
Vegetables.
You think, but what?
They squish them.
Vegetable oil is made from the oils extracted from various plant parts like seeds, fruits, nuts, and grains, most commonly soybeans, corn, canola, sunflower, and palm. Because that's kind of the oil that everybody's kind of against nowadays, you know? But I guess you guys were just using it to keep stuff shiny.
Shiny.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know people used it like that.
Yeah, we had these black trucks, and they would look all waxed after we were done oiling them all down.
Yeah.
And it stunk too, you know, because it was such a big place, and there'd be a lot of like the bones and the fat, and you had to go in the pit sometimes. It's like you would puke. It was so bad smelling.
What was the pit? It was kind of like below the floor.
Yeah, that's where all the water would drain into the. And every now and then, our boss would have to go in there. I'd see him reaching in there. He'd have like fat on his glasses and shit. It was gross.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to stay there.
Oh, yeah.
It was cold.
It was cold in there, too?
Oh, and there was freezers there, and the guys that worked in the freezers, you never saw them. They looked like they were from the Antarctic. They had these hoods and these parkers and they big boots, and you'd see them now and then. They were kind of scary, you know. You were a kid. You're like, "There's the freezer man," you know. They never came out of the freezer.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that's fucking wild, yeah. Be living in there just hiding from your wife and kids probably in there.
Oh God.
That's when family life's bad, when you're like,
Yeah.
I don't care how cold it is, I'll stay in there.
Yeah, that's bad. That's
Yeah.
the last job you want, working in a freezer.
Yeah?
Oh, I think so.
That was the end of the line. And what kind of guys were doing? Was it tough guys? Was it Russians? Who was
Tough
doing it?
fucking guys,
Yeah?
butchers, psychos. They got their own toolbox of knives. You know, big. Oh, and a couple of times they would pick you up by your shirt. You know, 'cause we were just the kids, you know, running around.
Any of them ever get arrested for crimes or anything like that? Like you think, or any of them low key like Dexters or like
Yeah.
kind of that kind of guy?
Yeah, they were low key,
They
but
were.
strange some of them.
Yeah, I bet. Dang, that's
And
wild.
then you had the women; they were the packers.
Oh, they were?
Yeah, they would like pack the chickens and all
gift
that, and then
wrapping?
wrap it and everything. Yeah.
Women do better gift wrapping.
And they had
anyway.
like tough women too. They were working. They was like the boss of the women was a real tough broad.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some girl with a tattoo of Richard Dent on
Yeah,
her.
smoking. Everybody be out smoking. Yeah, smoke breaks.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
guy would come with the roach coach and pull you out for your coffee and shit.
He would?
Yeah, the coffee roach. You know, they were the roach coaches here, and everybody would come out. You know what a roach coach is? It's a coffee truck.
All right.
Back in the day, they would come to like factories.
Oh, so it just pulls up and you go out and
Yeah.
get your snack.
And they would be like, all right, the guy's here, and everybody would be out on break, get their coffee, their lousy donut, whatever he had.
A little bit of a break. Yeah, I like that, man.
Yeah.
Dude, we used to, when I was a kindergartner, they had, or I don't know what grade I was in. I wasn't even in a grade, but they, it was nap time or whatever at kindergarten. But they would, I wouldn't sleep, right? I would keep my eyes open because they had this, they'd bring in this other lady to watch us, right? And I was like kind of curious about her, so I would just kind of lay over there.
You were eyeballing it.
Yeah, I was kind of eyeballing her, I guess, you know, because me and my mother were always on the outs. I was shopping around. So I remember, like, at a certain point, she'd come over and kind of kick me a little bit, and she'd let me go outside and watch her smoke.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, that was nice, dude. And she had pretty nice hair. She looked a little bit like a man.
Yeah.
But she was definitely, she probably,
What year was that?
oh, this was probably 84.
Oh, the early 80s.
God.
Yeah.
She looked like a fucking man. But she's like only the third woman I'd ever seen, you know.
Right.
So at that point, she was really good looking.
You don't know, yeah.
Yeah, she's beautiful to me. You know, she was dang, you know, she was just stunning, dude. But yeah, she'd let me go out there and watch her smoke and she'd complain about stuff.
Oh, that's funny.
God, that was nice. Yeah. Just getting a little break, you know. So that was like, it felt like it was my break from
Right.
kindergarten. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we're on break.
Oh,
all
I
right,
remember kindergarten well.
Really?
Oh, yeah, nap time. That was the best.
Oh, yeah.
Snack and nap. And then out to the sandbox and dig a hole of China.
Yeah. Dig a hole down to a fucking butcher shop.
Yeah. No, they would always put like a cone in the sand. They'd be like, oh, you're almost in China. You know, I'd be like, yeah, let's keep digging.
Yeah, dude. And then some kid would get sand in his eyes and he would look like he was Chinese.
Yeah.
That's what I got good, dude. So yeah, so take me out. How do you get out of the meat area into the fire? Like, take me out of the freezer into the fire, man.
Well, I went after that. I went to a plastic mold injection factory job.
Did you?
which
They,
Unemployment sent me to.
oh, they did.
Yeah.
They were making body parts. Or like,
No, we were making. There was a game called Othello back then. It was like a black and white
Yeah,
chip.
I remember that game.
And we were making the chips, and we made the colored beads. So it was all like these plastic mold injectors.
The color beach for like what, Mardi Gras or something?
Yeah, or people just buy them for their crafts and stuff like that. They're like 100 different colors.
Yeah.
And I could never remember the color after I boxed it up. I get ready to send it.
To open back
And
up?
I'd be like, oh, amethyst, brown, green. I'd put something down, and then the guy would come back. You can't be yelling at me. You can't send these out. And I'm laughing. He's like, what are you laughing about? I mean, I'm making $3 an hour. So I wasn't.
Dude, I remember one time I ate a bunch of mushrooms or whatever after school.
Yeah.
And I worked at this mail center, right? My job was to mail out these insurance forms to these different companies around the country. Well, I'm in the mail room, dude. I'm feeling real good.
Oh, I can imagine.
You know, my body had gotten really hot, so I took all my clothes off. And I mailed all my clothes into a box. Mailed them to
Oh my
someplace.
God, that's great.
Dude, my first girlfriend, her mom got me that job. Her dad, shout out Mr. Earl, he was a fire chief.
Oh, really?
Yep. And but anyway, I got laid off. And yeah, the mother had to come. Thank God it was a day it was raining because she let me borrow a raincoat she had so I could go get my car.
Yeah.
So anyway, we made some tough choices over the years. But I did have a good time. They had a firehouse down there on top of Toulouse in New Orleans, and it would be great because the Mardi Gras parades were down there. So we'd go down there, and the firehouse would be open on days like that, and all the
Must have been an
families.
old firehouse, too.
It was beautiful, yeah. I think bring it right up. It's right down there off of Chapatoulas over there, and that was it right there.
Oh, I see it.
That's
Yeah,
it
it looks
right
like
there.
they made it into something.
yeah, they made it into something.
Wow.
But yeah, anyway, it was a great time, man. It was a great
Yeah.
time. We go over there, everybody's cooking hot dogs
Yeah.
and just you know, just having a great time. You know, that was a
Right.
beautiful time.
Oh, the Cajun.
Yeah, we had so much fun, man.
I'll bet.
So how do you get into there, man? How do you get? So you're over there making jewelry and stuff.
Well, the funny part is they sent me to this place called Stonewell Plastics in Mineola. And I go in and I got this little Mexican guy. He's doing the interview with me. It's like middle-aged little guy. He's got a little pencil mustache,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
So I'm sitting there, I'm 18, you know, and he goes, so what's your name? And I said, Tony Bonfiglio. He writes it down. He says, and how old are you, Tony? I said, I'm 18. Writes it down. He goes, and Tony, were you born here? I said, no, I was born in New Jersey. He starts laughing. Oh, you'll do. He says. And when I went back there, I realized I was the only American in the place. Everybody else was foreigners.
Oh damn! So you're in there learning Spanish, huh?
Yeah, Spanish.
What languages were they? Yeah, who was that? Who
It was
was
mostly Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some
So
black people,
interesting.
but even them I didn't understand because some of them were from Brooklyn. I had one friend, he would drive me home. I would say, yeah, I'd shake his head, and he'd shake his head, and we didn't know what the hell he was saying.
Dude, I still can't understand
Right, they'd be
black
like,
people.
hey, man, so sound the shoe, my damn boy, sound down there. I'll be like, yeah, we motherfucker.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look,
I don't know
bro.
what he said.
It's 40 years later. Something's never changed, and maybe it's for the best, you know.
Could be, yeah.
So you're in there. Are you just like this in from me, or how do
No.
the winds blow you over to the fire world?
Well, then I went, my father got me into the printing union, the Amalgamated Lithographers of America, Local 1.
Wow.
And I did that for about 4 years. But I took the fire department test when I was 18. I was 19, like 78.
Was that part of school you had to take it?
No, my neighbor came over and he came in our back door with an application. Johnny La Lima, thank God Johnny saved my life. Gives me the application. He says, you'll never get rich on this job, but it'll put a roof over your head and food on your table. So I'm sitting at my kitchen table. I'm like, okay, Johnny, thanks. You know, I had no idea it was going to be the biggest career move of my life.
Dude, what? Yeah, what made him even come over there and do that? I wonder.
I guess he knew I was going nowhere because he was my neighbor and they saw us all hanging out all the time, you know.
Yeah.
Well, you figure this kid be a fireman, it'll be all right, you know.
yeah.
So thank God, I mean, he saved me because I was going, the printing union was going south, you know, computers were coming in.
Yeah.
And, you know, they weren't printing anymore on these big printing presses. So I got that, and then about a year later, I took a physical test after the written test. The written test we took in a high school somewhere in Queens.
And was there a lot of people taking those tests at the time?
40,000.
40,000 people wanted to be firemen.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Because the job, I think, in a lot of ways, it's a very family, it's a lineage job. It's like a lot of
Yes.
families do it.
Definitely.
And there's a lot of esteem with it, you know? What, especially at that time, what was it like? Like, was it a very revered position? Did you even think you could get it?
Get the job?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you know, because I was 19, I was in great shape, and the physical test is really where they separate everybody. The written test was a joke. I mean, it was like a third grade questions, you know.
Yeah? Remember any of them or no?
Well, I saw the sanitation guy. He was saying about the dirt and the shovel. That's exactly what it was like. What would you use? A garbage truck, a plow, or a shovel and broom? I mean, it'd be ridiculous. If you got your name right, you know, that was it. So I got a 98 on the written test. Probably the highest I ever got in any test in my life.
But what was the physical part like? Like, take me through
So
that.
my father took me to East New York to an armory in this real shit neighborhood. And we parked his Buick Regal. It was like the nicest car my dad ever had. And I bought him these spoke rims for his birthday.
Oh, those
and
are
everything.
nice.
So we get there and he says, here, you take the keys. I'm running for the subway and you take the car home. I'm like, yeah, you sure, Dad? You want to? Yeah, don't worry about it. And he's an East Harlem guy, so I wasn't too worried about him. So he took off. I go in this armory. It's like, when you get in there, it's the size of a football field. And there's 100 guys that day that are going to take the test. And they break you up into like 10 men groups. And you go around all these different stations. And you take different tests. You had to run. One was a mile. One was an 8-foot wall. You had to jump over the 8-foot wall. That was like the separator. Like if you didn't get over the 8-foot wall, you went to the police department. Sorry, guys.
Hey,
That's what separated them.
that's what it is, man. Sometimes you got to separate the beef from the pork, you know?
Well, the funny part is I got a 0 on one of them. And if you get a 0 on one of those stations, you're done. You're not gonna get hired.
Yeah, for sure. Which one was you?
I had this thing called a ledge walk. So you had to put on a turnout coat, a helmet, you had to put boots on, you had to put a mask on, and you went up on a balance beam next to a wall, and you had to slide along the wall like you were shimmying along a ledge. It was called the ledge walk. I'm shimmying along this thing. I'm like, why the fuck would I be on a ledge? I mean, is this job that crazy? What am I, Batman? You know, I'm going to be out on the ledge. And I went all the way down. I touched the line. I came all the way back. And the woman scoring me says, you didn't touch the line down there. What? And I race all the way back, touch the line. I come back. She says, you ran out of time. I got a 0. I was like, that's it. Everything was down the drain. So
Come on, you think she just didn't do it correctly?
I think, yeah, I do. I think she was there to knock some of the white guys out because there was too many white guys on the job, which they were complaining about. They wanted women, they wanted minorities. I think they were told, because I stepped on the line, she wasn't even anywhere near the line.
No.
But, you know, it's like everything happens for a reason, you
Right.
know? I mean,
Right, and so you get to 0.
pissed.
And so, and there's 10 stations. You do fine on the rest of them. You get out of there, and are you then waiting for your grade? Like, do you even like?
Yeah, so now after you get all that done, everybody says their half-ass goodbyes. You know, I went back out. Thank God my father's Regal was still there.
Yeah.
I got into Regal. I found I had a joint in my workout bag. I lit that sucker up. And now I'm driving home. We had no directions back then, so I'm looking for signs for the LIE, and boom, we get home. My dad was there. How'd you do? I said, yeah, I think I did all right. And so now the girls have a lawsuit because 40 girls took the test, the first 40 girls ever, and they didn't pass with the 40,000 applicants. You know,
None of them passed?
none of them passed.
Were
So-
some of the women in there on that day? You were there with that 100 people?
No, I didn't see any women.
Wow.
That day, but we had a couple in my battalion when I got there. But so anyway, they had a lawsuit, and this lawsuit went on for 6 years. So from that time I took the test, I didn't get a notice that I was hired for 6 years
Because it was.
because of the women. Because the lawsuit took so long, they usually hire about 2,500 people off the list. Now they had to go deep into the list, and because of that 0, I was like 4,300 on the list. So the women saved me. Thank God. Thank you, girls. I appreciate it.
Yeah, because rarely does a complaining woman save you.
Oh, they saved me that day.
Brenda Berkman, right
Brenda
there.
Berkman. Everybody knows Brenda.
Pioneering female firefighter. She was the sole named class
Yeah, but
plaintiff
she was a lawyer.
in the federal sex discrimination lawsuit that opened
Yeah.
the fire department of the city of New York to women firefighters. After she won the lawsuit in '82, she and 40 other women became FDNY firefighters. Was that a time where like were people like supportive of the women? Were they against the women? What did that feel like? Did it feel like they
totally
were taking?
against the women.
They were.
It was an all-male place, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, I guess a lot of guys, they don't feel like they didn't mind the women that really passed the test. But to just get on because you're a woman, that was not, you know, today now they have girls, you know, there's so much into athletics and stuff, they could pass these tests now. But back then, you know, it wasn't like that.
So some of it they were just kind of stacking the deck, like we're just going to put some extra girls in. 'Cause some of that's just a liability.
That's it. They went, well, yeah, life and death. You
yeah,
know,
and a liability for their own life.
That too, yeah. But I mean, if your kid is trapped in a fire, you know, you want the best person going to get that kid, not you know, somebody that didn't make it.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I agree.
But
with
they
that.
saved me, and I'm the luckiest guy for that.
So
Thank
you're
God.
in, huh?
I'm in.
You made it in.
Yeah.
And do you remember like when you get a letter that's like, yeah, I'm in, guy.
Yeah.
You got it? And does it have flames
My
on
wife came. I come pulling up in the parking lot from working at Mastercraft Litho, and I had a little Chevette. We both shared this little Chevette car that my wife bought on her own when we were kids, and I see her coming across the parking lot with a waving the. I said, what is it? She goes, the fire department watch, 6 years.
Oh, you
fire
probably-
department watch, they're going to hire you. I said, holy shit. I looked at it. Yeah, Tony Bonfiglio, New York City fireman. Report to Randall's Island, 823, something, 84. I was like, I'll be there.
That's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Oh, my God. I was so happy.
Oh, well, she was happy. It sounded
She was
like.
happy. I was happy.
Where did you meet your wife, Christine? I met her. I know she's here with us today. Where did you meet your wife at?
Well, on my block, I was walking up my block in our neighborhood, and her
yeah.
and her sister just moved in from the Bronx. They were in the Marble Hill projects. They were like the last ones out of these projects. And so I'm going up the block. I'm like 14 years old.
Yeah.
And they're coming down with one of my friends, and he's like, hey, these two girls just moved in from the Bronx, Chris and Bernie. And I'm like, hey, first of all, I was like, thought he was pulling my leg, but so that was like why we met. And then, we went through school. We didn't really date until we were like 18.
Hey, there
Here
you
we
go,
are,
huh?
yeah. That's a great
Cool.
shot, yeah. Yeah, I was like size 32 waist back then.
Hey, look, I'm looking at Christine, okay?
Yeah, she's looking good.
Yeah. You can say what I'm not looking at your waist, buddy. you
Yeah,
know?
we were like 24 years old there. I was just getting out of the academy. That's graduation day. I'm graduated from there after 6 weeks of training.
Oh, that's nice, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you look pretty pleased.
Well, the funny part is they give us your assignment, So I get this thing, 34 truck. Now, like 150 firemen, only 10 are going to go to trucks. The other 140 are going to go to engine companies. There's an engine company, they're the water, they got the hoses. And then there's the truck, that's the ladders, and they break out the doors.
The
they
ledge
do all
walkers.
The searching. The ledge walkers. So I didn't want to go to the truck. I was like, I didn't like the heights. I didn't like the ropes. I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
like
what
the
I
ladders.
showed. Look, I got a 0
On the ledge walk.
Yeah, you got the wrong guy. So, and why did they choose you for that then?
I have no idea. My father said they saw how good I was at breaking things, that they said, yeah, send him to the truck. So now I see a truck in Manhattan. I'm like, oh, man, all right. So I tell her, I says, I'm going to a 34 truck. They gave me a truck. She's like, they gave me a truck. I'm like, yeah, because most guys are in the engine for like maybe 5-10 years before they get to a truck.
And so in the engine means they're in the actual fire engine?
They're in the engine, and they're a separate company. Their engine A4, and we were at a 3-4. It was a big 100-year-old firehouse.
And so a ladder, they do different stuff than an engine does.
Yeah, the engine puts the fire out.
Okay.
The ladder opens up the door, breaks the doors down, cuts the roofs open, makes all the rescues and the searches. It's a lot more intimidating because you don't have the hose line. You're actually in there crawling around.
With no
by yourself.
water.
No water. Maybe
Oh.
a can on your back.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I was a can man for quite a while.
And that's heating up quick, probably.
Yeah.
So you get in a ladder, and where's the ladder at? What's that like?
161st Street in Manhattan, off Amsterdam Avenue, in a place called Washington Heights.
Washington Heights.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Dominicans up there.
Oh my God! Well, when I got there, they were just coming in.
Yeah.
And they took over with blood, man. They killed everybody.
Really?
Oh, they took over the drug business because that was the hub. You had the GW Bridge right there. You had all the parkways to head out to North Brooklyn, out to Long Island. So everybody would come in and buy their crack and their cocaine. So it was badass. I mean, they would be shooting all day long.
Was it exciting?
It was.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And the place was so crowded. It was like full of people with these old broken down tenement buildings. Brownstones tenements all broken down, 100 years old. The firehouse was 100 years old.
Was it exciting to go work there? Did it feel scary? Like, what did it kind of become
Well,
for
the
you?
funny part I was going to say is that I went with my wife from the graduation. I said, we got to go. It's on 84th Street, I told her. I didn't realize that was 84 engine when I read the thing. So I take her into Manhattan, and I take her down 84th Street, and there's no firehouse. I go all the way back up to the west side. I come all the way down. There's no fire. And we're saying, wow, this is nice. Look at this. It's all money, brownstones, high-end stores. Finally, I go around 85th Street and I find a firehouse. And I got my uniform on, and they tell you to now knock on the door and say, probationary firefighter, Bonfiglio. This old guy answers the door. What can I do for you, Proby? He knew right away I was a Proby just by looking at me with the stuff on. I said, I'm looking for my firehouse, 34 truck. They said it's on 84th Street. He's like, wow, let me look at that. He's like, dude, you're in with 84 engine, and you're on 161st Street. I was like, what? Holy shit. I had to get in the car and tell my wife we got to go up to 100.
She's like,
And
I'm
now
gonna
we
stay in the
left the
car.
glitz, and now we're in this freaking rundown neighborhood. It was like, holy
The
shit.
music's a little bit better. But
Oh, you
still,
got a lot of salsa blasting in the streets.
it should be known by now that Prize Picks is America's #1 sports picks app and the best place to win cash while watching sports with your eyes. The app is really easy to use. That's what I love about it. You just
The guy that's called
is who I'm going with on Sunday. Peep my picks. Prize Picks. Code Theo. Play responsibly. So you're in there. You're in the ladder.
Truck Company, ladder company.
You're in the truck company. You guys are the ones that go in. So you have more of an axe than you do
Yeah,
a hose.
we got a forcible entry team,
Okay.
a roof man, and another guy that's called the OV. He vents out the outside. He goes up the fire escapes.
Oh yeah, peeping Tom probably.
Yeah. You're the guy, the first guy in, breaking the window in.
Yeah, or just sitting there by it. I won't say nothing. So do you guys get there before the like an engine gets there, or is it just does that
Try
matter?
to get there at the same time. You never know. I mean, if we're leaving quarters together, we always let the engine take off first. Hopefully, they go and find a hydrant.
Okay, got it.
And we try to get in front of the building with the ladder.
Okay, got it. So take me in on your first fire.
My first fire. Well, I've been at like car fires, rubbish fires. We had water leaks, so many water leaks because it was such an old neighborhood. When we go to a water leak, we got to find out where it's leaking. Sometimes we got to break into the apartment. Gas leaks. We did everything, all the utilities up there. So I'm doing it for about 3 weeks, and I'm still wondering, oh my God, what's going to happen with a job? What's it going to be like? I still have no idea. I'm a can man. The probie gets the can.
Okay, and the can means what?
I got a fire extinguisher with a strap on my back, and I got a hook. And I'm going to be the guy that if I can put out whatever fire I can with the can.
Oh, is it actually helpful? Is the can helpful?
It'll put out, if a good can man could maybe put out a room of fire.
Okay.
Yeah, you get your finger over that thing, you spread it around.
So it's real.
It's real, yeah.
Okay, got it. Do you remember the day that you get your first fire?
Yeah, it was like 3 weeks in, and I'm doing my first 12-by watch. So you have a house watch, and you got somebody's got to man it. It's got a computer in there that comes on and tells you what your alarms are, and you acknowledge them, you hit all the lights, you send the companies out. So I got to do my first 12-by. So I never done a watch alone yet. So the 12-by was like, it was a little scary at first.
And that's 12 hours?
No, 12 to 3. You do 3-hour watch.
Okay.
So 12 o'clock came. I went in. I took the book over. It's midnight. And I'm sitting there. And it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. And all of a sudden, like 1:30, I start falling asleep. And I'm like, sleeping.
Look, I've had a job before. I know how it is.
I'm sacked out. And all of a sudden, the alarm goes off. The computer goes, it starts ticking out this alarm. I'm like, oh, my God, I was so scared. I got up. I hit the house watch light. I'm looking at the ticket. It says engine A4, ladder 3-4, first due, fire on an 8th floor. So now I got to hit all the bunk room lights. I got to hit the intercom, say everybody goes. I got to hit the 3 bells. And then I got to acknowledge on the computer, both companies, 10-4. And then I got to take the tickets and put them on the truck side and the engine side. And then I put my gear on, and out the door we go.
Let's go, Tony.
Yeah.
I'm amped up.
Oh, man. So now we get there. It's 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. And it's like a projects building, about 11 stories. It was a pretty decent building. It was on Amsterdam Avenue. And so we're the forcible entry team. Me, my lieutenant, who was this salty guy from the Bronx, Spinelli. He was like he was the war days, back in the 60s and the 70s.
How salty?
Salty means, like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he was salty.
He had gout.
Burly mustache, unruly head. And
Gout in his smile, huh?
all bent and burnt, you know.
Yeah, dude, definitely.
Great guy, though.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
like he was raised in an ashtray.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy, yeah. So the forcible entry team's a can man, an irons man. He's got an axe and a Halligan, and the boss. And we're the 3 guys. So now we go into the lobby door, and we hit all the buzzers. 3:30 in the morning.
And there's people in there sleeping.
Yeah, no, they're in there. So all of a sudden they start, who is it? Who is it? You're like, fire department, open the door, fire department. So they buzz you in. Now they go in the lobby. Nothing's showing. Nobody's bailing out, So I'm like, I don't know. So might not be it. Take an elevator to the 7th floor because the fire was on the 8th floor. So we get to the 7th floor, and you never take the elevator to the fire floor for obvious reasons. So we take it, and we take the stairs to the 8th floor. And we get in this hallway, and now it's like a big projects hallway. I don't know if you ever seen one of them, but they're painted green, and they got like fluorescent lights, and it's long. So we go to all the doors, and we stick our noses in the jams, trying to smell smoke. We don't smell nothing. So the boss says to my friend Jimmy, the Duke, he says, go up to the next floor and check it out. Calls down the battalion, says, yeah, we got nothing showing on the 8th floor. We're going to check out the 9th floor. So with that, now we go into the hallway, and my friend is on the top of the stairs, and he says, Lou, I think we got something. So I'm like, oh shit, this is it. I'm in this project hallway, 4:45 in the morning. I'm running up the steps with my hook and everything, and I said, the boss says, "Well, what do we have?" And the Duke opens this door, and I was like, oh my God, if there was a gate to hell, this was it, okay? Black, shimmering smoke that looked like satin curtains, just going in all different directions. And my first thought was, no way we're fucking going in there, right? I see these guys.
Hey, look, let me see a 2-bedroom.
Yeah,
This won't work for us. Yeah.
They're pulling their boots up and they're putting they're turning the air bottles on and everything. I'm like, oh shit, this is it. So now we're getting down on our hands and knees, and the Duke tells me, you hold my coat, okay? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm holding your coat.
So you're behind him crawling?
I'm behind the Duke. The boss goes in first, like this black abyss we just crawl into on the
And
floor.
what are y'all looking for?
The fire apartment.
Oh,
we
oh.
got to find it.
Oh, so this is just the hallway?
The hallway.
Oh, I thought
Somebody left their door open.
Pull up that hallway you had, Nick. Is that the one from the actual building? Oh, this is
No.
a general one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though. It's
Yeah,
narrow
project.
hallways.
Narrow hallways, long green. Yeah, oh, look at that color, yellowish green. That looked just like that.
Oh,
So now we're on our hands and knees, and I'm got his coat. I got the can on my back. I got my mask on, and we're in total blackness. And I'm crawling down like 100 feet. And I'm saying in my mask, I'm saying, what the fuck am I doing here?
Yeah.
This is fucking crazy. I'm never going to do this again. I felt so helpless. And what am I going to do? It's pitch black. We're crawling in a hallway we've never been before. So we crawl up, and then all of a sudden the Duke stops, and he says, we're at the fire door. And I'm like, oh, okay. Can't see nothing.
yeah. It almost seems like some kind of sex trafficking or something.
Yeah,
you know? Whatever's going on, it sounds kind of out of sorts, you know?
it's out of sorts.
Anyway, so carry on. Sorry.
So it's something that I'm quitting in the morning. I swear to God, I was quitting. I was like, what are we going to do in here?
Yeah.
We can't see. I'm on the ground. So finally we crawl in, and I crawl in, and I hear the boss. He's up ahead of us in the apartment already. He says, bring the can in here. So now I crawl past the Duke. I'm on my hands and knees. And about 10 feet up, I see the boss on his knees with a glow of the fire. He goes, you see the fire? It's to the left. And I look, and there's a room on fire. It looks like cotton candy. The flames are like all over the place.
And how much is it protecting you? How much is your suit protecting you at that point?
Nah, nothing. Nah,
You didn't take it off, bro.
yeah, no, they're just coats, to keep you warm, basically. They got your leather helmet on.
Oh my God.
But and at that point, does it kind of take on do you start to feel a little bit more empowered, kind of, or something?
No, I felt scared shit. I just wanted to get out of there and get this fire over with. So now I see him, and he says, do you see the fire? And I look to the left, and I said, yeah, I see the fire. I'm in this mask, And he says, hit it with the can. I got the can, and I'm on my knees, and I go to hit it, and nothing comes out. I hit it again, nothing comes out. I didn't have air
Hold
in
the
the can.
pin. Oh.
It's like a total fuck up for a
You
pro
should have
beat.
put it in there.
That's my fuck up. Oh, my first job. So I said to the boss, I got no air in the can.
Oh, I've used that excuse a lot of times. A lot of times over the years, buddy. I'll tell you that. And I want to apologize to a lot of those women out there. But yeah, that was my excuse. I got no air in the can. You know?
That's a good analogy.
Yeah, I got a ladder issue. But go on.
Fully extended.
Fuck, you must have been embarrassed, huh?
I wasn't embarrassed, but yeah, I felt like, oh man, I'm gonna catch some shit for this.
Did
yeah,
you even
embarrassed
pretend?
everything.
Did you just make a sound like you had air? in
Nah.
it? Like,
I didn't make no sounds. And I couldn't believe it because, you always check the can. You got to pressurize it, put a little water. So he says, all right, back out to the doorway. So now the fire's coming out over our heads in the hallway. And I get to the door we came in crawling, and the elevator was right across from the apartment, fire apartment, and the door opens, and there's 84 engine without a mask on or anything. They took the elevator to the fire floor, and they got stuck. And they're going down on their knees, and they're trying to put their masks on, and I'm yelling in my mask. I'm like, get the fucking line in here and put the fucking fire. I'm screaming. I'm like out of my mind now. So finally, they get in the line. Now it's black again.
and the
it's
line is the hose?
the hose.
Okay.
And it's all asses and elbows now in this hallway. That's what we call organized confusion. And everybody, so they're bringing the line past me. I see him get up to the room, and the boss says, "There's the fire to the left." I hear the line crack, get the water comes up, he cracks it, and now he hits it, and he starts pushing the fire in, and I squeeze past them because I got to search the apartment. That's my job.
So, and you're searching to see if there's anybody in there.
Bodies, yeah.
Wow.
So now I'm searching along the wall and still can't see, and I'd get to a window and I'd smash it out with my hook, and I would stick my head out the window because this is the first time I could see again since we left that stairwell.
Oh, yeah,
We've
you
been
got to
in the
get some
flat.
fresh air.
Fresh air and some view of something.
Yeah.
So then I go around, and then all of a sudden they knocked it down fast, and I run into the Duke, the Irons man. He's like, "Yo, Proby, you broke your cherry, man. Congratulations." And I was like, wow. I took my mask off. It was kind of like still gray smoke and steamy, but it was better than the mask, because that was so confined. So I said, "Yeah, Jimmy," I said, "my first fire, but this might be my last fire." I said, "I don't know if I'm doing this again." And there we were. We overhauled the apartment, and we threw the mattress out the window. We took everything out, threw the street down into the street.
And who's down there catching that? Or you just hitting whoever? That's free.
Back then, like nobody.
Who gives a shit? Yeah.
Just hopefully nobody's down there.
Yeah.
You yell out, "Look out!" And then you throw the burning mattress out the window.
Dude. Oh, shit. I'll throw my ex-wife out that bitch, Let's take that out. Let's take that out.
And then I'm looking out this window, and it's encrusted with all these embers and shit, like gold and amber and everything. And it was like 5:30 in the morning, and the Manhattan skyline was turning purple. So I had all this beautiful thing. I was like, wow, this is some sight,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
While I kiss the sky.
Yeah, it was definitely rock and roll, man. I was like, yeah. So now I had to get back, and I put the air in the can when I got back, changed all the masks and everything. Now I had to go up and see the boss, take my medicine. So I walk up to the truck office, and I knock on the door. It's open. He says, "Yeah, come in." And he's wiping his face down with a towel. He just came out of the bathroom. I said, I made like puppy eyes. I said, "Lou, I'm sorry about not having air in the can." And he's like wiping his face. He goes, "Yeah, don't worry about it, kid. Shit happens." And I was like, oh, wow, thank you. I was 23 years old, so now I'm walking out, and he goes, "Hey, kid." And I turn around, and he goes, "You did a good job." And I was like, oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and then I'm driving home saying, "Am I quitting this fucking job?" Because it was like nothing I've ever experienced. And I growing up, I did a lot of crazy things, but this was the scariest thing I ever did. But yet it was so exciting and thrilling. I mean, I got home, and the grass was so greener. The sky was so blue, and the air that I was breathing was so appreciated.
You were alive.
I was alive, man. It made me, I was like, wow, that was something.
Dang.
Of course, that wasn't my last job. I went 21 years more after that, so.
What kind of made you decide, or you just have to go back to work and it just kept being like that, or like?
Yeah, no, we were busy truck back then because we had a lot of fires, a lot of occupied fires, which are really, they're a lot more intense than a vacant fire or, something like that. You got a lot of people bailing out, and sometimes they're trapped, and, you got to get to them. The truck, that's their job.
It's almost hearing you say this, and thanks so much for your time, Tony, too. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, this is like an honor.
Oh, thanks,
Kidding me?
Yeah,
you guys are pioneers. You're the millennial pioneers with entertainment these days. I think you changed the whole scene.
Oh, well, I think it's like people we got to find more humans that have the best stories,
Exactly.
It was so crazy. We're coming to New York, and we just get an email from you the other day that you had seen that we put out a thing about looking for somebody that works in a fire department. And my producer, Zach, forwards it to me. He's like, "Can you believe this guy, we're going to be there?" I was like,
wow.
It seems really interesting. So
I think it was meant to be.
Hey, I think so too. And I think I think it was meant to be that your first fire didn't have nobody was in it.
Yeah.
Because that could have been super scary, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Take me through some of the times where there was somebody in there. How much of a different scenario is that? Is the energy different when you get there? Who lets you know if somebody's in there, or do you even know? Take me through that process of right when you get there, and then take me into one of a fire where it was inhabited.
Well, this one fire where we lost this little girl, and that one really hurt me a lot because we got to the apartment, and my lieutenant, he was a little Irish guy, the bravest guy I've ever met, Lieutenant Maloney. And I would chase him up to the the door, the caller, and he would knock on the door with his little crowbar. Fire department, open the door. You know, he'd sound like some cartoon, you know, the Irish brogue. So these people open the doors, and we walk in, and there's a card table sitting there. There's about 8 people playing cards. They're eating. We're standing in the kitchen, the 3 of us, and we're like, my lieutenant says, well, what the hell, did you call the fire department? So they're looking up, they're like, yeah, I think something's burning in the back. It was a big apartment. So we're like looking at each other, something burning in the back. What the hell is this? So now we go down the hallway, my lieutenant's cursing under his breath, you know, he's like, all these motherfuckers fucking shit.
Yeah, they're still playing cards.
So now
Cards
we
is
get
fun, though. Cards can be fun.
They were, but we get into the living room, and there's like these French doors. I don't know if you know the French doors, probably from.
Is it like that kind
They're
of?
glass
takes it
paneled,
down.
and they're like 2 doors you open to a room. They're
Oh,
called
yeah,
French
yeah.
doors.
You think there's going to be somebody French in there, but there ain't.
Yeah, no French people.
There
in there.
never is, dude.
No.
There never is. Typical French. You'll send the doors. We'll be there. They're not. Typical
Yes.
French.
So anyway, I open the French door, and the room is on fire. We're like, holy shit. Close the door. We get down on our knees, start putting our masks on, and we're calling 1075. That means we got a working fire. He's telling the battalion, you know, the engine now, they're coming up with the line. So right before they got the line, I says, all right, guys, it's right here. I put my mask on. I said, showtime. And I went to open the French doors, and I get a call over the handy-talkie. There's a kid in the room. My friend, the OV, is with the mother out in the street. Oh. So now we bust into these doors. They're hitting. Thank God we had the water. Hitting them, and I'm frantically looking for this kid in the dark and black smoke. I'm on the bed. I'm feeling all over the bed. I gotta find this kid.
And is it mostly feeling? How far can you
Feeling.
see?
You
Like,
don't
what-
see anything. I
You don't.
put tape over your eyes. It's nothing.
And you're feeling with gloves on, too.
Yeah, sometimes gloves. Sometimes you forget your gloves, but yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we were, you know, back then we
Oh
were
my
like less equipment better. You want to get in, you want to get out quick too.
No, that sounds like a guy who forgot his equipment. That's always
Put air in the can.
Yeah, put some air in your can, Tony. That's always that guy's excuse, you know?
Exactly.
But that's a great attitude to take. Like, nah, guys, if there's air in this can, we're going to have to be here all afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
We're in and out of this
I could have
joint.
probably put it out with the can, but anyway. So the engine, I'm in there, I'm going around, and finally I'm going around the wall. I could feel I'm under the bed, feeling around, trying to find this kid. And I get to a window, I break the window out, and I look out the window, and I see my irons man that was with me. He's in the street with the kid, a limp kid, you know, and they taking the kid. They open the battalion car door. They go in there, and they rushed off the Columbia Presbyterian.
How'd the kid get out?
No, he carried. She was unconscious.
Oh, he found
She
it.
didn't make it. She didn't. The kid was dead. Unfortunately, she was burnt. They tried to revive her at the hospital, but it didn't work. So I'm overhauling now, and I see my lieutenant, and I said, I just saw Jeff in the street with the kid. He's like, Anthony, the kid was right there behind the door. And I was like, I was crushed, man. I shut that door. I felt like I killed that kid, you know? So we go to Presbyterian. Oh, so before we leave, now the deputy shows up, because now we got a 1045, which is a body. And he's like, what happened here? And we're in this apartment. The people are still playing cards. So my lieutenant says, well, we came up to the apartment, and I said, I'll tell you what happened. And now the deputy looks at me, you know. I go, you see these motherfuckers over here? I said, they didn't bother to fucking tell us there might be a kid in that back room, and I'm throwing F-bombs at him. And the deputy says, Lieutenant, you better control your man. So the boss puts his arm around my shoulder. He says, come on, Anthony. He called me Anthony. That's Anthony in a brogue. Anthony, let's go down to the street, you know. And we went down to the street, and we went and we picked up my friend Jeff at the hospital. I said, how'd they make out with the kid? He said they were trying to revive her. They were bringing her to the burn center. So that was the last we heard of her. But she didn't make
there's no
it.
way you could have known that, right? Because you
I
go
couldn't
in
have
and the
known.
kid was hiding
Well,
behind
who
the
would
door.
think? You'd think somebody would tell us there could be a kid back
Oh,
there.
it's heartbreaking.
Oh, man.
Do you ever find out why they wouldn't let you know what was going on there?
I guess there was like an SRO bid or something. They were renting out that little back room to this woman and a child, you know. So it was pretty bad. And I had a few of those. I mean, right after I was getting over with that one, I got another one where we showed up without our masks on because It was the middle of the day.
Yeah. No, I get.
There was
yeah.
nothing showing. We get out, and the guy says, "Hey, they're working on the oil burner all day." And we had a lot of oil burners. You know, they would smoke up. So we're like, 1020 says on the box, which means all the other companies take your time, don't blow the red lights and shit. So now we're heading up to the stairs to the caller's apartment. It's, forcible entry team, me, Lieutenant Clipper, and this guy, Jimmy Lynch. And we get to the door, and the woman opens the door, and we go in the apartment, and it's like a slight smoke condition in there, but slight. So we're like, what do we have here? So my boss says he was a smart fireman. He was from Rescue 2. He said, I think we got something above us. Usually it's below us, But this, I guess, because the smoke was so light. So now we get up. We don't have no masks or nothing. We get to I see smoke coming out of the doorway, the locked door in the hallway. So I turn around, I donkey kick the door open, like 3 kicks. It kicks open, and we got a black wall of smoke. We're like, holy shit. Now after the 1020, we got to get a 1075, which means now we have a fire.
Oh.
So now we're crawling in.
No mask.
No mask. We're on our bellies.
Was it better or worse without a mask in this?
Worse.
It was worse.
Yeah.
Because you could feel the heat?
Yeah. Back in the day when they didn't wear masks, like in the 60s and the 50s, everything was wood and cotton. Then once the 60s and 70s and everything's vinyl and plastic, and it's a whole different smoke, It's poisonous, so it gets
That's
you
a great
quick.
point, right?
Yeah. Back then you could suck the cotton and the wood,
Yeah, it's like, you were
like smoking a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Or,
You're like, hell, shit, I wish somebody had a couple tobacco plants in here. I'd crawl around for another 2 minutes in here.
Exactly. That's what it was like.
And things would burn slower back then, too, wouldn't they?
Well, back then, yeah. With plastics will take off a lot faster.
God.
So anyway, he crawls in, and we're like, oh shit, we got to go in.
Oil.
Jimmy goes in ahead of him, and I'm the last guy in. We're like almost on our bellies crawling in, and I hear the horrible words, we got bodies. I'm like, oh my God, now we got to give 1045s. So we had 1020, that means don't come, take it easy getting there. Now we went 1075, now we got 2 1045s, 2 bodies. So with that, I get a body, a little girl they pass it back to me. And I like shimmy out of the apartment.
Because you don't know if she,
I don't know any, I can't see nothing yet. I still can't see nothing until I get to the stairwell. I knew I had a kid in my arms. I see it's a little girl, the face is all darkened. So now I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna run her down to the EMS is gonna take her in the street. And I go running down to the street and there's nobody there. And all the people are screaming, they're yelling and screaming, and I'm holding this kid, and I'm looking around because we gave the 1020.
Hey, take your time.
There was nobody there yet.
Yeah, they're at the malt shop.
I put the kid down. I do CPR on this little girl, and I put her down. I cup her head, and I pretty much all I knew was like a 15 and 2. You get 2 breaths into her, and then you give her 15. And this went on for like 10 minutes before I got relieved. And the sound that she was making when the air would come out, they call it machine gun breath because it's like, and the smell, because it had the smell of the burnt lips. So finally, somebody came over and they started taking over, and then the EMS came. After 10 minutes, they let me go. So now I'm walking around the sidewalk. All these Dominicans are very emotional. They're all screaming and yelling and crying and everything.
Praying, some of them probably.
Praying everything.
Yeah, for sure.
I figured, let me go back up to the floor because the other 2 guys were working on the mother. And when I got there, the EMS already took over, and I was like, holy shit. And it was like the first fire we had where the windows didn't break open. They were the new windows that the Gambino crime family put in all of Manhattan. And they didn't break like the old windows, so it never got air. So it smoldered, and they died from the smoke. And that stayed with me for years. Sometimes I would smell and taste the burnt lips and everything, and it was horrible.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Like, who do you even talk to about that kind of stuff? Do you guys go to some of the services? What is some of that like?
Well, got back in the firehouse. The guys were listening up. They knew. I took my turnout coat off, and I just went in. I took a shower. We all took showers. And then the boss says, into the office, let's talk about it. So he says, we did everything we could. There really wasn't nothing else we could do. I mean, not having the mask didn't hamper us at all because we still got the bodies. And so then I went home. My wife heard about it already on the news. And so when I got home, they all greeted me. And that was pretty much You know, all I got was some nice hugs and some tears at home. Yeah, you get over it. You know, it takes a while, though. I mean, I had a couple of things. I had this this junkie that we kept called 3 times. We got called to the 6th floor. He kept lighting fires to stay warm in the winter.
Yeah.
You know, and he was a young black kid, you know, and so we would have to climb up these vacant stairs. I had to pop a hole in the cinder block walls to get in. Vacant building.
And
All
a
this-
couple times it's happened.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's the first one. We go up, 6th floor, dark, cold. It's icy. It's about 30 degrees out.
And nice kid?
I have no idea. I got to the back and I see my Irish lieutenant yelling at him. He's like, "What the fuck you doing? You can't light a fucking fire, blah, blah, blah." And he was sitting there and he was in the corner and I came in and I put my flashlight on him and he was looking at me with these eyes, you know, and I was like, God, he had like tombstones in his eyes, you know. And he was only about 16, 17. So we put the fire out, we leave. 2 hours later, we get called back again. Go up, got to climb these stairs. 6 floors, no steps, just risers.
God.
And no lights, it's dark. So now we climb all the way up again. We go through the thing. He lit it up again. Boss is yelling, "You can't fucking do this." He's yelling at him and shit. I got the light on him, and the funny part was we just broke into an Entenmann's cake at the firehouse with the vanilla icing that we would keep in the fridge, get it nice and stiff. So as my friend Jeff in the dark, he's putting the fire out. I put the light on him, and he's still got the vanilla icing on his mustache. So
Somebody took a piece for the road, Jeff, huh?
The boss
That's
is
why he was
yelling at him.
pissed. That's why he was pissed. This guy interrupted his dessert,
Yeah,
huh?
3 companies and a battalion are responding every time. And we got chains on. It's snowing. It's not like no.
Right. So it's
No
a lot
easy
to get
ride.
out there.
So the 3rd time, I hear we just got back from something. We went in our bunks, and we get in the bunks, and we were like a little pillow talk before everybody was sleeping. And then before you know it, beam, boom, same box. Here we go again. I hear the boss yelling, "Fuck shit, I'll kill that motherfucker."
Let him cook at this point.
We're sliding down the pole.
This guy's trying to get to heaven. You guys keep
Oh my God.
you guys keep coming in and ruining his trip.
3rd time, so we're in the rig, and I said to my friend Jeff, I says, "Let's tell the boss, don't even come up the stairs. We'll take care of it." And surprisingly, he agreed. So when we got to the door, I says, "Lou, we'll take care of it. You stay down here." So me and Jeff go up. My diehard battery died on me. So I had like no light left. I'm trying to follow Jeff's light, and we're going up just on the risers, and then there's no platform, so you got to like lean over your step to get on. And when you get to the 5th or 6th floor, you're looking down at this skeleton staircase.
What?
Yeah, so now we go through the dark apartment again. He's in there again. Now he's got candles burning because we broke his bucket up. We smashed it all up. So we're like, holy shit. So now Jeff is like leaning into him and he says, "Listen, you can't fucking do this anymore." And Jeff's like the good cop, you know. I'm the bad cop. So I lean into him. I look at him. I says, "We come back here again, I'm throwing you out that fucking window." He just looked at me, you know. And that was it. That was the last time we went back. We left there. We took his candles. But years later, I would see that kid's face looking at me, and it made me feel so bad. A wasted life like that, you know. Heroin. He had the works, everything.
That's scary. And the fact that he kept going back to do it, it's just that power of addiction, you know?
It was cold.
Oh. Well, I guess it keep you warm.
Yeah, he was
huh?
in a vacant, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. A lot of shit like that. Vacants were disgusting.
Because it's just anybody could be doing anything, huh?
Squatters. Yeah, they're shitting on the floor. They're drugs, needles. And you're crawling around in there because you still have to save them.
Oh.
Yeah, vacant fires.
Yeah, do you start to develop a certain, like, attitudes towards humanity or drug users or society?
Absolutely. Call them skells. They're all skells.
Yeah.
To us back then, you know. And matter of fact, on my block, we had a tight block on 161st Street. And we had a bodega, a gypsy cab dispatcher, a whorehouse, and a bunch of drug apartments.
Yeah.
And it was a busy block. And we had 2 guys on the block that were almost there the whole time I was there. They were the lookouts. And one guy was bald, and we called him 8-Ball. And the other guy always had a hat, and we called him the Hat. So, and the funny part was they would watch our cars for us, so nobody would break into the cars and shit. But, yeah, I mean, I would see every agency there is come down and raid our block through the years I was there. ATF, Manhattan Tactical North, CIA. I mean, everything. I tell you who was the worst one was the FBI. Yeah, they come down with machine guns. I've never seen anybody that, and then they clear the street. They hit all the apartments. It's amazing.
They were all just visiting that whorehouse. I bet.
At a
probably.
whorehouse.
Yeah.
I would inspect it now and then. I'd go in there with my hat and they'd all be looking at me, and I'll be like, "What the fuck you want?" You know? Like, I got to inspect this place, you know.
What was it like in some of those joints? Was it interesting in there? Was it just women trying to just survive? Most
Yeah,
of
it was
those
just
types of
some
people.
middle-aged, young, not too young, Dominican women. I guess they took care of the cab drivers and stuff, and they had the different rooms. You know, everybody had their little bed in there.
Just trying to
And
survive.
I would inspect it, you know. Oh, okay, I got you. You got condoms? The condoms are here?
Making sure the alarm works, ladies.
Yeah, they would be like, come on. Some of them were, the prostitutes would be like, get the fuck out of here, man. You know, they'd be up all night. They didn't want nothing to do with me.
Oh, I'm sure. Yo, fellies, fellas, boys, guys. You know what time it is? It's client reviews. Bam, that's a lot. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/Theo. That's betterhelp.com/THEO. That would be the wildest thing for me, would just be like the access you get to. Dude, I remember one time I'm in Kansas City, right? And I guess somebody started a fire, right? And I, like, as a comedian, you go to different hotels. You're always in hotels over the years.
Right.
And I got to the point where every now, like, you know, every 7 weeks, somebody'd start a fire, pull an alarm.
Right.
And so in the middle of the night, you got to go downstairs
Yeah.
and be outside. So I finally decided for myself, I'm going to wait because
Yeah, I'm not going out there.
it was never a good fire.
Right.
So I was like, I'm waiting out there for 45 minutes or whatever while they see if there's a fire or not.
Right.
So I finally said, I'm staying in the room until I smell smoke or whatever. So one time I'm in there, I just made this big sandwich, dude. It was really good. It was one of the better ones I've probably ever made in my life. And a guy, I remember this big fireman with an axe comes in, or just opens my door, and the alarm had been going off for a while. And he's looking for me, and I was like, "Is there a fire?" You know,
Did I miss something?
Yeah, he's like, "You got to get out of here." I was like, "Bro, every week they doing this shit. I'm not going."
Right. I hear this all the time.
Yeah, I
but
said-
that's the cry wolf thing too, though. You know.
Oh, for sure. I knew it was on me. I
Yeah,
think, you know,
yeah.
hey, if it's bad, come back. you
Right,
know?
right.
And I think he's like, "Fuck you," you know. And I don't blame him. you
Yeah,
know?
that's a fireman attitude.
Yeah, and it should be. Hey,
Yeah.
come back if I'm gonna burn. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's just a lot of pressure. Yeah, like immediately I was putting all the pressure on this guy. But yeah, what were some of the environments you went into? Like, did you ever just walk into an environment you're like, oh, well, this is crazy, or like a drug den, or like a
Oh, plenty of drug dens. I mean, every building had a drug apartment where they would sell drugs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but this one fire that I went to, it was in the middle of the day. It's like the second floor. We pull up, fire's blowing out 4 windows. I mean, it was going good. And so we run out. Now we're second due, which means we go to the floor above the fire. So the first due truck has the fire floor. Second due goes to the floor above, which the floor above is really shitty because
that's where the heat's going up.
That's where everything's going, you know. So now we get up the staircase, and it's starting to bank down and get dark. And I see a guy runs past me, no shirt on, no shoes. He's got like a 3-year-old kid under his arm and a hefty bag.
Oh yeah. So a politician probably.
So he slips by us, you know. So now we're going to take the door in the hallway above the fire department. And it's getting smoky, and my boss puts his mask on, but we have to take the door, so I wanted to see a little bit. So I'm hitting the guy's got the Halligan in the door jam, and I'm smashing it with an axe, and he's trying to get a bite on the jam to bust the door open. So finally, we get it. We bust the door open. We put our masks on, and we go in, and we're crawling around. And the engine company did a good job. They knocked the fire down pretty fast, you know. So as we're crawling around, it's starting the black smoke starting to go away, and it's getting lighter. And I'm on the floor, and I bump into a dresser. I'm like, oh, Now I could start to see a little bit. I put my light on the dresser. All the drawers are open. Stacks of hundreds and $50 bills. Every drawer. I mean, no 20s, no it was all Coke money. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, I'm still like, I'm like my 1 year there, so I'm a junior man.
You're like, I gotta get something for Christine.
Well, that's it, you know. I got an angel and a devil on my shoulders, and they're fighting it out, you know. I'm looking at it. We're in smoke, so, I mean, it ain't like a setup. Nobody's ever gonna know. So I'm thinking, oh, my God, I could buy myself a new Harley with that money, you know. And then I was like, the angel would be like, oh, you buy the new Harley and you're gonna crash and you'll get paralyzed. And I'm like, oh, shit, yeah, that could happen. So now I told the senior man, I said, Eddie, come here, look in this drawers.
Yeah, bring another guy in now.
Senior man, you know, and he's like, holy shit, Tony. He's like, what are we gonna do here?
Oh, Eddie's setting you up again.
Yeah, I'm like, you're the senior man. You tell me what to do.
This is dirty tennis you guys
I
are
could have
playing.
been stacking thousands in my pocket.
If Eddie would have been like, hey, let's take a little, you have to, huh?
I would have, yeah.
Yeah, you got to. I
Yeah.
think just to even make sure that it is what it is, get it back home.
Right. You know, I was young. I had this, it's dirty money. It'll bring me bad
luck.
juju, you
It
know?
could have.
Yeah.
You have
never
no,
know.
I mean, I think that the karma of it, who knows? Yeah, you don't know.
So the boss walks in, you know, the lieutenant, and he's like, what do you got? And I was like, we got all this drawer full of money, dresser full of money. He's like, oh, I don't see nothing. He was like, I don't know if you ever see Schultz on Hogan's Heroes. He's like, I see nothing. He turns around, he walks away, you know? So now we're like, so now we go out, and it's still a little smoky, but we could see we don't have our masks on, and there's another room with a padlock on the door. So he's like, take the door. So he puts the adze end of the Halligan, and I whack it with the axe.
Yeah.
The door would bust it open, and Theo, I'm telling you, there was like half the Coke in Manhattan was in there. Bricks all the way to the ceiling on all sides of the walls. A pile of cocaine about 18 inches high on the table. We were like, holy shit. So the boss gets on, tell the battalion we got a drug apartment, send the PD up. So now we're like waiting for the PD to come. We wanted them to come before the drug dealers got back. So finally, two NYPD guys show up, and they're like, yeah, guys, what do you got? I said, well, go in that room and go in that room. I said, that's the money room, that's the coke room. So they both go in, and at the same time, they go, holy shit. Wow. They call a backup, you know? So now we're like, my boss is like, we're out of here, you know? We don't want to be nothing part of this whole show here.
I'd have stuck around, man, you know? Like Joey Diaz says, every now and then you bump into a Colombian, you know?
I love Joey Diaz.
Oh, he's the best.
Oh, my, he was a fireman in Colorado or some shit. Denver.
Was he a fireman?
Yeah, but he was selling blow. He said all they had was a pickup truck. I don't know if you ever saw it. I think it was on Rogan, baby.
Yeah, it sounds like, bro.
Yeah, he said, I was just selling. It was an easy way to sell coke. He said, I'll go around.
People call the fire department.
Sorry, Joey, but you did tell that story.
No, people call the fire department. He shows up in a pickup truck selling coke.
Well, he says it was a ski lodge place. There was never any fire.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea, actually. Dude.
Yeah, the ski lodge, so it was perfect for him.
Yes, Joey Diaz has talked many times about having been a volunteer firefighter, which is really a drug dealer, in Aspen, Colorado, in the 1980s.
Can you imagine him doing that?
I bet if you were anywhere with Joey in the 1980s,
God,
every place
he's
was
a
Aspen,
pisser.
Colorado, dude.
I go to a restaurant he recommended in Jersey, a Chinese restaurant.
Was it a good
you know?
spot?
King's. Oh, he says, oh, dude, this is the real deal. This is the Chinese food. You know how he talks,
for
right?
sure.
So I go there, and the guy's name is Freddie, the Chinese guy. I'm like, Freddie, Joey Diaz sent me here. He's like, oh, yeah, Joey Diaz. He said, he popular? I said, yeah, he's pretty fucking popular. He's like, oh, I didn't know. Food was excellent. Thank you, Joey. I love that food.
Joey has it's like, bro, I'd be like, dude, my friend died last week in Buffalo, New York. He's like, oh, next time you're in Buffalo. It
He knew
doesn't
places.
it doesn't matter your friend died. It matters. You got to walk 11 blocks to get this prosciutto, right?
Prosciutto.
He's like, the only way you can get there is by foot, right?
Right,
I'm like,
right.
it sounds very alarming. But, dude, he's always got the best food recommendations.
Absolutely.
He just loves life, man. He just always has a connection to life.
Oh, man. What stories. He's so funny.
He's one of the best.
I love him.
Yeah, I don't know anybody like him. But I bet in your line of work, you probably met a lot of guys not like him, but with similar energies like him.
Oh, crazy people.
Yes.
When I got on in '83, we still had Vietnam vets that were in the fire army, you know. And
Really?
today it's more college kids, you know. They came out of college and they take the test.
Yeah, a lot of guys that want to be in the calendar or
And
whatever
it's a whole
now.
different thing, you know. Nothing to the new guys, you know, they're all great and
Yeah.
everything, but it was a different atmosphere with the vet guys. And plus, back then, you know, they didn't have computers, and you know, there was no cameras. It was BC, so you got away with a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Today, you go on YouTube. They see you fighting the fire, the OV, the roof man.
Yeah,
if you fuck up, a million people are seeing it right there.
People in the chat are like, get rid of this guy.
Like,
you know?
what's he waiting for? Why doesn't he go in? Where's the hose line? What's taking him so long?
Yeah, dude. That's
All
the
the
worst.
comments.
Yeah, like Caruso's a pussy, you know? Like, dude, it's his first day on the job.
Absolutely.
Dude, that is crazy that's how it's going to be. Everything's going to be streamed and people will be able to comment at
Yeah,
the moment.
so that's a whole bit. And the other day I was watching the chief had like some kind of iPad thing or something, and they had a drone in the air,
No.
and the thing was showing them all the roof, the holes, the fire, the back. It was like a 3D thing. It's like everything changes, you know.
Yeah, there's already a real estate agent there.
Yeah.
Everything's changed.
Changes. So, you know, when I got on, the guys from the 60s and 70s, they were tough motherfuckers.
So some of them had come from war actually,
Big time.
and this was just another place where they at least had like camaraderie. They had a brotherhood.
Exactly, because it was a paramilitary organization. So, you know, you had your lieutenants and your captains and your chiefs.
Did the stress of the job ever affect guys too much? Was there scenarios like that kind of happened, or not really?
Nah, I think most guys love the job.
What made you end up kind of loving it? Like what kind of changed for you? Like, or when you look back,
The brotherhood.
Really?
Oh my God, like family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, you know, I did 15 years in 34 truck from a Proby. I did 15 years. I think I left there in '98. But yeah, I mean, I had a lot of friends that I'm still today. You know, we're all together. The wives, the kids. The kids are on the job. Some of them are already captains.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's something that's so nice. It's just that's one thing that's harder. I even notice about life, even just like as you get out of times in your life where you're either in school, where you have like teams that you're on, or like your buddies are always around, or into college, you don't really find a lot of places where there's that much camaraderie anymore.
No.
You just don't find it.
No, that was it. That was it there, big time. We'd make the meals.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is the two probies are coming off their probation. So when you come off probation, you throw a big party in the firehouse, and they all got lobsters and filet mignons, and they have a big celebration. It's a lot. I remember my probie meal. It was a lot of fun. I came off with another guy, Richie, who we both came out of the academy together.
Oh, that's
But
nice.
yeah, I know all these guys like family. A lot of them aren't even here with us anymore.
Really?
Oh yeah, and that's old.
A lot of them who's gotten older passed away, even, or there's
Passed away, yeah. Some of them, I don't know, some of them might even passed away on 9/11.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could just feel so much
Oh
excitement
my
there.
God, the fun we would have, and the meals that I would make were
Really?
incredible.
That's why they kept you around, huh?
Oh, I was a good cook.
Were you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First meal I brought in, my mother made meatballs and sausage and a whole Sunday gravy, and I bought gavadil, and I brought it all in with the bread and everything. And the guys loved it. You know, the Irish guys call it red lead. That was what they call tomato sauce.
'Cause it
I
was
make
slow.
red lead tonight. Yeah, red lead. They loved it. They were like, man, that was so good and everything. But you know what, kid? You got to make it here next time. I was like, I get it. You got to make the meal in the firehouse. 'Cause
Oh, that's part
where
of it.
everybody comes together. You know,
Yeah.
because it could be all over the firehouse, but that's where everybody who's chopping this, who's cooking that, who's sauteing things,
Yeah.
who's doing the entertainment.
The camaraderie.
I would put my Louis Prima on the stereo, and we would just be going, you know, jump, jive, and wail, and you know, I'm just a gigolo, and place would be hopping.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fun.
Oh, that's
And
nice.
great meals. About 11 guys would eat at the same, you know, we'd all eat at the same time.
Yeah.
And then everybody chips in at the end of the meal because, you know, the city doesn't pay for anything. We pay for everything.
That's crazy.
All our TV, all they get paid for is the firehouse. Everything else we have to buy.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it still that way?
Yeah, still that way.
Wow.
Well, when I was on the job, you bought your own turnout coat and you had a helmet. I brought some helmets here too. And the helmet fit perfectly to your head. They made it a mold to your head. So you didn't need a chin strap; it just stayed on there. And then when Giuliani came in as mayor, and we had a couple of fires where guys got killed and everything, and he couldn't believe how shabby we looked because we had nobody fixed their gear. Nobody gave you new gear, so you went years with this gear, and it looked
Like the
the coats were all ripped up, and I loved the way it looked.
Blaze News Bears, huh?
And all the other fire departments around the country, they already had bunker pants and bunker coats, and they had hoods. You had to wear these. I hated all of that. I hated the bunker pants. I hated the hoods. And so that changed right there from the uniforms. And then they gave us a new helmet, 3 sizes, small, medium, large. And they had to have a damn chin strap to hold it on. It was a lot heavier.
Oh.
I hated it.
Yeah.
But you get charges if you didn't wear it. You know, if you took your old helmet and you got caught with it, or you got caught without your bunker pants on, because it was like the takeover. It takes a few years before the old timers really give in to all the changes.
Everything takes a few years to kind of seep in.
Oh, especially in the fire department, it's all tradition.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that was one of the nice things. Even like whenever I would go with it was my first girlfriend, her dad. Whenever I'd go over there, it would just be nice to see the guys all spending time together,
Yeah.
And they would know other fire departments around the city. It was just like, it was like definitely a, it was like this kind of secret society that was a little bit, it was a little hidden kind of, because you don't really think about the fire department all the time, you know?
I didn't.
But they're right there, dude.
Yep.
And,
Oh,
and they're the first ones that have to get involved when things get bad.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
If it's okay to talk about what were things like during 9/11? Like what was, I mean, I know kind of like what some things were like, but when you look back on it, like,
Well, I got off work that morning. I did a 24-hour tour on the 10th, and I just got home, and I had a power wash and painting business on the side.
Oh, yeah.
And I had my Dominican helper waiting for me at home, So I got home. We came in. I'm making coffee, and my wife calls me. She's at work, and she says, "You see what happened? They flew a plane into the towers." I'm like, "You're kidding me!" I put a little TV on that I had in the kitchen, and I'm like, "Holy shit!" I'm like, what happened? Did the guy have a heart attack? I thought it was like a single plane that the guy just flew in by accident.
yeah, some guy fucking just couldn't get a
You didn't
ravioli
know the
down or
first
something.
one. You didn't know it was
Couldn't
terrorists.
get a
So then
ravioli
we get to the paint store, and the guys are all around the counter with a TV, and I come in, and the guy Tony turns around. He says, "What the fuck is they fucking terrorists flew planes into the fucking towers?" And I'm like, "Holy shit!" Now I see both towers going. Now I know, it was an attack. So I says, "All right, we got to get out of here." I had to paint a rabbi's house in Woodmere. So I got this painting truck with ladders, Tony's power washing and paint. I raced on the way there. I hear the first tower collapses. So I'm like, I'm cursing. I'm like, motherfuckers. My Dominican guy don't speak English. He doesn't really hear, but he knows something bad. So he knows the towers. So now I get another 20 minutes, 10 minutes later or whatever, and I hear the second tower come down, and I was at a light. I put my foot on the brake, and I just started crying. I was on the steering wheel because I knew how many guys just got killed, from this whole deal.
Oh,
I was crushed.
so at that point, did you know because you were privy to the information of, or you just knew how it
I
worked?
just knew the way it works. They called in everything once those planes hit.
Could you have gone back in, or you weren't even allowed to go in?
When?
Like at that moment, since you had just gotten off of a shift?
No, well now I race to the rabbi's house. I throw the ladders, the paint. I knock on the rabbi's door. I says, "Listen, Rabbi, I'm a fireman from New York City. I got to go to the trade center." I knew he knew it because I could hear the TV on inside. So he's like, "Okay." I said, "Roberto's going to take care of everything." I told Roberto, "Listen, I don't know when I'm going to see you again." But he's like, "No worry, no problem. My boss, I take care." He was such a great guy. So now I'm racing with my van, and I'm going in and out of the the elevated train, and I've got my hand on the horn, and I'm pedal to the metal, and everybody's probably looking like, what the fuck is with that painter? I'm in on the wrong side of traffic. I'm just like the French Connection. I'm in and out of fucking cars. I get to the firehouse, and it's chaotic. Everybody's running in. What are we going to do? Who's going? How are we going to get there? One guy said he was taking a boat because my firehouse in Howard Beach was on a canal. Yeah, so my friend Whipper comes in. He's got a Suburban, and my friend Bobby comes, and it was like, "I'm going in with my Suburban. Whoever wants to go, I'm leaving now."
And were there some guys that did not want to go, did not want to be involved?
No, everybody went.
Wow.
Yeah, so we grabbed our gear. A lot of guys went to a staging area. They made that mistake because they got stuck at the staging area. We took my friend's Suburban right to the pile, right there. I mean, we were heading down Woodhaven Boulevard, and I'm like,
And there was no traffic?
it was traffic. It was, I mean, the shit hit the fan already. So the whip is driving crazy, my friend the whipper. And I'm like, Whip, don't get anybody killed already. We're enough people already, slow down a little. So we get to the LIE and the cops have it shut off, the entrance to the Long Island Expressway. So I stick my turnout coat out the window and they move the cop cars and they wave us in, So
That
now,
had to feel crazy.
It
Was there
man.
some, I mean, obviously there's excitement, probably a ton of adrenaline,
fucking
fear.
adrenaline. What are we going to do when we get there?
Right.
So we're going to be an ambulance. We're going to take bodies and we're going to rush them to the hospital. That's what we figured. So now we're racing down there and we get to the Midtown Tunnel and my friend Whip is the driver, man. He's the best. We're doing 100 and we're going through the Midtown Tunnel and it's like a time warp with the lights and the yellow bricks and we're doing 100 miles an hour. We come out, we head downtown, by the Midtown Tunnel. We head down and he takes us right to the rubble. And we get out of the car and it's dark like an eclipse. And all the stuff is coming down on us, all the paper and the ash. Yeah, it was dark. The walls were standing still.
Did
And
it look something like this or it
looked
looked
just
different?
like that, only that's a week later or whatever maybe. But it was dark. And when we got out of the car, we couldn't breathe. So we had to rip up T-shirts and we put them around our faces to breathe. And then I noticed there was an old hardware store right across the street with like a glass door. So I grabbed a tire iron, I went over, I smashed the door open, and we all went in. We grabbed ropes and masks and sledgehammers, whatever. The cops came in behind us. Everybody was grabbing shit. So now we start to climb, and it was like the top of the Trade Center was only about 6 stories high now, and we were climbing, and there was nobody around. It was quiet, dark, eerie, and we heard all the pass alarms going off that when firemen aren't moving, makes a screechy noise, and you could hear that all around, and there was maybe 1 or 2 other firemen. We were the only ones there, and we were going in and out of voids, going, anybody hear us banging on shit, and waiting to see if that happens, and nobody. Finally, we worked all the way up to the roof of the Trade Center, which was AstroTurf, and now you could see, and it looked like it went on for a mile, it was like a movie set. It was so crazy. And on the one side was the EAB bank, and it was on fire. And they had, they had mesh, like the black mesh covering it, and all you saw was the black mesh and the flames coming out. It was like satanic. Oh, it was so creepy. And so now we're climbing all around, inside, in and out of voids, and we did this for like maybe about 1 o'clock. We got there at 11:30, and my friend Bobby says, Tone, my throat's closing up. We got to get water. So I said, Whip, we got to get water. We got to head to the street. Now it's like 1 o'clock. People are coming in from everywhere. Firemen, from cops, firemen, the National Guard was coming in. So we worked our way to the street, and then we needed water. And there was a guy, a Wall Street guy, with the expensive suit on, covered in cement dust, and he had a bottle of water, like
Those big bottles?
the big bottle, and he was going around giving everybody water and trying to wash their eyes out and shit. And we were just waiting our turn to get some of that water. And as we were doing that, these 4 women, they come out of nowhere. They set up 2 barrels, a piece of plywood. They had Wonder Bread and peanut butter and jelly, and they started making sandwiches out of nowhere. It humbled. And I got a little emotional because it was like, to see all these people coming together right at this time, no matter what your race, creed, color, working together. So we passed the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. We had the water and we went back. But before we got up, a deputy gets up on a car and he yells to whoever can hear, and it was like, 6 truck. We just got a call. They're trapped. They're in a shaft. And we're going to find them. We were like, this is the first time we're hearing anybody's alive. We're like, yeah. So everybody starts running for get gear. And there's a rescue truck that was crushed. And we ran over to the rescue truck and we started opening up compartments. I grabbed a jackhammer. We grabbed some big ass jackhammer, bits, bottles for air, and now we start heading out to look for them.
At least you had a mission.
Oh, we were on a mission now. Now we're looking for. So now another 2 hours climbing up and down these But meanwhile, Building 7, which is the big building everybody talks about, was on fire from the moment we got there. Every floor
Really?
was burned. Every floor.
And what caused that fire?
Just the collapse. They had the 2 trade centers.
Oh,
just
the collapse
collapsed
of the
right
other?
in front of them.
Right.
Yeah, there was a lot of buildings on fire. So, so now we're working up and down, and I take a fall. I fall into a void, and I fall on my right shoulder. And my Bobby comes running over. He's like, "Kiddo, you all right?" I said, "Yeah, I fucking hurt my shoulder." He helps me up. I take the jackhammer. I throw it into a void. I'm like, "Fuck this shit." We had no radios. We didn't know if they found anybody or anything. Oh, excuse me, my pin.
It was almost impossible.
It was impossible. Finally, we threw all this shit down because it was a couple hours already climbing again. And when you're climbing up these big jagged pieces of concrete,
I'm sure it's scary.
in and out, in and out. And we made our way into a store, like a high-end store that was maybe 3 stories up. And we went in through the window because
3
that's
stories
how
up what?
high, because the rubble was that high. So we crawled into their window, and it was a high-end women's store. And it's dusty and dark, and we're crawling around. I'm looking under all the clothes to see if there's anything. We're yelling, "Anybody here? Anybody here?" Nobody there. So we worked our way back out, and now we went to the Marriott, which was a hotel right there. And we came in one of these big broken windows.
It was right there at ground. It was right there at
Yeah.
ground zero, huh?
Yeah, and we
Oh.
climbed down the debris into the lobby of the hotel. We're the only ones there, So we're like, "Holy shit, look at this place," We're looking around.
And it was kind of kept okay.
It was a big lobby. There was ash and broken
Okay.
glass and shit, but it wasn't collapsed.
Right.
So I said, "Look over there. I see a fireman sitting at one of those little desks in the lobby." We're like, "Holy shit." So we go running over. First fireman we're seeing, and he's covered in shit, no helmet. He's like pale white. He's in shock. And he's sitting there, and we're like, "Holy shit, buddy, you okay? Okay?" And he turns and he looks at me, and it's one of the young guys that got on rotation. He just left our house, and they sent him to Manhattan. We called him Monkey Man.
Wow.
I'm like, "Holy shit, Monkey, what the fuck?" And he looked up at me, and he said, "All my guys are dead. They're all dead." And we were like, "Oh shit!" And I'm like, kind of rubbing his shoulder. My other guys are like, Monkey, you all right? You all right?" And he was in shock, So we're like, "Look, Monkey, we gotta go, man. You're okay. We're gonna leave you here." And it was funny because the phone was on the table with the little messenger light blinking. It was the weirdest sight, And we left him. We climbed back out the window, back onto the debris. It's a long day. Yeah, we were there till like 9:30 at night from 11:30 in the morning. So we were going along. We found a hose line, believe it or not, a hose line all the way from the Hudson. And there was a big opening with a void that had black smoke was pouring out of it. So we had the line, and for about an hour and a half, we just sat there with Building 7 about 100 yards away from us, burning. And we sat there, and one guy would go around through the voids, and the other 2 guys would just hold the hose line, pouring it into this hole from hell. I mean, it was horrible. So all of a sudden, we're doing that, and we see this chief, and he starts yelling at us. He's between us and Building 7, and he says, "Drop that line, get out of here, this building's gonna come down." So we were like, "Holy shit, okay." We cracked it open a little, wedged it into some rocks so the water would keep going down the hole, and we took off. And we were like, "Hey," it was like 5 o'clock. We're like, "We're hungry, we're thirsty, we're tired, we're covered in shit. Let's go back to the rig, his Suburban, and we'll go uptown and we'll get something to eat, and then we'll come back." So we get off the pile, like, "Where's the car?" "I think it's a few blocks this way." So now we're heading down, and there's nobody around still. I mean, as far as, besides firemen coming in. So I don't know if you ever heard of Penny Crone, but she was like a popular reporter on Fox News. She was a real tough girl. She was, Penny Crone. And I don't know if she was Fox, but there she is. It's a very well-known New York reporter.
She was out there on the street?
She was in the street when we were walking, and she had a microphone and a cameraman. And she came running up to us. She's like, guys, can you give me some information what's like down there?" So the 3 of us are standing there, and she puts this big microphone in front of me, and she goes, "Can you tell me?" I said, "Oh, It's bad, really bad. Just put it in front of my other friend, Bobby. Bad, he says, horrible. My other friend says the same thing. She's getting nothing out of it. She's like, she pulls back, you know, they ask us another question, and I'm like, holy shit, look over there. And there's this Asian woman covered in dirt, bleeding from her head, and she's got a suitcase in her hand. So like, we run over to her. We're like, ma'am, are you okay? She was in shock or whatever. And she just kept like looking, and my friend went to take the suitcase, and she yanked it back, you know, and then she just walked away, and we were like, holy shit, that was weird. What do you think's in that suitcase? My friend said, money. The way she had that grip on that thing, it was full of money.
Batch of yen in there, I bet.
A lot of yen.
Wow.
Some egg rolls, I don't know. But we got to the Suburban, and it was covered. Now it was green. It was now gray. So we all get in, and it was like, Theo, the seats, the leather seats were like, oh, we were squishing our backs in, you know. We were getting comfortable. I was almost 40 at that time.
I can't even imagine. And the fact is you're alive. Like, you've been through I can't even imagine, like, what your body's going through.
Oh, we were beat. We were covered in shit. And so it was funny because he put the car on, and he started up, and he put the air conditioner on, and it blew smoke. It blew dust at us, like Lily Munster's vacuum cleaner. Thing was, I'm like, oh, everybody's getting it, choking. The thing's blowing smoke out all the dust. We're like, thanks, we needed that. Now we're heading uptown. Even with the windows open, the dust is flying off the rig. And we go up to 16 Truck, up in Midtown somewhere, and we take a break. I go in, we get a drink of water. I call my wife.
What has she been thinking?
I don't know. It's like, 5:30. Oh, I forgot to say, before we got to the car, Building 7 collapsed.
Oh.
We just missed it. We heard a roar. My friend said 7 just came down. So we were like, holy shit, we just missed it.
But you've been near that all day down there.
All day, it was burning.
Because there's a lot of speculation about Building 7 over the years.
I think it's all bullshit.
You do?
Because I was there, yeah. I mean, it kind of gets me a little, because I don't know what really happened that day. Who knows, who was involved, whatever. I have no idea.
Right.
But all I know is Building 7 was burning all day long, from first floor to the top floor, every window. So, people were saying there was explosions and this.
But you
and
saw
that.
firsthand that it had been kind of cooking
And all the
day.
firemen that I ever talked to that were there that day, everybody says there was no fucking explosions.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have all these things. Like the other day, I thought I saw an AI bullshit thing about guys saying they heard explosions. Like they're putting that out on the internet, and it looks real. You think they're really firemen. You got to be careful today. You never know what's real.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. You can't tell.
You can almost tell a little bit today, but imagine a few years from now with the AI, you'll never be able to tell.
Yeah.
You'll need like an AI detection kit.
They probably will have that.
Yeah. Maybe we can get in on that. We could come up with it first.
Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, if that's what we met for today, to be able to start that and like keep that out of the
that
world.
could save the world.
What about over time with 9/11? There's been a lot of conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Has any of that grown in the world of the fire department culture or anything like that? Or is it person by person? Or because you guys were one of the most affected groups,
Yeah, 343 men we lost that day. It's hard to even get over that number. Yeah, it was a lot, and we knew it was a lot. When we left 16 Truck, we stopped at a Genovese drugstore somewhere in Manhattan, and we went in and we got a couple of bottles of water, about 4 giant Milky Ways, and some batteries for our flashlights. So now we're covered in shit, we're up at the counter, and the young girl's ringing us up, and she goes, "You guys come from the Trade Center?" So my friend Bobby says, "Well, what gives you that idea?" So she just like looked and grinned. She's like, "No charge for you guys." So we took off. We ate our Milky Ways. We had our water, and then we went back to the pile.
Is there a picture from that day, Nick? Do you have it? Where we gonna? If you have that, just pull it up. They won't even wait for me to see that.
That's my 2 buddies. That was like a couple of weeks later.
That's Whip and the other guy?
That's my friend Andrew and Marty. That's back, you would have to go down and work at the Trade Center.
Yeah.
And it was very unhealthy. A lot of guys got cancer. A lot of guys died after the Trade Center.
We just had a breathing expert in the other day, this guy, James Nestor, and he has a New York Times bestseller, a book called Breath. And he talks about, is it Ground Zero? Ground Zero lung?
Okay.
He talks about ground glass
Yeah,
lung.
the glass.
It's a condition that that happened to a lot of people who were first responders at Ground Zero. Have you heard about this?
Yeah. Well, I never heard about the ground glass, but of course the breathing. Everybody was in. If you were there for like a month or two, some guys were there 2, 3, 4 months. My friend Bobby was there the whole time. He just got his nephew on the job. It was his nephew's first job, and he was in the trouble. He was there every day looking for his body, day and night.
Looking for his nephew?
Nephew, yeah, for his sister. Yeah, it was.
God, that's heartbreaking, huh?
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a great guy too.
Who, his nephew?
No, my friend Bobby. This is his. He's the boxing. He runs the fire department boxing team.
He is? Bring him
Yeah.
out. Let's get a picture of him.
Bobby, you see him on there. Bobby McGuire, FDNY Boxing. He's a Golden Glove champ.
Is he a pretty interesting guy?
Oh, you wouldn't. I don't know if you know the Knicks, but his uncles are Dickie McGuire and Al McGuire and Mark Cadman.
The Knicks?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
His father was John McGuire, and he was like a big guy in New York. Jimmy Breslin actually called him the King of Queens because he opened the first gay bar in Queens back in the day.
Oh, that's incredible, man. Oh,
Yeah.
he sounds like an interesting guy. I'd love to get
he's
to
a
meet him
great guy,
sometime.
yeah.
I bet he's got some good stories too, just from the boxing history of it. You know, Joey Diaz used to he used to shovel ice out of James J. Braddock's driveway over in Jersey.
Yeah, yeah. I heard him say that.
That's pretty wild.
He'd give him like a couple of bucks.
Yeah,
or
give him a
something.
couple of bucks. And Joey would be like, this guy's been punched in the head so many times.
Yeah.
He thought he gave me a 5. He gave me a 10. So, but that's just a wild story right
Yeah,
there.
yeah. So
Oh, go back and show the guys. That's Marty right there.
that's Bobby.
That's
Bobby
Bobby?
McGuire.
Bobby McGuire. And what was his nephew's name? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember. My wife might. I don't.
Alan.
Right. Alan. He was a lifeguard in Rockaway, the kid.
His last name was Allen, and he just
Yeah.
started on the.
He just started. It was like
Wow.
his first job. And Bobby was there, and his breathing is, he's had a lot of breathing problems. Once you're there too long. So anyway, they're having a fight in Madison Square Garden in March. We fight the cops every year.
Yeah?
It's called the Battle of the Badges.
Who's won over time, over the years? Who's won the most? Do you think? Is
Well,
that
the cops are double the amount of pool that they can get. They're twice as big an organization as us.
Great point.
We're like 30,000. They're like 60,000. But we get some good fighters, and we've beat them quite a few times. They fight everywhere. They fight in England. They fight in Ireland.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they'll fight any fire department, any cops,
So Bobby and his gang, this is like a thing they do all year.
all year. Yeah. Oh, he's so busy.
So he runs the FDNY
Yeah.
Boxing Club.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They raise like hundreds of thousands for tunnels to towers every year.
And what is Tunnels to Towers?
That's with the like World Trade Center Foundation, where the guy's brother ran through from Staten Island. He ran through the tunnel to get to the Trade Center, and he passed away. And so they started this organization, and it's huge.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. We'll make a donation to him.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, right here. Born from the tragedy of 9/11, the Tunnels to Towers Foundation carries out its mission to do good by providing mortgage-free homes to Gold Star and fallen first responder families with young children and building specially adapted smart homes for catastrophically injured veterans and first responders. Wow.
And they ran through the tunnel with their gear on to get to Manhattan.
Oh, the FDNY Boxing Club is comprised of active duty members of FDNY and EMS who train on their own time, established in 1982. FDNY Boxing has spent 40 years raising funds for worthwhile charities through
very good at it. Yeah.
spirited competition. Yeah, man, we'll make a donation to them.
I'm going.
Bravest boxing team will defend the Big Apple in the second international Battle of the Badges, huh?
The funny thing is, the best fights are in the crowd. The cops and the firemen going at it. Holy shit, the brawls. One time I was there, and this girl cop, she was bad-mouthing some firemen, and she threw a soda at the guy. And the one fireman says, hey, I don't hit firemen. The other fireman said, I do. And he clocked her.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, she went flying over the thing. The whole fight broke out. It was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, once you throw a soda at you.
Yeah, and with all the people getting sex changes now, you don't know who's got what on them.
Exactly.
I'm not frisking you first.
Yeah,
to
what are you
find out.
packing?
yeah. How has the department changed since you got involved in now?
Well, from when I got on, and then in the early, late 90s, mid 90s, computers came in. And that changed a lot. Computers and now digital things. We had fax machines and computers. And that changed a lot of things. Before it was just writing in a book, you know. Now more things are more digital. So they had a little more eyes on you, you know. You couldn't get away with as much.
Right, a lot more technology stuff
Yeah, because
like
back in the
that.
day, you know, the bosses ran the firehouse. There was nobody else that knew what was going on. Whatever they put in the book was what it was. Matter of fact, when I bought my house, it was a funny story. I was 24. And I told my boss, I told the bank, yeah, this is where I work if you want to check on my employment. And I gave him the number to the truck office. So I said, this is what I make, you know, and it was like twice what I was making. He's like, you can't say that. I said, just tell the bank, don't worry about it. And it worked.
What did Christine say when you called her that? It must have been crazy.
Oh,
huh?
yeah, well, her sister answered the phone, Bernie, and I was like, Bernie, and she's like, Tony, how the fuck are you? What's going on? I said, oh, my God, we just got Firehouse. We're taking a break. We're all okay, and I'll talk to my wife, tell her, you know, I love her, and I'll see her in a bit. I'll call her later. So I hung up, and we went back to the... We went back to the pile. So now we get back on the pile. It's like, what do we want? First, we're walking along, and guys are like seeing other guys that you know, you're hugging. So my friend Bobby sees a guy they're hugging, and I'm standing there like on a plateau. And this guy hits me, another fireman. He goes, buddy, you're standing on somebody. And I was like, oh, shit. And I look down, and this guy in this three-piece suit, he's like part of the ground. He's looking up at me, and I'm like, oh, my God. That was the first body I saw all day. Wow. Yeah, so now we're like, okay, so now we're moving along. What do you want to do? They started a bucket brigade. I don't know, they must have 1,000 Home Depot buckets. And you would pass a bucket and take a bucket.
Just
pass
moving
a
water
bucket.
along.
For like hours we were doing that, you know, and it was
Like
starting.
Fantasia.
Yeah, it was getting dark out, you know, the day was getting, it was like around 7:30, 8 o'clock. And so now we're doing this for hours. My back is killing me. And all of a sudden, we hear all this yelling. Everybody's yelling and cheering. It's 9:30 at night, you know, or 9 o'clock. I'm like, what is that? What is that? My friend Bobby goes, look over there, down there. And we look down, and here comes a parade of iron workers with heavy machinery, cranes. They got their hard hats on, cut-off shirts. Everybody's got their fists in the air. They're all hanging off the machines. Everybody's cheering like we won the Super Bowl. They were like, it was a drop in the bucket, but they got right to work, started taking off all the heavy shit. You know, I mean, it had months, almost a year to go, but it was just a start.
Yeah,
And it just felt so good.
like we had a chance.
Yeah, and then finally we were like, you know, let's start heading home, you know. And I met a few guys heading home, and I was thinking in the back of my mind, all the guys, you know, that got killed. We had no idea how many yet.
Imagine.
And I run into a friend of mine, and he was off in a rescue company, and I said, hey, John. He said, Tony, how you doing? He goes, you know, Tony, Jerry was working, and Jerry was like one of my best friends. And I was like, oh, God, I just like stepped back because I knew he was in Rescue 1. I was devastated. My friend Whip saw it, and he put his arm around me. He said, come on, Hunu, let's go. Let's leave. And I was like, I'm still emotional.
It's heartbreaking. What was his name? Jerry what?
Jerry Nevins.
Jerry Nevins. Let's
Yeah.
see a picture of him, huh?
Funny story, when he told me he was going to leave to go to rescue, I was like, you motherfucker, are you fucking kidding me? It was like, because everybody was leaving. You know, I was there 15 years. I was losing guys left and right. They were getting made, lieutenant. He wanted to go to a rescue company. And we used to bash rescue all the time. Rescue's like a special company. You know,
Yeah.
when a truckie or a fireman gets in trouble, they send a rescue guy to get him. You know, they're like expertise.
They're like the Marines or whatever, kind of, or
They're
no?
like, the Marines, but they're like specialists.
Is that Jerry?
Yeah, it's Jerry.
Oh, there he is.
And they were on 42nd Street, Rescue 1. So they're right in the middle of Times Square.
Oh, they were there.
Oh, he made so many rescues. It was amazing.
Wow, so he enjoyed it once he got over there.
Oh, I used to go to some medal days, and he'd be there, and 2-3 medals, you know, hanging off of buildings, scaffoldings, and say, you know, 'cause a lot of times in Midtown, the scaffoldings would break, and they'd have to go over ropes and get these guys. And yeah, he was just a great find. But when he told me he was going to rescue, I was crushed. I was like, you got to be kidding me. He told me in the middle of a box, we were checking out a building. So now I get back in the rig, and we're going down the St. Nicholas Avenue, and I turn the ladder all the way out. So now it looks like a square, you know? And I'm like this way looking at him. He's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, fuck you. We straighten it out. Now we're crossing over Amsterdam Avenue, and I see them put the lights on. Like, okay, we're getting a run. I see the boss on the phone, you know, and he's taking down the information, puts his arm out, like, we got to run. It sounds like a job. Numerous calls. Numerous calls means you're going to work. That means people are calling. You know, I see a fire, I see a fire, I see a fire.
It's not just some weirdo
just
with a Ouija board. Yeah.
Yeah, no Ouija boards, no fake alarms. You hear numerous calls, you know you're going to work. So now we go around Broadway, and I see it. We come up, and it's the second floor. It's blowing out, like 4 windows. And there's an awning off the fire escape on the second floor, and it's still not fire out. I got to get in there. I'm the OV. That's my job. So now I'm getting a ladder out. I'm putting the ladder up. The Dominican guys in the street, they're helping me place the ladder into the thing. I climb up the ladder. I smash the window out. I put my mask on, and I drop in. Now it's blowing all the other rooms. This room is getting ready to blow, you know? It gets hot. So now I'm in there, and I'm searching around, and I get lost. I get pumped into a bureau on my knees, and I get disorientated, and I'm getting scared because my ears are starting to burn. I know it's going to light up. So, which is crazy, I got caught in a closet. You'd never think, how'd you get caught in a closet, right? But I'm crawling in thinking it's an opening, and I turned in there, and I'm in this closet. Now I can't get out of the closet. I'm going around in a circle. My ears are burning, and all of a sudden I hear Jerry. He came in behind me, and Jerry had a bite bar, which was like totally illegal. Instead of having a mask with a net on, it was like you had a little bite bar in the mask, so you didn't need that. You just held it with your teeth, which was totally outlawed, but it made it easier to take it on and off. So I hear him say, Tony. And I'm like, Jerry. He's like, you got to get out of here. It's going to light up. I'm like, I can't find my way out. I was like taking my mask off, calling for my mother. I thought I was a dead man.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden, I heard the engine at the door, and I heard this guy McCarthy yelling, kick its ass, hit it. And I heard the water coming in, and I was like, oh, it was music to my ears. I was going to live again. And then after that, when I was in the street, I was like a zombie, you know? And Jerry was like, yo, what the fuck's wrong with you? I said, dude, that was fucking close. He just laughed, you know? But that was it. He went to rescue the next day. I never even thanked him for coming in after me that day.
Oh. Man. Yeah, I mean, it's just, even the stories are so, like, exhilarating. I can imagine, I can't even imagine what it's like, really.
Your fear of AI is the collapse of humanity.
Not the collapse, the abrupt extermination.
There's a
There's a
difference. What
The AI Doc, or How I Became an Apocalyptimist. PG-13. Only in theaters March 27th.
New from Einstein Bros Bagels. The $8 breakfast and brew. Build your own egg sandwich on a fresh...
We were putting a fire out. I made a cover of a magazine. I think we could bring it up. It was called Fire Command. I didn't know what it was. You know, it was like one of these buff magazines. Yeah, that's me in the middle.
In a neck brace?
Yeah. I look like an Italian organ grinder, monkey man, right?
Look, I thought you were going to show me maybe you made the calendar.
I got the little ringlets in my hair. I got the bow ties on. And a friend next to me, Kenny, he was a probie. So funny story, we had to take this line up the fire escape because we got called in as an extra engine. There was a lot of fire. People were trapped. They were having a hard time putting the fire out from the inside. So we're taking the line up the fire. Now I'm in the engine. I'm detailed. I'm never hardly in the engine. So, but when they need a guy and you got an extra guy, you go across the floor. So now I'm in the engine, and we're taking this line up the fire escape to the 5th floor. And the boss is yelling. This boss is Joe McLaughlin. He's yelling, Richie, get in there, hit it. Finally, they charge the line. We tie it off to the fire escape. I mean, it's a lot of water going up that high. He's hitting the water. The guy right here, Richie, that's squinting his eyes. And he's hitting the water, and we're pushing our way in. We made it up to the fire floor escape. We pushed the fire in, and now we're crawling in. We're climbing in through the window. The boss is yelling, they're looking at us, Richie. They're looking at us because we're outside on the fire escape. We get in. The ceiling comes down on our heads. All this hot plaster and shit's fucking burned my neck. So now we're getting in. We get to, like, the engine on the other side is coming, and they're making a good push. They're putting the fire out. We're putting the fire out. So now we're at this, like, wall with a window, and I'm on top of something. Me and another guy, we're like kneeling. I thought it was a pillow from the couch. So the boss tells the probie, take the line and shoot the water out the window, and it'll take a lot of the smoke so we can start to see what's going on here. And as they're doing that, you can start to see a little. The boss takes his mask off, and he goes, holy shit, look what you're kneeling on. And I look down, and we're kneeling on a corpse with no head, no legs, and no arms, and he's all like a crispy burnt. We're like, we all jump off. We're like, holy shit. I thought it was a couch piece, you know? And it was just, that's what happened. They killed this guy. They cut him up, and then they lit the place on fire. That's why there's so much fire. You get a lot of fire in the middle of the day, it's usually awesome. Somebody poured gasoline or something. Yeah.
That was a murder, huh?
It was a murder. So anyway, before that,
So anyway.
Kenny's a probie. He's probably about 21 years old. And he was in softball, and he hurt his leg sliding into second base. So we were on inspection. I said, Kenny, what happened to your leg? He said, I cut it on softball. I said, that looks fucking terrible. Then we got that run to the fire. So now we're leaving the fire. We're going down the steps. I said, we're all going sick. We're tapping out, right? So I said, we're going to go with our necks from the ceiling coming down. I said, Kenny, take that bandage off and tell him you got burnt on your leg. Right? So we get in the street. The street's busy. It's all fire department, cops. There's reporters in the street and everything. And the fire department doctor comes running over to us. And I said, the ceiling came down on our heads. And he's like, and I says, and this guy got burned on his leg. And he calls Kenny's leg up. He looks at the softball injury and he goes, 3rd-degree burns, patch this man right up. So I look at Kenny because he didn't know, it was his first take. So now they take us, we're on the wall, like on Malcolm X Boulevard. And they take us we said, where's the boss? We don't know where Joe McLaughlin is. So we see a bunch of people like standing around. Somebody's on the ground. They're taking pictures. We go over there when we see the boss. He's on the stretcher, getting his head taped down, and they're all taking pictures of him. We're like, Lou, you okay? You okay? And he looks up. He goes, get the fuck out of my pictures, he says. We're like, he's okay. So they put us in the bus. There he is, the best, Joe McLaughlin, CPO Joe. Well, he was in the 17 truck in the Bronx in the war years. So he was a well-rounded fireman, tough as nails.
Wow.
Yeah, so he says, get the fuck out of my pictures. So we're laughing. Everybody's taking pictures of him. So now they take us to the hospital, So we're in the emergency room in Columbia Press, and the young nurses are patching up and they're laughing with us, and it's a busy emergency room. And Kenny's got his thing on. And so all of a sudden, this like middle-aged head nurse comes in, good-looking woman, probably 40 or so. So she goes to Kenny's leg and she moves the bandage. She makes a face, and she's like, when did this happen? And the kid, he's sitting there, he's like, we're all looking at him laughing, And she just like patches it up. She goes, you're lucky we love you guys. And we're like, we love you too, Busted. So about a couple of weeks later, I come into the firehouse and this guy says, hey, here's one of the superstars. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you made the cover of a magazine. So I'm like, holy shit, you're kidding. So now I go in the kitchen and everybody's clapping and everything. They already have the picture in a frame, right? But they changed it from report on firefighters' injuries. They put report on firefighters faking injuries. So they put captions on everybody. So you see the woman with her arms crossed and the bandana. Mm-hmm. Her caption said, I know those motherfuckers are faking. And then there's a cop like walking here and he goes, yeah, chief, I got those fakers right here. And then this salty Harlem fireman is looking at us and his thing says, you guys disgust me. Look at that sad face. Oh my God. That ringlet hair.
I love how you guys already have your neck braces on.
You got the braces on.
Oh yeah, I kept that in my back pocket.
Well, we had a prop closet at home. Canes and braces.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, so that was that. We made that cover. I still have that hanging today.
Oh, it's just to go down to some memory lane, man. Just to think about different things, and just to hear about the camaraderie of what like the lifestyle was like.
Yeah.
Bring up the part about the ground glass lung. Is that what it's called? I just wanted to make sure that I mention it on here so that people know about it. Let me see. Ground glass lungs refers to a radiological finding on CT scans showing hazy opacities in the lungs, often linked to inflammation or fibrosis from inhaling toxic dust at ground zero
Yeah, the pulverized.
after the 9/11 attacks. The dust cloud contained over 2,500 contaminants, 50% construction debris, 40% glass fibers, 9% cellulose.
Yeah.
Inhaling the dust led to World Trade Center lung injury, with firefighters losing up to 12 years of lung function. 70% of workers showed respiratory decline.
Yeah, the longer you worked down there, the worse it was.
Yeah.
Because the dust really never settled for months.
Yeah, it's so crazy to think that it created a new disease,
Yeah,
you know?
probably. Well, think about all those offices, all those fluorescent lights, all those
Oh.
computers. They just got pulverized with dust. That's why everybody was covered between that and the cement.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Tony, yeah, there's so many more things I want to talk to you about. Maybe we could have you come back sometime
Anytime.
and talk about other. Do it or not.
I feel like Alan from The Hangover. Can you? How far can you see?
I can't see at all.
My vision was still ass, but I could see pretty. You look like a 3 blind mice.
You look like. Hold on.
You look like a.
You look cool, dude. You're trying to be cool and blind. Don't be that fucking
I'm
dude.
trying to sit back. Do you want me to? Should I sit back like that?
Dude, nothing's crazier than that dude who's trying to be cool and blind, dude. He's
is-
like,
It
he's
is-
trying to post up like he's not blind or whatever.
That is. Well,
That's what you're doing, dude. I'm.
if I had the money and I was blind, I would 100% pimp out a cane or something. Yeah.
Would you have a CNI dog? I'd have 4 CNI dogs, dude. I'd be like that
Oh,
guy,
like the dog that get. Oh,
like in the Iditarod, that race. You
yeah,
know?
with the Alaska.
Yeah. They'd be like, damn, this motherfucker see him for miles, bro. I'd have 5 fucking CNI dogs. 2 of them would be cane corsos, and one of them would be a cocaine corso.
You probably haul ass on those things. They're
Bro.
pretty fast.
I'd be so fucking blind. I'd be a fucking boss. They'd be like, I don't even need to see, motherfucker. That's how dope I am.
If you could pick one of your senses that you had to lose, which one would it be?
Probably.
Probably eating pussy. What was the question?
Oh my god. Or if you could lose any of your senses, that would be the feeling of, I don't know, is that taste or smell or feeling? That's like 3 senses you knocked out right there.
Look, you need a lot of them to do it like I do it. You know what I'm saying,
Really?
right? Yeah.
Oh, you got a Carnival Cruise buffet over there, huh?
No, I'm just joking, dude. I have no idea, dude. I would probably lose. Well, let me see. First of all,
Wait, so do you?
Let's
wait,
act-
wait,
let's
let's
act,
go back do you actually you get in there?
do I do oral sex or whatever?
Oh, you frame it like that. You eat ass,
Oh, whoa, dude,
bro.
no.
You're fishing in the same spot. What do you
No,
mean?
bro? I mean, I've had a little. But I'm
What do you mean?
not,
Like you accidentally
calm down, bro.
Big calm down. You brought it up.
Don't be the cool blind dude.
I'm
dude.
not the cool blind
Yeah,
dude.
you are.
You put on glasses. Immediately talked about eating pussy.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you're trying to out oral farm me.
I'm not oral farming, dude.
No, I'm not. It's not oral farming. It's not. It's aura farming.
Whatever.
It's a good thing.
Bro, whatever.
It's like when someone thirst straps you. Sorry for interrupting you.
bet type shit, homie. No, you're good.
You fucking with the motion.
Oh, we're
I'm just
good,
kidding. That's a
dude.
TikTok. Welcome to
I
the
haven't
internet.
seen it, but I will say this, dude. I just want us to both be. I don't want you to be the cool blind guy.
I'm not the cool blind guy.
You look at you right now. Tell me you aren't the cool blind guy.
I can't see myself. Do I look pimp?
But dude,
Do
they,
I
like,
pull up to Dave's Hot Chicken? You think they're letting me skip the line?
all I can see is myself, homie. That's where your energy's at right now.
That's why you wear sunglasses inside. There's power in that.
Yeah, dude, these are wild, huh? Yours look good on you.
I don't
though,
know if I'll
man.
take them off.
What else can we talk about? Oh, you had a new Netflix show. What's going on with that?
Oh, it was awesome. I just went to war with a lady, Johnny Manziel's ex-wife, and then
Oh, was Johnny Manziel on that one?
no, it was Johnny Manziel's ex-wife, and that was like
He
the
has an ex-wife?
yeah. Her name's Brie Tessie. She does like Netflix show.
Was Brianna Chicken Fry on that one?
No, she wasn't. It was like the people that were on this show. It was like Dwight Howard, Brie Tessie. Who else?
Dwight Howard was on there.
Mark Esty.
Was he flirting at all with you? You think or no?
I thought the casting was not by accident. Hey, I'm not gonna read between the lines. I saw Dwight Howard. I was like, okay, these motherfuckers know what they're doing. And
Type shit.
there's one time I was like, we're walking around and Dwight said like somebody's like, it's like Sketch, you got nice feet. And I was like, Dwight, you don't want to be in this clip. I don't know if you know. Do you not want to be in this clip? It was like, thank God I didn't make the cut. But it was a great show. It was a great show. And honestly, all the people that like I ended up fighting with made this show. So like,
really?
I do like a little bit of drama on reality TV. So
Zach Justice was there?
yeah, you know Zach Justice?
Bring up Zach Justice. Let me see. I can't remember if I do know him.
He's a YouTuber, and he's really into script writing.
I love
too.
this guy.
He's awesome.
That's what I thought it was.
He's
the best.
I don't want. Well, I guess they're not. He did great on the show.
He's the.
I'm not gonna say how it ends, so you can.
Every time
if you
I
ever
see him,
watch it.
I just feel like I always want to spend more time around him. He's a great guy.
He is a great guy.
He's interesting.
We're trying to think of a show to do together.
Yeah, that'd be a great. I mean, he's just But you guys are so like, people love y'all. You know. On that show, I saw that you guys didn't have your phone for. How long was it?
For 7 days.
Was that tough? What was that like?
That maybe schizophrenic almost. Not like It wasn't that. It was like not having your phone was cool. You got to like lock into the conversations, but like the game in itself like made you kind of like because you're cut off from the world. You can't really eat because the food's like shitty, and then like they don't tell you the time of anything. So like everything's kind of thrown off.
So you could be eating a muffin, you think it's breakfast, and it's 1:15 p.m.
Kind of like, pretty much.
Oh.
But it's like prison. The basis of the show is like imagine there's 12 people locked in prison.
Yeah.
Prize point is $1 million, and then commissary is like high price things that can upgrade your lifestyle.
Okay.
So that's like the basis of the show.
But not having the phone, did that start to tap in at moments where you're like,
I didn't mind it. I always wanted to play reality TV. I was locked in, and I was like trying to get everyone voted off. That got me voted off like rather fast.
so it was fun?
It was fun. I'm just not good at making alliances.
Why is that, you think?
Too much of a talker. And too much of an overthinker.
And not enough water.
Not enough. It's clearly not enough water.
Bro, you gotta fuel that bubbler, homie. You can't bubble if there's no
Well,
water.
we were limited to 2 drinks a night there.
And it was one of them water?
They were $5 grand a piece.
Nuh-uh. So you had to earn money to just buy it.
No, it comes out of the prize pot. So if you wanna relax, you gotta drop 10 G's on the 2 drinks.
Dang.
That's what I spent my money on, though.
I respect that.
Well, it's not your money until you win. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, I like that attitude. It's not your money till you win.
Would you ever? You've done reality TV. Would you ever do like Survivor?
No, I got asked to be on a show. I think it was Mr. Beast show or something. I didn't go do it. I don't know. I just have so much. I just have too much. I'm kind of taking a break from doing stuff because I've just been kind of burnt. I've just been like kind of burnt out.
Burnt out on like doing content and stuff.
Yeah, just like touring and stuff really took it out of me.
Yeah,
for so
traveling
long.
can be.
Yeah, I just needed a break. That's what I need. But yeah, that's pretty much been it.
Do you feel better when you're at home, or do you like being? Does being home make you antsy, like you want to be on the road again, or how does it? For me, it's kind of like that.
It's kind of a mix, I guess. I think what's weird is like I attach a lot of my self-worth probably to like if I am in like. I think like if a woman is interested in me or not. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, but like in terms of like an actual woman right now, or like in terms of like your job.
No, like an actual woman. So I think it's like I start thinking like, oh, I'd like to. I think if I had like I don't know. It's all weird to say. It's like if I had a relationship or something I was really focusing on, I feel like it would be more nice to be at home because then it's like something I can start to work on and build a family and that sort of thing.
100%.
But then since I feel like that's not really happening in my life right now, which I'm not trying to, I feel like I talk about that all the time, so I feel like I start to seem like I'm like whining about it. But so that part of me is then like, oh, maybe I should just go back out on the road. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing really.
Yeah, like did you try to find like
No, just because there's nothing like substantial here right now. Let me just go work. You
yeah,
know?
keep your mind off of things.
Yeah, just because but then also that's a little bit of a trap. So yeah, I think I'm just happy to be at home, let things settle, let things chill.
Yeah, that's
then-
the way you can like wrap your mind around
and I'll
things
meet
too.
somebody.
Like yeah,
Yeah, and give me a chance to wrap my mind around things. And even just to go to like SEC games, it's like I didn't have a chance to do a lot of that for years. It was like, dude, I think I've gone to 8 SEC games this year.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to 3 more before the season's over. I'll have been to an SEC game 9 out of 11 weeks.
that's insane.
Of yeah.
And that's like all fun and stuff. Like what? So like when you do cool stuff, say like you do a big show and like you feel like accomplished. Like who do you usually share? Like who do you like share that with? Like for me, like sometimes I like before I had my girlfriend, I like say like if I met someone big and I'll be like, no way, like this just happened. Like is that like something like in a lady that you're like looking for or is that something like you don't have or do you want or what?
Like, so when you say like share something, like say if I had a fun show, it is kind of weird. Sometimes you just get back in your dressing room and you're just there and it's okay. Like,
Yeah.
you have like my tour manager is great and like, the other comedians and stuff. That's fun. So we had that bond. But there are definitely times where it's like, yeah, you get back home and
There's no one to ground yourself.
yeah, there's not that. There's definitely you start to miss having some sense of home, right?
Yeah.
And then you start to wonder, well, is that going to be something that's in my life, And it's not like, yeah, I could probably find someone, but you want it to be a good fit, and then, yeah, can you get through your own like hurdles and stuff enough to make something like that work, And so
You think it's hard to date? Is it a hard dating pool, or do you think you got high standards, or do you have like a guard up in terms of like just being like a public figure, like you it's like harder to trust?
no, I think I'll date like kind of just. I think I'm good at knowing who to trust, kind of.
Yeah.
And I think I'm good at, I'll try to just meet somebody here or there. Sometimes it is hard to make the time for it.
Yeah, making time for it's
That's
definitely
a big thing.
one of the hardest things about like
Yeah,
dating, and then and it's something where you have to travel a lot.
yeah,
Because then, like, if you have an animal, who's gonna watch the animals? Or like, if who's gonna man the fort?
yeah. Also, like, I have to realize, like, I may have these expectations of things, but I have to let some of those go. It's like, I think there's always been this part of me that's like, oh, it's gonna feel like whenever I met somebody when I was like 17 or 13, like, there's always this kind of like romanticizing the issue,
Yeah.
or something. And then it's like, oh, well, I might meet somebody this way or this way, and it's like I'm always in a way kind of setting myself up for a little bit of being let down in those kind of senses. I think just turning it over to God, letting just be like,
Letting your person come to you versus like really trying to look for.
yeah, and let me find ways to just be in love with the world and be in like make the best, like be a part of positive things like outside of like what I want for myself.
Yeah, because I remember watching the clip of when you did the podcast with Saul, and like that babe, I didn't really ever want to like a relationship
Saul
with Vulcan.
Oh,
Like,
Sal
having a-
Volcano?
Yeah, Volcano, or like I stuck the pronunciation, but like when he talks about like having like kids and like a family and stuff like that stuff like I don't know. It made me realize that I kind of wanted that, and then I stumbled upon it, so it was kind of got lucky. But
Was it tough for you? I know, like after
after the leak,
oh yeah, after the
dude, I call that D-Day. and I call the announcement or by apology the sketch of the union. Good branding. It was good.
the sketch of the union address. Oh, that was hilarious,
Yeah,
dude.
you don't know what I did that day was like that. I found out that night the Phase guys like came, got me.
I remembered that part.
Banks called like me. I was like trying to get to the airport, but it's midnight in LA, so I know it's wild. So I was
And you were in LA?
yeah. So I was without family, so I was just trying to get back to my family, and then
Were they concerned about you or no?
yeah, they were the first ones I called, so they were like trying to see how they can get me back, and then like my management group ended up meeting with like a PR person, or like you can kind of say it's AI, or like try to do that, and I'm like, oh, I don't feel like fighting this battle, so I was like, fuck it, we'll go live, and just went live for 10 minutes, and that was the most viewers I ever had. We had 100,000 viewers. Sounds like I feel like Kim K when I say that, but like that wasn't the
That's a
goal, but
lot.
it was. Well, like yeah, it was definitely. I remember like when because I let it load for a sec, so I didn't want to like start.
And were you milling around as it was loading, like doing like potentially low-key gay shit while it was loading?
No,
and
I
stuff,
was
or, like-
pacing around.
Okay, I was just checking.
Oh, Wiener was the last thing on my mind. I couldn't look at my phone. It was everywhere. Everyone texted me like they're like, stay off your phone. I was like, don't worry, I know.
But they're also texting you on your phone.
Yeah, and they're being very. But like everyone that reached out to me, like it was like crazy amount of support I got.
Oh yeah, dude. I remember everybody just a little bit concerned and just checking in.
Yeah,
Because everybody just wanted to know that they loved you no matter what. Everybody's done some fucking wild shit, you know?
yeah, and just happened on camera, I guess. But that was I don't know. That and since then it made it easier for me to date because then I feel like I didn't have to hide anything or like more open.
Yeah, you also
Not like open like we do crazy shit or something. More like
yeah, not like
shit
you're
like
another one of Dwight Howard's rebounds or whatever, you
no,
know?
dude, get the white out of this clip. He's a great guy.
I think he is. I'm joking, dude.
I know. I'm messing you. I'm messing you.
Okay, dude.
I'm never serious. Yeah, I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I do think that cast was on purpose, but
Oh, they definitely.
oh, there's a couple dynamics of the casting that like I kind of knew preloaded in when I was the first one in. Like Zach Justice and there's another lady had like a online feud.
And they were both there?
Yeah, they're both casted, so I was like, I kind of knew that right away. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna.
It's going to be interesting.
I was like, let me sit back and watch.
Oh, that's fun, dude. When you can sit back and watch, dude.
Yeah, and then yeah, it was a fun time though, but yeah, I don't know. What was the question before the D-Day whole thing?
I don't even know. I just remember we had kind of talked about that because it had kind of had.
Oh, the
You had said,
dating.
yeah. So the thing loaded, and so then you just kind of said, oh yeah, you just shared what was going on. And
Well,
that was
it allowed me to be more
yourself.
like yeah, like not like in a fluid way, more like I don't have to like worry about or like it's already out there, so people like already know. I don't even have to talk about it like or whatever. So it's like
Did you feel like people treated you any different after, or no?
maybe some people not. Like a lot of people that like talked bad about me like have retracted since then, because like I didn't make it about. I didn't choose for it to come. Like I know I didn't post it online, but I didn't like.
Yeah.
I didn't go drop it on my channel or something, and then like I don't know. That it was. I don't feel like anyone treated me any differently,
Am
especially.
I bumming you by not talking about it? We can not talk about it.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, I didn't feel like you were uncomfortable. So.
Well, no, because it links back even to like our first podcast. Because like when I told you about that prayer, that was during that time.
Yeah, I remember that, dude.
So that was why I was like I couldn't even talk about it then.
Oh yeah.
So like I was like couldn't even open with you, but now I can openly talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, dude, there's been times in my life where it's just like, yeah, I like.
And I'm sure it's like that with a lot of people. Like for like
Oh yeah.
like you know, like just like different. Everyone has their different vices and stuff like that, or like their different like things that they try to keep hidden, or like you know.
Oh yeah, we all have things that make us feel, or that like for some reason have so much shame attached to them, or they may have shame, even
Yeah.
though it's just like it's kind of it's odd that we live in a society like that where because yeah, the truth is you'd probably want people to just kind of share so they feel free, you know.
Yeah.
But the amount of shame, I wish there was almost like a meter of the amount of shame we all feel, like the things that are kept hidden, you know, or the things that we feel we need to keep hidden, you know.
Yeah, like shame is one of the shame and like what like being nervous, like the two things that are like I probably struggle with the most, that are like things that like you can control, but like also you can't control at the same time. Like you feel the emotions, but like you can rewire your brain with like your thoughts, like. But like, at the end of the day, like, however nervous you are, it doesn't change the outcome.
Oh yeah, huh?
And
Such a useless.
same thing with the shame. Like it's like you can wear the shame, like
You can feel so horrible about yourself, but it's not going to really affect anything except for you.
yeah, like other people, like no, people come up to me and still show me love or whatever, and I love them. But it's like if I wore the shame like 24/7, like it wouldn't. Like, it wouldn't do anything. Like, they have the moments, but, like...
Right. Yeah, I think there's things that you feel like you have to wear the shame. Like, I know when I was growing up, I was so ashamed of myself. And I didn't even know why. I was probably ashamed of myself for even existing, you know, as a kid. Like, I think I was in just such a place of, like, low self-worth. And of, like, nobody teaching me how to have any self-worth about myself. Or ever even having a conversation of, like, what self-worth meant. Or what it even was. So, to me, it was, you know... I just almost just felt so embarrassed to even be anywhere sometimes because of just kind of how horrible I felt about myself as a child.
Yeah. Do you carry any of that still? Like, do you feel like do you ever feel like you're not?
I don't. I think a lot of it's gone away. I think some of it's just age, getting older. I think ayahuasca, that kind of stuff helped.
You really?
Oh yeah, going to
Like-
therapy, that's helped a lot.
Therapy definitely helps me.
Yeah.
I started doing therapy. Well, I've always done a little bit of therapy, but I usually ghost them like a.
Like the third or fourth time.
Yeah. Like,
Then you're
all right,
ghosting?
I feel good now. All right.
Then your therapist is with Sam and Colby trying to get in touch with you on the Ouija board after that.
He's damn near. I talked to I re-talked to because I had a therapist like before I started streaming, and then I have one now, and he was like he's like, because of doctor rules, you can't tell people who you're working with or whatever.
Yeah.
And he said he saw me on TV one time and he wanted to tell his wife. Yeah, I was like,
He's like,
well,
look at this handsome little woman.
yeah, it's exactly what he thought.
Look at this handsome softball coach right here. Bro, low key, you do. Now I'm really feeling it, dude. I could see you as like kind of a white Filipino lesbian.
I'm a little Mexican, but like I'm not like. Is that?
Sorry, that's just the sound. I feel like that like when you open your little lesbian eyes in the morning. That's the sound.
That's the
that starts
sound you
off,
think.
yeah.
Oh my god. I gotta change the way I dress. I've been getting
No,
a lot of
dude.
shit for it.
You need to do overalls. I'd go with overalls.
No. Now you're trying to set me up. If
I'd
you
go
wore
with a
overalls-
tattoo, too.
If you wore overalls, you would get lesbian allegations out of the wazoo.
Dude,
No wonder you love eating.
there's nothing about
Yeah, he's only talking about eating pussy.
bro. Dude, all I'm saying, dude, you're way more of a lesbian looking than me, dude.
Dude, then you, but get right here.
What?
And then from the back, too. Yeah, that's what I thought.
From the back, that's your old trick.
No,
dude.
that's not my old
Hey.
trick. Yeah, you're
Keep me
gonna.
out of that, bro. Here's what I'm saying, dude, is this, bro. I'll say this, dude. You're way more dude, all you need is you need to start getting, you'd have a tattoo that says, this pussy don't run on it. Okay?
God, that is absurd.
That's what you need.
No, I'd have a tramp stamp for sure, though.
Oh, yeah.
I would have a tramp stamp and.
What would it say? You have to have some wording above it, too. Use
it-
Perplexity to bring up the best lesbian tramp stamp wording that you could have.
It'd be like. What do you call those things? Like, where it's just like, who's the red guy from Star Wars? It'd be like his tattoos.
Queer, dark life. You can't, that's not it. That's insane. It says that.
Is that what it says?
Queer or lesbian pride symbols are phrases like dark life or incorporating lesbian, trans, pride colors or hearts. Okay, so you could have a rainbow, maybe. Bring up some great lesbian, kind of, what do you call them?
Streamers or like just like
Just like something you would have on a tramp stamp if you were a lesbian.
oh
You
the
get-
lesbian tramp stamps or lesbian bumper stickers.
These are good ones. Love is love. You are my today and all of my tomorrows. That'd be a crazy tramp stamp. to have.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a tramp stamp. I kind of need something more like I was thinking more of like
Oh yeah,
like angel wings.
you would definitely be a bigger lesbian. Do you think if we were lesbians, we would go on a date
feel like you'd ask me out.
I don't know.
Well, oh, you're the one talking about it, and you're taking me to dinner tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot about
Yeah.
that. Jeepers.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Wow, thanks. So,
I can't wait.
okay. BLM, homie type shit,
Yep.
boy.
We're gonna take his Subaru
We're teammates, huh?
right
Take
after
a sip.
practice.
Bro, if we were two lesbians, dude, we would get a lot of chicks, I think. You think?
I think we'd have
Fuck yeah.
we'd talk a good game.
Dude, if we were lesbians, dude, we'd get the hottest twins out there.
We would be the hottest twins.
We know we would get the hottest
No,
twins.
it'd be us, and we'd be the most sought after.
We would win an all-lesbian unc-nephew contest, dude.
That would be a good contest. We should probably try to run that one.
Fuck, we would do great. God, we should have a fucking contest. Men that look like lesbians, dude. Isn't there something called NAMBLA or whatever? That was that thing?
A Nambler?
What's NAMBLA?
What is that? A mint?
No. North American Man Boy Love Association. No, that's not it,
No!
dude.
Oh my God!
No, dude, no.
No! Hey!
Unlook.
Speak of you're the
Delete
no,
the
that whatever for freaking Nashville Predators. Nashville Predators, and that's something we need to have a conversation about too. Is who the hell thought of the branding for the Nashville Predators? I was like, it sounds like a scary movie. I walked past it and it said, he goes, say cheese. I take it and it says go Preds. I was like, dude, that is not a good. You're one letter off of.
It's, yeah, and what do you expect? They should have definitely like Predators get in free night or whatever.
They're probably they do
They
do
should
that.
scan
That's at WWE though.
They should scan the crowd for men just sitting by themselves at the Preds games. It's like, now it's time for the real Preds. Make some noise. And they shoot just children's T-shirts into the crowd.
Oh, my God.
And then it's just some guy like, look at this guy just by himself. And he's like,
Yeah. That would be a good. So they need to lean into that, I guess.
you have to do whatever you can to get fans nowadays.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign work to keep everything on track. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
How's your balls, buddy? Or miss? Who knows these days? Are they packaged up well or your balls packaged well? I'm talking about your underpants. Makes you wonder, don't it? Well, you can know your balls and body and butt are taken care of thanks to Wonder Balls, a men's underwear brand engineered for performance, built for all-day comfort, and crafted with men's health in mind. Made with ultra-soft Peruvian Pima cotton and Australian modal. They are certified toxin-free, and they stay on you. They keep your body where it's at. Sometimes you get on these unders, and they're all jacked up, or, you know, some of them, through the day, you're in your car all day or truck, they ride up your body. You're just wearing a neck brace by the end of the day. Smells like you're nuts. Not anymore. Not with Wonder Balls. With 4 styles and a toxin-free ultra-soft design, your boys will thank you. Go to WonderBallsUSA.com and use code Theo for 25% off your first purchase. Shipping is always free. That's code Theo at WonderBallsUSA.com for 25% off. Isn't it time you feel wonderful where it counts? You know what's hard? Dealing with a website. The amount of time and effort it takes to do it right. Who's the head of the WWE? Who was the guy for a long time? Not Triple H.
Vince McMahon?
Vince McMahon. He came out of the back and he did he's like, all right, one more time for the Hulkster. Let's hear it for me. And he did all of it. And they played his music on the speakers in the church.
Oh, really?
I am and he did all of the Hulk signs and stuff.
That is
dude.
so sick.
Bro, it was really, really cool, man. It
That
was probably one of the best things that had happened.
Yeah. Did you met Hulk Hogan in real life?
Yeah, I met him when he was alive, and
Did you have him on the podcast?
I did, dude.
Dude, that's crazy.
It was probably one of the most special moments ever. Just we got to lock arms, just because he was such a part of our childhood, dude.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, it was like we felt just so we just I don't know, we just felt like such low life, like we were in this neighborhood, and it felt like everybody looked down upon us. We didn't have anything. But when WWE came on, dude, that was something. Or when NWA wrestling, because rich kids didn't watch wrestling. So for poor kids, that was our shit, right?
Yeah.
So when that shit came on, dude, it was fucking like
What's NWA?
that was National Wrestling Association. It was just a
is that
different
also
group.
the
It changed into
is that that's not the what Ice Cube in there?
oh, it was also NWA.
Yeah, because
In Words with Attitude or
Yeah.
whatever. But Vince McMahon, he came out and did all of Hulk's things and stuff, did all of his like signature moves, and the place was going ape shit. Dude.
Yeah,
That was
I
a
bet.
really, and nobody even knew that he was there, and he came out of the back, and like everybody's was just sitting in the pews. It was pretty special, man.
yeah, that's insane.
After you went through your thing that kind of happened, did they have were sports teams still cool, or was it weird?
They're still cool. I mean, no one's acted weird towards me. Everyone hit me up like that was before then. No athletes like really gave a fuck, to be honest. I mean, like to a certain point, it's like, you know, you only know people as much as you know them. So
Yeah, especially like us, we just meet people and you don't really know what they're like, you know.
dude, but there's some of that are so dope. Like I've met Joe Burrow a couple times. That dude's cool as hell.
Oh, he's great.
One of my favorite person in NFL that I've met so far is Cam Jordan on the Saints. He's one of the best, like realest guys I've ever met.
That's
he goes
awesome
to a lot
to
of
hear, dude.
WWE.
Yeah.
Or no, UFC.
UFC, yeah. That's where I got to meet him at.
Yeah, that's where I
dude.
got to meet him, and then when we were at F1.
Oh, that's great, dude. What made him so unique, you think?
He's just very personable, and he's like when you talk to him, like it's a real conversation. Like he's locked in. Like some people like are, you know, you don't talk to as much. But I got to talk to him on multiple occasions, and like just each time was like left thinking more higher and higher of him. Like just all around solid dude. I bet it's Saints locker room probably would say the same thing.
He's a special guy, man. He's very smart too, bro. He's just like he's really I don't know.
He's been in the league for a while too.
Yeah, he's been in there, man. And he just stays healthy enough to keep playing. And you know, Saints have had a tough time this year. Jesus.
I know. I wish he was. I wish they had. Dude, I want him to win a Super Bowl.
I know. Oh, did he win one with the Breeze? I think he won one.
Did he? Was it with Breeze? How old is? That would have been like 2009. Is he that old?
I don't know. What year is Cam Jordan in the league? You might be right. No, Cam Jordan is. I want a Super Bowl. He played for the New Orleans Saints since they won the Super Bowl following 2009. He started playing NFL in 2011. Wow.
Oh, damn, he missed it. But he got to play with Drew, though.
Still pretty amazing, dude. Maybe that's why I'm thinking of it, because there was overlap. Dude, we accidentally called. Well, I didn't accidentally. I called Max Crosby before they had a game the other day, and it was yesterday. And I was with Pavia where we were getting IVs, and I was like, dude, let's call Crosby and just say what's up to him, because Max is one of my favorite players. And
he's sick too.
Oh, he's so sick, dude. And he's literally in the locker room. I'm like, why are you wearing all your Raider shit? I thought it was Halloween thing or something. He's like, dude, we have a game in 20 minutes. I was like, oh shit, bro.
You used the college football schedule. Like, what the hell are you wearing?
I was like, dang, I just used my one Max Crosby answers your call.
Have you seen his chains in real life?
Bro, yeah, he let me hold one of them one time at a WNBA
And you tell
game.
me that doesn't make you want to get
Oh, it makes you definitely...
just one that says this past weekend? What if I got you that for your birthday?
I don't know. I think somebody would,
Rob you? Are you worried about getting robbed?
if I have a chain, yeah.
Hit up some percentage.
Yeah.
I do a couple of these when we go to the 7-Eleven. A couple of tuck underneath
Yeah. Oh,
to tighten up.
dude, my buddy Gianni Paolo, bring him up. He's an actor. He was in, I think it's like Black Love or something. No, what's his show called? Oh, it's called Power Book Ghost 2 with Michael Rainey.
Okay.
And Gianni's great, dude. One of the best guys ever.
Which one is he of all the...
There he is.
that's him right there?
Yeah.
Can I get up to see real quick?
Yeah, Gianni Paolo, yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. If you're a short...
recognize him. Dude, that dude's sick.
Bro, short-sided lesbian, dude. You might, dude.
Dude, it's short-sided lesbian.
You're that, bro. You're that fucking...
I'll tell you what, I'm a nightmare on the road. They should take my license. I'm just kidding.
You have a driver's license?
Yes, I do. I can see cars.
You just had to get up within 3 feet of that TV.
Because I was looking at his jawline. That's why.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. I couldn't see shit. It's bad. It's bad.
Bro, one kidney, bad eyes. Wait, is your kidney connected to your eyesight? Look that up, dude. This is all making sense, Sketch. You have to get some water.
I
Get him
definitely
some
have.
water.
There's one right next to him.
Thank you, sir.
There's always one right next to him, and it's always full.
I'm a glass fool type of guy.
Kidney health is indeed related to eyesight, primarily because both the kidneys and eyes share common risk factors. And dude, you're already down to one bubbler. That's why you only have why your eyes.
I'm gonna fix it. The thing is,
You have one kidney, right?
as long as I make it to 30, I'm chill. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I
have
have
one
one
kidney.
kidney. Yes, that's why they thought when I was born with a birth defect, and for whatever reason, the way I looked, they thought I was.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Well,
That
I
make-
didn't. I did. Well, being here at Vanderbilt, you come out. I started asking kids their questions. Like I was like, "What's your ACT?" They're like, "Oh, 33." It's like, holy shit.
One said kid said he got a 39. He's like, if you did everything right, they just give you a 39. I'm like,
If you doubled my ACT score, I wouldn't have gotten that score.
really?
Yeah, I got like a 16 on my first one, and then an 18.
18's pretty good. Some kid in our
That's someone who's not very good at.
some kid in our town got a
18
20.
is not that good.
Some kid in our town got a 21.
21 is like that's good. You have to get over 20 to get like, I think anywhere besides Arizona State or you know like one of your in-state type of schools.
Yeah.
It's competitive as hell. You know how hard it is to get in University of Texas?
Pretty tough, huh?
Well, with how big those high schools are, you have to be like a top percentage to get autoed in. So you have to be like top.
Well, people need to go to trade schools. Did you ever think of learning a trade?
Could you see me with a flamethrower? I would blow something up. Pull up the lighter clip. I didn't even know that lighters could blow up. I was just trying to get out of a camping trip and threw a lighter there. If I
Pull that
had to
up.
do blue collar too,
You could do it, dude. You would be bro. You.
my
would be,
old job was blue collar enough.
You put the lighter in there?
No, you didn't. I swear to God.
Okay, did you just put the lighter in the fire?
Say on God you put it in. Seriously.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I should have. I didn't. I don't know. I did that.
Did you?
Okay, so the story behind that, I was not trying to kill my friends. I was trying to get out of camping because when we planned out the streaming, we were like, let's do a 24/7 camping stream out in the woods, and that was like
You're losing lesbian points right now by denouncing camping. Go on.
Try setting up a tent at night and then try filming at night. We had no lights. We were just sitting around a campfire and it was cold as hell. And I was like, if we lose our source of fire, like we can leave.
Oh, I love that. Did y'all leave?
We went to Waffle House, grabbed a lighter, and came back. So I had to finish the night, but it did.
Dude, yeah, sometimes lesbian people, they like the dark because they can come up and be like, I'm a man, you know. They can trick you in the dark.
There's a lot of ladies that are stronger than me, probably.
Oh, definitely, dude. I would watch you in some good physical competitions against some strong women.
Like if I did a streaming series where I fought UFC ladies, I'd probably get my ass kicked. No, I definitely would. Holly Holm.
Holly Holm's pretty hot too, and she's very tough and competitive.
See, you're definitely the lesbian.
Oh, I'd let her kick me till I came, you know. That's a crazy thing to say, dude. You can't say that kind of stuff, dude.
Yeah,
she's gonna get really upset. She's beautiful. I think she has.
She's gonna kick your ass.
I know. I think she has.
Dude, that's why we have to be.
I think she has a husband.
If we go to these UFC events too, we're gonna get bitch slapped.
Dude, we can't say that, bro. She's gonna be Holly. We're just she's exceptional. She's been.
I think you're awesome, Holly, and I would
champion.
take an autograph, and that's what you need to start doing. You interview so many people, you should get. Do you not ask for like game worn jerseys or anything?
No, we're just doing an auction right now. Actually, for we're raising funds for like different places we perform. Sometimes they'll give you a jersey.
Yeah.
Like we performed like.
And you'll sign that, and then you'll auction it off.
Yeah, we're auctioning it off to the
But
money.
what about like if someone comes on and like you get like say like
I haven't done that. I should have.
Yeah, dude.
We did make
We
these
got
like.
the Amish hat. That's a good start.
Yep, and this is Louis C.K.'s book.
That's dope. Did he sign it?
He did sign it.
And like I'm a collector, not a seller.
Oh yeah, I
Like
would
in
never
terms of
sell
that
it.
type of stuff.
For sure. I would just, yeah. Keep it. Some of the stuff that came in for sure. There's Rainn Wilson's book. Some lady made this real rat.
You actually read books, or do you like
Oh yeah, I love to read.
like is it like a bedtime thing, or is it a travel thing?
It's a little bit of both. It's a
What
real
is that?
Rat.
That's
rat as a rat king.
That's a Rat King. Oh my God,
Yeah.
that's sick. 'cause
Made
you're
out of a real
king,
rat.
right?
Yeah, some lady made that.
That is such a pimp name.
That is pretty cool, dude.
Dude, what the hell?
I know that's real rat right there, daddy.
Dude, that is insane.
Oh,
I
that-
need to think of a second name.
Gonna eat the cheese out your ass,
Yeah.
homie.
Oh well, sign me up.
I'm just saying. If you want that, I don't know what you want.
Well, we'll just have to relaunch. I'm just kidding. What do you?
But dude, a lot
Is
of
this the Rizzler candle too? I just noticed that.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's when he blew out.
The Rizzler.
Rizzler's bonkers. Have you guys ever? I can't.
I
Believe,
met the Rizzler.
y'all ever done a sleepover or anything? Or
No,
you guys be
no,
buddies?
no. But he's like really cool though. Like he's like talking to a man.
He's 6 years old.
But like he's like the confidence of a man.
Oh, there you guys
Look at him.
are. Dude, he's so sweet. I'll tell you this. I was having a tough time, and he sent me a really nice video.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's a great kid.
It was just.
This is what I think's gonna. We were talking about the biggest YouTube videos ever,
Mhm.
and I think one of the biggest YouTube videos ever. I forgot who said it, but if the Rizzler did a you know how they do for like 5-star athletes like picking their college, like the Rizzler picking his college,
Oh.
like if he did that like on an announcement, like a decision, that'd be one of the coolest videos ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see him go to college, dude. I'd go. I'd help him. I'd tutor him if he needed it.
Yeah, if college is still around,
I know. I don't know what's gonna happen. There's a lot of.
a lot of AI college. Yeah.
You think he's kind of a wigger? You think or not?
The Rizzler.
Yeah.
What classifies like what would classify you? Just a lot of swag or something?
Just being a wigger.
I'm possibly. I think so. He's got something. He's definitely got like some flavor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got some flavor.
He's got some flavor.
Do you? Because people classify you, I feel like, as a wigger. You're like one of the few that's kind of left, or there's kind of like this resurgence. You know, I feel like it's kind of you, Bailey Zimmerman,
Bailey Zimmerman, really? I just like wearing.
Jake Paul, probably.
I like streetwear and like rap and stuff like that because.
Yeah, that's it. You qualify.
But I'm from Houston.
Huh? But
Jake Paul's from Ohio.
Bro, people can be from. You think wiggering's only from one area, dude? That's,
No. I bet they're from. They're definitely from everywhere.
Bro, not only are you nearsighted, actually optically, but your views of wiggers are hella nearsighted. Wiggers can be from anywhere, dude. You think Lewis and Clark were fucking wiggers, dude?
Houston's pretty diverse.
Oh,
You think Lewis and Clark?
bring up a picture of Lewis and Clark. Let's see if they were wiggers or not.
No. No way.
Hell yeah.
No,
Bro,
they're,
they
they're,
went-
they're closer to lesbians. These are also paintings, not actual photos.
Yeah, okay. Can we get real photos of them, please?
Is that Sacagawea?
Who knows? This shit is.
Sacagawea is a pretty cool name now I think about it.
Look at these wiggers, dog.
I don't know.
Meriwether Lewis, homie. That's a bro.
Yeah.
That's the blackest name I ever heard in my life, bro. And Willie Clark.
Yeah, Willie Clark.
Bro, come on, bro.
That's probably the best tandem name. That's probably the first tandem in American history.
Bro, and you know they was out there looking for bitches, homie. You know that.
That's exactly what they're doing. The hell, what do you get by going to the West Coast?
Scoping for chicks, dude.
Yeah, they're trying to get some bus.
Bro, they were looking. There was only frontiers, dude. Them bitches was out
They
there.
climbed mountains to get it.
Oh. So
Now,
yeah.
all you have to do is swipe or sell at a show in Columbus, Ohio, and then you just right after it.
What about any of the FaZe clan? Those guys are all wiggers, probably. You think?
Adapt is.
Okay. That's one.
In probably yeah.
Or probably more like tech wiggers, maybe.
Yeah.
Can we say wigger or not? We can say it.
If this is your show, I don't.
You're here, dude.
I just. You didn't say anything.
Yeah, we're just
It's a
talking about
term.
it. It is a term. The first one was from our town, dude.
Really?
Oh yeah, shout out Brian Purvis, dude. Who else? Bubba Sparks, remember him?
Who the hell is Bubba Sparks? Is that someone from your hometown?
College Park, Bubba Sparks. We ready?
He made that song?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great song. Is Paul Wall? Paul Wall.
That's not Paul Wall. That's Bubba Sparks.
But I know, but Paul Wall would classify. Is Paul Wall white?
Paul Wall probably would, yeah. But Paul Wall's kind of his own thing, man. He.
That's what I'm trying to look like when I get older.
Gang. Paul's exceptional, man. But yeah, I'm trying to think, and some people might not think the term is legit anymore. I don't know. You know, when I was coming up, it was, and that's what it was. You know.
Yeah, the dictionary it's shrunk quite a bit over.
Rob Kardashian, that's one probably.
Rob Kardashian. I haven't seen a picture of him in like years.
But he got a couple baby mamas in there.
Birdman.
Birdman, I believe, is Black. I believe he's black.
No, what Birdman are you talking about? The
Oh, you're
basketball
talking about
player or
Chris
the-
Anderson.
Yeah, Chris Anderson.
Oh yeah, definitely, dude.
Machine Gun Kelly, maybe? Or is he?
Good question. MGK. Kelsey, Travis Kelsey.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. Taylor Swift probably.
He might have converted.
Yeah, he might.
He might have converted.
he's just listen to Taylor Swift all the time.
Who else? I'm thinking K-Fed, Kevin Federline.
Pavia.
Pavia, yeah, dude. Pavia for sure.
Does he have chains?
Yes, he does, bro.
Dude.
Pavia
what's
for
that?
sure.
Dude, how much is the Pavia NIL money? Does it say online?
Bring up Pavia's chains right there. There he is, right there with a couple chains on right there.
Tell him I want him to toss those on the pregame.
He's the best.
Come out of there with a free game.
We got to get him to go play for Houston, man. Houston would love him. You know why?
The Texans?
Yeah.
No, not Stroud.
Oh, but Stroud. But I'm saying this could be. But he could go in and be a backup for a few years. You know.
Oh, Pavia could go. Do you think he could start or
I think I could, but I think
because he's
quarterbacks.
24, right? So he's kind of on the older.
I think it's better for guys to go in and be backups, though. A lot of these guys, they get in so early, and I don't know if it's great for them.
Yeah. Well, the one that I think that shouldn't be a backup right now is Shedeur Sanders.
Oh,
For the Browns, he's actually, dude. I've met him a couple times. He's sick.
He is.
Like he's not cocky. He's like confident.
Interesting.
And like he chills. He like just listens to his own music and like all he cares about is football. But like he's really smart. Like he documents like everything he does and like from what I think he's gonna do, he probably has something that he's gonna be able to sell to like an HBO and like it'll be like his entire experience. Like when he films everything he does.
Oh, so really, he's really locked in on like the creative side and like the tech side and the digital side, huh?
Yeah, I actually talked to him. He was asking me about because he was going to live stream his pro day, and I was like, that's actually a genius idea to kind of like own your own content and like, like why give it to some big like an ESPN and have all the recruits come in, put it on your thing, make money off it. Like,
do your own thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of a really smart idea, but like the idea that he's like filming everything, especially with how the draft turned out, like, and then if he turns out to be a baller, which I think he will be, he's got like that. He's got that like killer instinct.
Well, I think it's great that he's not playing this year in some ways. Like, and I'm not. This is just my judgment,
I think
right?
he's better than Dylan Gabriel, though.
Well, I think that they've definitely been having a tough time over there.
Yeah.
But I do think it's great that he's not playing. Let all that stuff kind of wash away a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because there was so much hype of him coming into the draft and everything, and then have him get a chance just to be in that locker room. I think being in a new place and then also going right into the job seems very hectic. You know.
And it's like one bad game. People are gonna be like rip him out and stuff.
Get
like
him out
that.
of there, right?
That's what they would talk about, like how quick the turnover time is now, like quarterbacks and stuff like that.
So I think if you can have more time there to be in the facility, to be in the venue and let people see who you are too. But yeah, I think Ty Simpson's great. I think he could be.
Who's Ty Simpson? Is he
he's
a
a
Brown?
quarterback for Alabama. Sorry, I'm back in college now. But yeah, so yeah, I'm just thinking back in college.
Yeah, Ty
now.
Simpson. Wasn't he a Heisman front runner?
So great, yeah. I mean, he's really stepped
Alabama's
into
been
that
raw.
job there. It's exciting,
They
man.
turned. I did not think they were gonna like be able to turn around that fast. That because I thought NIL money was gonna affect. Because all the NIL money, like I'm thinking like at Stanford, like like people like that are gonna come out of the woodworks and be able to pay people. But like Alabama just still kicking ass.
Well, there's just something, bro. You go there and they show you all the rings and like the history of the program. It really, the glory over there is pretty wild.
That's where I think I wonder like if Arch Manning's playing all right, but if Arch played like at a smaller school, like how crazy his stat line would be.
Oof.
Like if he played in like the Big Ten or something, or he would have destroyed. I think he's still gonna come on, but it's just gonna take a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see what happens. And the good thing is that he probably doesn't feel hurried. He's been super patient about it.
Yeah.
He's probably enjoying his college experience, which is nice. And not every beat of it has to be so overwhelmed with football. I bet it's been a great experience for him.
Yeah, I wonder how overwhelming it is though when they think that you're supposed to be like the #1 overall team going in. It's like your first game. Like they expect you to hit a home run at the start.
Right. See, that's that pressure of even being like a high draft pick in the pros. It's just like, and then we don't even have a lot of experienced quarterbacks now, because it's like you either have these guys who have done only the guys that have done well, it feels like, or you have just a lot of like guys that they just start them off so early.
Yeah, and they cycle them in and out so fast. It's like a good example of like someone that was cycled out too fast was like Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Like Baker Mayfield. That's what I think. If the Browns don't ever start Shador, they're gonna look back and it's gonna be like another Baker version where they had the guy, they go watch him be some other team's hero.
So wild.
But I'm
Yeah,
still
Baker's
rocking
the
with
best.
Stroud. I still believe in Stroud.
Has the organization been good to you over the years, Texans?
Yeah, they've been good. It's just it's like college football is a lot more easy to stream, so I've been having a lot more fun with that because I can stream from the sideline.
Yeah.
And I'll go like try to catch field goals and stuff like that, and then
it's so
get a. I don't know. The college atmosphere is a little bit funner too.
Oh yeah, college atmosphere is fun, dude. Just the youth of shit is fun, dude.
What do you think? How's the Vanderbilt like? Because you've been to LSU and then Vanderbilt. One's got like an average GPA of like 2.5, and the other one is like going to build the next rocket ship.
Yeah. They'll be like, in the Vanderbilt stands. You don't have like the kiss cam at some games or like the hot dog cam, you know, and it's just a gay dude, you know. But it's just they'll have like the different cam, you know. At Vanderbilt they'll have like the reading cam. They'll just find people in the stands that are reading during the game.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So it's fucking crazy, you know. You'd be like, oh, catcher in the rye, you know. You'll see a guy look up.
There you go. Have to go out there to study.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that kind of thing. Like, oh, who's tapped into some John Irving? Oh, Joyce Carol Oates.
I know. I ventured into a fraternity house and then found out how smart everyone was. I was like, holy shit, this is.
Oh, you get in there, they're day trading, or there's like they have a new hedge fund. Like people will leave at halftime because there's a new hedge fund that just popped off, right? So it's definitely different energy at Vanderbilt. I think it's all new to them. It's interesting to watch a school kind of like have this hysteria, and at the same time try to decide like, is this what they want for their school? What do they think about it? Because it's totally new. I mean, it's like
being good at sports.
Oh well, being good at football. Their baseball team has been amazing for a long time.
The Vanderbilt Whistler. Have you ever heard of that guy?
The Vanderbilt Whistler.
Is that who it is? The Vanderbilt Whistler. You never heard of him? He's a Vanny Whistler.
At the baseball game.
He's apparently the most annoying. Well, I've been to a game. He is the most annoying fan in all of sports. But he pretty much he whistles the entire game as loud as he can. So like when you're watching like the College World Series, he's like whistling the entire time.
That's like my stepdad at a titty bar, dude. He'd always, It's like, dude, they know you're here. You haven't tipped in 2 hours. They know you're here.
They do.
Like everybody.
I went to. This is pre my girlfriend. I went to like a.
And then I want to learn how you met her. That's where I would love to find out about how the love took place and what it took to make it happen. But yeah, finish your story first. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh no, you're good. I went to a place called the Rustic Frog, and it was like 2 a.m. and there was only like 2 fellas in there, and the ladies were all probably in their higher 30s, and it was like they were like throwing in the ones like they're like paper airplanes at them. Is that the Rustic Frog or what is this?
Oh, that meat nice, boy. Oh, yeah, them cheeks glistening.
Oh, is that it? Oh shit, that is it. Hey, listen, this is a Louisville, Kentucky thing.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Actually, I think it's in Indiana. You have to cross. You have to cross the river.
Oh, that's over there in New Albany, over there, Rustic Frog, boy.
Yeah, they got I wouldn't drink the tap water.
Oh hell yeah! Well, I'll make that booty burp.
Oh yeah.
You feel me?
Oh my god. I don't know if you're putting.
That's a little crazy. And that's.
I wouldn't put my tongue up in there.
Yeah, that's some look. And that's not for everybody. That's kind of like that's just a different type of CPR.
Yeah, that's trying to resuscitate a pufferfish. Oh my god,
resuscitate a pufferfish,
bro. I don't know. That was the random titty bar I've ever been to.
The Texans aren't having such a great season this year. Do you think there's any chance that Aaron Rodgers would come play for them?
If there's any chance, there's zero chance. He's probably he's still playing on the Steelers. He's playing pretty good, right?
Okay, that's fine. I agree. He's doing great over there.
Do you think you did ayahuasca?
Yeah.
Would you recommend it for me? He did it,
Yes.
and he's playing better. What you recommend it for sketch?
For sure, dude. Yeah, you can't barely see. First of all, you're not even sure how many. You know, if you're not drinking any water.
Is it one of those things that like messes with your stomach at all?
No, dude, you'll be fine. You're on the verge of a severe LGBTQ extravaganza.
I know. Lesbians know how to dress. This
Benefits.
is the most I've said a lesbian in my life.
No, I think it's great, dude. And look, if you go, I'll go, dude. I would not go be a lesbian by myself, but if you go, I would give it a shot.
But you're halfway there.
And you're the other half.
Us do one hell of a bad bitch.
Dang, dude.
What does that say?
Benefits of ayahuasca: significant reductions in depression, anxiety, stress, and overall psychiatric symptomology. Helps people with treatment-resistant depression. Increases mindfulness, acceptance, and psychological well-being, even long-term after use. May foster personality improvements linked to better mental health outcomes.
And you felt like that was what?
100%.
Okay.
100%, dude. I think you would absolutely love it. I want to know what happened. How'd you find love, Sketch? Because you had been going through a lot.
A friend introduced us,
And you were on dates. I remember seeing you on dates. Sorry to interrupt you, but I remember seeing.
The first time we were here, there was a lady.
Right, there was a lady here that you were on a date with. Remember?
Yeah, that one didn't work out.
That didn't work out. I remember, but there were times where you would see there was is on a date on on TikTok. There would be Sketch on a date. Sketch on a date.
that was more for content. This one my lady now I met through a friend. She didn't know who I was. I didn't know who she was.
And how was the first date? How did it pop off? Where'd you guys go?
Went out, and then I got her number, and then we went horseback riding.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. And then
was it scary? What was
hung out pretty every day since. Was it scary?
Was there any moments during the horseback riding that were kind of interesting or kind of?
Yeah, I ate shit off it. It was pretty hard to disembark, but
you fell off it.
Getting off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but besides that, it was pretty easy. Just riding.
And did you guys have a guide, or was it just you two just milling around?
It was like on a tour thing.
Just out there, Lewis and Clark, and a couple wiggas out there.
Pretty
Is it
much.
Just you guys just riding off into the.
Just trying to find gold. Found a gold digger instead. No, I'm just kidding. Don't put that in the gold.
No, take that out.
I'm fucking with you. She's awesome.
She is. What are some things that you really like about her, man? What makes it a good fit?
She understands me. She's kind. There's a ton of things. I don't she's probably she makes me better in a lot of different ways. She just holds me accountable and stuff.
That's dope.
I don't know. It genuinely feels like a partner. So it's been fun.
Did you think you would find somebody like her, or was that a surprise feeling?
I ruled it out. So I was just I'm just gonna roll solo pretty much my whole life, and then that happened, and then pretty much just hang out every day now.
Wow, it's like a best friend, huh?
Yep, pretty much.
Bro.
You want me to put you on?
It's your girl.
No, not with my girl. You're the one talking about eating pussy.
I said it one time.
What do you want? You go to Roof Crips and eat pussy, or Lubies? There's two different types of dining.
No,
okay,
dude. All I'm saying is, yes, I'm open to meet a good woman, dude. That's all I'm saying. It's one at a time. It's things take time. I'll meet a good woman. It'll happen. Antonio Brown gets out of jail. It's my last question for you. Antonio Brown gets out of jail. Do you think the Texans could use him?
I think the Texans could use Antonio Brown. I think they could.
What's he in jail for?
He's in jail for attempted murder, I think.
Okay, it's attempted.
At least he missed. I think.
Is that him?
Yes,
sure?
that is him. Do you know what he did?
Huh?
Do you know what the story is? He was at a Aiden Ross's boxing event and got in some scuffle
I'd
with
shoot
someone.
myself if I had to go to that. So.
Oh my god!
Can we say
but
that?
we went.
I'm joking, Aiden.
It's on video. You've never seen that?
Mm-mm. And he shot someone?
Well, he's just running in it's like an alleyway, and you just see him
shoot,
kind of shoot at someone. That's why I think it's attempted or whatever. But I wonder why it took so long, because it was cameras everywhere.
If he gets released, right? Do you think the Texans should sign him?
I think the Texans, if we have another losing season, should have a prison league, and then we should sign, and we should sign everyone that's in prison and do it kind of like the longest yard.
Amen.
And that's how we bring back the blue collar vibe of Houston, because we lost it.
Y'all did?
We lost it, yes, because originally Houston was an oil town, and then what happened with Houston was everyone, all the oil money guys, like went and bought up all the rights to the seats, and now they don't go unless you're like 10-1. They try to sell the tickets, they never sell them, and if they do, it's the opposing team. So like all the tickets are owned by like corporate oil and like corporate construction, like, so it's like you don't have any of the vibe of like if you went to Pittsburgh, like it's like the vibe, like
The
you go to
people.
Green Bay, like it's like the people, like that. The Houston kind of lost that. They lost their identity.
Amen.
But we also had the Oilers leave.
Yeah.
Which, if you're a Tennessee fan,
You know that they ended up here.
Fuck you all for that.
Hey, look. What about the fact they almost won that first season? That's crazy, huh?
That was awesome. They on a freaking throne of things that we have put together.
And who? What was that last play? Tell me that last play.
Oh, was that when they reached?
Who did the reach?
I know exactly. It's against the Rams.
Super Bowl.
Look up Tennessee Predators 10-mile radius. There's gonna be
Kevin Dyson.
Kevin Dyson. That play is insane.
Yeah, this is it right here. Look at this. This is for the Super Bowl.
Yep, and y'all deserve every ounce of pain for that. You know what happened to us before we left? We went to the AFC Championship 3 times and lost to the Bills 3 times.
The Oilers did?
Yeah.
Y'all lost to them 3 times, and then they lost 3 times.
Yes.
Oh my!
Imagine getting beat by the fucking loser. We've never gotten to go to the party.
Damn.
That's why when the Astros won, like Houston lost their shit.
Wide left, dude.
Well, we also have the Rockets too. We're with Kevin Durant, so we're looking nice.
Wide left, narrow.
What are you talking about? Your penis size, or what are you
No.
talking about?
Or wide right. What was their kick?
Who?
Oh wait, who'd y'all lose to 3 times? You said
We lost to the Bills with Jim Kelly.
yeah. Wide right. Yeah, that's what they kept missing. God, heartbreaking times, man.
That's just what happens.
That's life, man. You know, sometimes you're just really close, but
You ever like who's your? Do you have a pro team?
New Orleans Saints. When you said Cam Jordan, it was awesome. But
Oh, really?
They've had a really tough. And-
So do you go to any games, or do you like you watch them on Sundays, or are you kind of like more like college?
I'll go watch the games, but I've really fallen in with college football this year.
Yeah, me too.
You know, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm going to an Ole Miss game. Went to a Bama game. Went to a Vols game the other night. That was pretty great.
Well, the other thing too that pisses me off is like NFL now. It's like you can watch it on 20 different.
Yeah, and it's
Streaming
kind of
channels.
there's just too much. It just doesn't. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't feel as much like. I don't know. It used to feel different.
Yeah, it's like way too transactional now. It's like
feels-
you want to watch this game, pay this. You want to watch it without ads, pay this.
It feels very transactional.
You want
you're
a
right.
$20 hot dog?
And then
That was just a question for you.
no,
No?
I want a $2 franc, homie.
All right,
That's
you
where
can,
I'm
put,
at.
you can put it away then, Sagan.
I still haven't changed, man. I want that $2 franc, homie. Sketch, man. Thanks for hanging out, dude.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, bro. I'm looking forward. We gotta go grab some dinner.
Yeah,
I'm
sounds
gonna,
good.
I'll probably get a little workout in here at home, and then I'll come and link up with you.
Yeah, it sounds good. I'll probably
We can
get
be.
lubed up before.
Oh, God.
That's what I'd call drinking before, like.
Oh, getting lubed up. Okay.
But like, that's what I said before everything happened. Now when I say it, it sounds like a dirty joke.
Yeah.
Things change. That's the only thing. It's like I can't make as many dirty jokes without people thinking, "Hey, whoa, hey."
Yeah. That guy's one of us.
Is he being serious right now?
Dude, what the heck, man? Good to see you, bro. I'm happy that you're thriving. I'm happy that you're still figuring it out. Outside of streaming, is there other stuff that you kind of see like that you want to do? Like the landscape kind of changes a lot. You're a creative guy. You're like a one of one. You're so specific with who you like. There's no other you, right? So do you find other avenues where you feel like this might be a good fit, or do you feel like streaming is kind of it for now?
Streaming's it for now, but I definitely like reality TV aspects. I like hosting stuff. I like hosting the Streamer Awards was fun. But if I had a dream, like to be like I want to be either in a movie or in a TV show where it's like like either The Office type vibe where it's like riffing and laughing all the time, or like Step Brothers. Like I like how Will Ferrell and
John C. Reilly.
yeah, John C. Riley
So
and
good.
like Kenny Powers and stuff like that. Like I like the way that like when you watch their blooper reel, like it's like they're just like shooting the shit.
Yeah.
Like that would be a dream role.
Oh yeah, dude. I
Or
would-
like to be able to like find something that was like to cling to.
or treasure hunting. What about that?
We're actually thinking about something like that.
Really? I could
Yes,
see that
we-
100%,
We're,
dude.
we're gonna start doing geocache streams. You know what geocaching is?
Mm-mm.
It's where you go hide stuff and people go find it.
Geocaching is a real-world treasure hunt using GPS-enabled devices to find hidden containers called geocaches. Geocaches?
Yeah,
Wow, dude, that sounds amazing.
it's really fun actually.
Oh, bro, it sounds fascinating. So wait, so you
It's all over the world.
so how would you be able to do it? Like, give me an example of what that would be like.
So you go on like a geocaching app and like they give you like the coordinates and they kind of like maybe describe where it's hidden and like you kind of have to go find it. Like it could be under a rock, it could be up in a tree.
And who hides the stuff? Anyone?
It's kind of like a it's anyone. It's like a very community type thing. Like the people that take stuff usually replace it with something like like that type of vibe.
So it's kind of like the Burning Man of treasure hunting. Like it's kind of like you take, you put, you give back, that
Yeah.
sort of thing.
It's pretty sick.
And so, but people can hide anything. It can be a poem. It could be money. It could just be something like a positive, like affirmation. It could be anything.
Yeah, they'd be pretty pissed if it was a positive affirmation. It takes a while to get a lot of that stuff. If it just said life's good, I'd be like, it cost me $30 of gas, motherfucker. We're in California right now.
Did you? Yeah. What would be a good reality show, dude? I'm trying to think of some good names.
Okay. Influencers versus the real world.
Ooh.
So you take people and say like change a wind turbine. Like you know how it's high up, so someone that's scared of heights, go like take an influencer that like that's their fear, or like take them and make them do like a dirty job of like that's something like that they don't like to do, like change sewer or something like.
And have them go against the actual person that does that for a job in the real world.
Yeah, like either like have it walk through or like just something where it's like. Because like people always go like, well, they're like is streamer harder than that, like that rage bait question, but
Right.
like doing that.
Like what rage
Like-
bait question?
Like there's a rage bait question that is streaming harder than a real job,
Oh, got it.
and like people like it's not because you just turn on a camera and chill, but like usually those type of people don't have callous hands like dealing like if you're doing like blue collar work.
Yeah, you'll have callus on his fingertips just from hitting like
I got calluses on this hand from rubbing my pecker too many times.
You're a pecker. What was it? Another? Oh, are you smarter than a meth head? Would be good.
That's actually a great one.
Is that a show already?
I think there is a guy that
You're
goes around
probably-
the street interviews.
Nah.
Or, dude, meth versus math, right? So somebody has to do math problems really fast before some meth head just chews their fucking arms and legs off, dude.
If you found the right method, though, meth is supposed to it's supposed to make you stronger. Apparently,
Oh, dude, for sure,
do
dude.
you know how meth was invented?
Huh?
Do you know
Uh-uh.
the Nazis invented meth?
Oh, they did?
Yeah, it was a Nazi invention to keep because it lowers your appetite, keeps you up, and it was like a way like during the World War II like to keep their troops like because they're fighting in Russia, so like.
Oh, that's a good point, huh? Right here it says methamphetamine, known as Pervitin, during Nazi Germany was first synthesized in a usable form by the German pharmaceutical company Temmler Werke in 1937. It was introduced as a legal stimulant similar to coffee and quickly became popular for its ability to keep users awake and alert. Fuck yeah, dude. Math versus math. Some dude walks into a classroom, huge math problem. He's got to solve it. He has 30 seconds before a meth head gets loose in there and fucking starts nibbling his fucking nipples off,
You're
dude.
probably gonna gnaw more than a nipple off.
Oh, dude, yeah.
A little bit. I think they talk about meth and that thing like they talk about Coke and Coca-Cola back in the day. Meth is fucking. I've never done meth.
That would be crazy.
Mom and Dad.
Me either. Yeah, mom and dad never done meth. Yeah, dude, I'm trying to think of anything else that would be a good game.
Like a good game show?
Yeah, like a good game show. I think that meth thing would be good. Or anything else we didn't talk about? I think we covered a lot of stuff, huh?
We covered a lot of stuff. You got anything else you want to talk about?
No, I think it's just like, I think for me, it's just like realizing I just gotta let things be, you know? Just let this, like, you know, sometimes you try to plan, you try to think of this, and you can have some planning and stuff like that, but just to take a step back and just let things be sometimes. You know?
Yeah, soak in the moment.
Yeah, just give things a chance to be a little bit more and see what happens, you know? It's hard for me to sometimes,
like, are you a person that you don't, like, you realize the good times after you're out of the good times type? Like, in the moment, like, you're like,
yeah, I have so many, carrying different expectations or hoping this happens. And, you know, just like some of it's just like, hey, man, just let it be. And just that God's got you here for a reason and that this is what's going on and that everything's going to be okay, even though you might have different ideas and stuff, that everything's going to be fine.
yeah,
You know?
definitely. Having faith is a big.
Yeah. So I think just working on that probably a little bit more is something that, you know, I'm like thinking about a lot.
Yeah. Robo is here for you if you need anything.
Yeah, thanks, man. I know that. I appreciate that. You always check in like with some positive energy or see what's going on. So
Yeah, you FaceTime me in the sauna.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Pretty cool.
You were pretty liquided up.
That was sweat.
There was a lot of sweat.
Yeah.
The lights were off too.
Hey, I couldn't even get them to work.
Who gets in a sauna without the lights working?
Bro.
That is, I told him that's a bathhouse. That is not a sauna. The lights are off and it's a sauna. That's not your brother. We've been in the same place. Come
What's
on,
up,
man.
brother? That's a cop.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
you were reaching for the door. Why is there so many holes?
Holy shit. Here's what I'm saying is, dude, you remember the first time you ever saw a tit when you were a kid or not?
Not this first time. Not the
Or you ever
first-
touched a tit or saw a real tit?
I'm trying to think of like the first time I saw a real one.
When was that time you saw a real tit? Remember it?
I've seen so many now.
Oh, my bad, bro.
No, not like that. Like more just it's
Fucking
been,
tit Ricky over here, dude.
You're
How many
freaking-
tits have you seen?
You're pussy the platypus.
I'm just saying, I had a little.
A little.
I'm
Sounded
just
like you had a lot. I had a whole mouthful.
Bro, we had this kid named Reginald who had seen a tit, right? And people heard that he had seen one. And we were like, motherfucking Reginald. We're like, Reginald, what did it look like? And he had like a little bit of like a stutter kind of, and he couldn't even fucking tell us. And we're like trying to shake it out of him.
Trying to get the. Almost
Yeah,
had
we're like,
we had to waterboard him to get the.
Draw that tit, Reginald. You know, and he'd be like, tit, 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 tit. And with tit, you can't tell if somebody's stuttering or they're just saying tit over and over again, dude. It's like, it's kind of tough to know because there's not a lot of letters in it or whatever.
Yeah.
And we'd be like, damn it, Reginald, tell us what it was like. And he'd be
Do you
like,
remember the
"Tit,
first one you saw? That?
Tit, tit, tit.
Or it was Reginald.
Reginald saw it. And we were all fucking cornered. And dude, I remember the next day we saw him at school. We were like, Reginald saw a freaking tit. Reginald, you better get over here right now.
Yeah, you gotta show us.
And Reginald, I think, was low-key gay, so he shouldn't even have been seeing a tit, which I think is one thing that made everybody kind of upset. Like, dude, we've all been praying for tits, and Reginald gets
The
freaking
one guy that doesn't like it.
dude.
The one guy that doesn't like it.
the one guy who's like that. Oh, that's a small little tummy with a bump on it. You know? What are you talking about, Reginald? That's a tit.
That's a succulent.
God. That's a tit, 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 tit. First, you just wanted to just fucking shake it out of him. That's a damn titty, Reginald.
First nipple light. So had so much hair in it looked like a Venus flytrap.
And who was it?
Who was he? No, it was a she.
Sure it was, huh? All right. We'll see you guys in the future, man.
Definitely. Are you talking about them in the future or us?
I'm gonna jump on your stream tomorrow, man.
Let's do it.
Help make some fun content.
Yeah, I'm so down.
I've never done it. The only other stream,
You did Speeds?
I'm gonna jump on. I got to meet Speed. That was the first time I'd ever met him, so it's kind of a lot. He like showed up. Dude, his life's insane though.
He moves like the president. It's insane.
I mean, he moves like the president. Speed had more. He had as many people around him as I would say, like when I saw the vice president.
It's insane. Like I went to a soccer game and we were in the same box, and there's kids like, and like, people like he left at like halftime because there was kids like just below his feet just going beep beep beep. I was like, holy shit.
It was pretty miraculous to see. But just get to get to see, say it, Reginald. Just to get to see him and see what his world was like was pretty awesome. Yeah, and the fact that he came by, it was nice. And you know, that's just a lot of pressure doing that. He was doing like a 50-state tour or something.
Yeah, he's awesome.
So
He's actually really cool.
but
I got to meet him a couple times.
yeah, he seemed like a cool guy, man. I mean, he was cool. It was just it was so quick. You
Yeah,
know?
that's why I like when I do my streams or whatever. I usually like to meet the people beforehand.
And just at least say, hey, yeah,
Yeah, because then it's like you know what people like and don't like and that type of stuff.
yeah. Well, thanks so much
And
for
you know
hanging
the
out,
vibe.
dude. It's great to see you again, and
Great
I'm
to see
looking
you
forward to
too.
seeing you this weekend. And
Can I get a pair of those shoes too? And
these,
yeah,
yeah, dude, these are awesome. You can't see, but these are great.
oh really?
Yeah, dude, these are great, dude.
I do
These
like
are
them.
these new Jordans.
Are you serious?
Yeah, the retirement Jordans. No, these are fucking slippers, dude. These are damn actually, these are some spaghetti sauce
You
company.
gonna find a lady in that?
That's the problem.
I could style you.
You might be right.
Let me. If I threw a chain on you, you think that would work?
Maybe. We do like that, and then suddenly I'm like wearing your shit.
Yeah. It depends on which closet you go in.
Yeah.
You might come out looking like Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Might come out wondering about men. All right. Bro, love you, dude.
Love you
Thank you
too.
so much for just being alive and creating cool stuff. You're going to do so much creative stuff in the world, and I'm happy to be here to witness it and always here if I can help. And thank you, too, for just being somebody to reach out and check in and see what's going on.
Yeah, bro. Love you.
Love you, too, man.
It's also always fun to be here.
BLM, dude.
BLM.
I'll see you in the Subaru.
Let's do it. Love you, bro.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I feel this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
Tough jobs demand even tougher power tools. The Hercules 20-volt brushless platform from Harbor Freight is rigorously tested by professionals to make sure your tools work as hard as you do. Hercules combines power, durability, versatility, and value with the universal.
Just a reminder that you can watch video versions of our episodes now on Spotify as well. Today's guest.
Well, it's risk averse due to either the lack of fear or the extra amount of stupidity at times.
Yeah.
It fluctuates.
It's a beautiful bravery, though, that they have, you know?
Yeah.
And even like when you travel, like one thing I remember from just traveling a lot was just seeing Australians everywhere.
Yeah.
They pop up in anything, you know? Like you turn on a tap in another country, like, you know, you're pouring a beer and a couple of Australians just come out on surfboards, kind of a boogie boards.
As an Australian, that's always problematic. It's like you go to a country to get away from Australia and have a different cultural experience, and it's, oh, g'day, mate, shit. Yeah, I know you. And the next minute, you're all at the bar together doing what you did back home. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I could totally see that, man.
Yeah.
Where does that nature come from in Australians to go? Is that like because I mean, it's a serious thing that I think everyone would say is that you go anywhere and there's Australians there.
I think it's, we're quite isolated where we are, and for such we're a young country as far as the white settlement being there, in the last sort of 200 and so years, and there's been always a sense of adventure either across the country itself or just the need to get out and explore, because again, it's not like, if you're in Europe, you're jumping from France to Italy to London, and you can have, different cultural experiences within, a 2-hour train ride. For us, it's a big adventure, pack a backpack and you're on several flights and buses and trains and boats and whatever. And so there is an adventurous spirit, but I think all the guys I grew up with, it was like finish high school and go backpacking around the world.
So that's like a big thing where people are like, when they finish high school, it's like, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go experience something.
Yeah.
Is it almost taboo if you don't, in a way, that if you don't have like a...
No, I think it just comes from not having figured out what you want to do next, and I had probably 50-50 with my group of friends who, knew what they were doing. They were going to, a couple of them went into a trade, and a couple of them went to university, and then a couple of them were like, I got no idea, and maybe I'll find it in, Peru or wherever I'm going to go backpacking and cross paths with folks that might inspire something else in me. But yeah.
Did you do something like that? I know you grew up like partially in the outback and partially in Melbourne, right?
Yeah. Grew up in Melbourne, then lived in Northern Territory, in an Aboriginal community about 4 hours southeast of Katherine, and like in the middle of nowhere. And that was my earliest, most vivid memories. But that
we're there in the bush.
Yeah, like there's an Aboriginal community, a bunch of Aboriginal communities in the region we lived in, and I mean all across Northern Territory. But where we were, the proximity, there were sort of 3 or 4 communities that my dad worked, ran like a cattle station, and then ran like a community centre. And I went up there when I was 5 or 6, and then came back to Melbourne. And then again when I was like 7, 8, 9, so a couple of different times. But as far as the backpacking thing, I started working when I was 18. I got back on a soap opera, and then that kind of took me, straight into what I'm doing now. But I kind of missed that, and I do look back, and I especially speaking to a lot of friends of mine that had this sort of crazy adventure prior also to being famous and prior to being recognised, and you could just kind of get into a bunch of trouble and explore the world and make all those mistakes and hopefully learn something from them. I feel like that period, there's a romanticism that I sort of, or a nostalgia that I long for, that I wish I had done that prior to sort of, jumping into the working world.
Yeah, it's one thing that's the downside of celebrity or popularity is that, there's things you can't kind of go do like sometimes I'll romanticize as well, like being like, oh, I'd like to go there, but then I'm like, it would be more uncomfortable now, or it would be some type of way. And
did you do it after school? Did you ever get a chance to travel? And
yeah, I had a girlfriend. We went over there, and that was like a 7-country fight we went on. Oh man, I fought in so many territories and different oh man, I thought I was like working with Napoleon or something over there. It was a lot of I should get a medal for that, and so should she. I'm gonna say that.
What was the drama? What was it coming from?
Just, I think you don't know how you are when it's like stressful out there, when you're on trains and you're moving your bags all the time. And we booked too many places to go see. Like we should have done 4 days in each spot, and we tried to do like 2 days, 9 spots instead of do like 4 spots, 5 days. And so you just constantly on the go, and I would be sneaking off and just drinking wine by myself, and then one night I went off to the grocery by myself, and somebody had like a hit of LSD or something. It was like probably a pretty, nouveau grocery, I guess. And because it wasn't on the shelves, but it was available in the parking lot, which I consider an extension of the grocery. But yeah, so then I came back there, and I was like, I thought it would like boost my spirits, and then it was just that was horrible. And that time we were like in a camping sort of environment where there were outhouses and stuff, and so
in what country?
That was outside of Venice. Yeah. So, but it was great, but it was just like that was just a lot,
Too much in.
Yeah. But yeah, like going on that, doing something like that now, it would just feel like. It would feel tougher, and I'm sure. It's like you're Chris Hemsworth now, so it's like there's that name is bigger than you, and so it's like
it's interesting because I sort of at a point in my life where I don't know if you find this, but every few years you're kind of what was the goal at one point quickly becomes the norm, and then you're onto something else, and then it's the sort of reassess of like what my purpose is around or the why as to doing this thing. I'm chasing it for one reason, then it's for something else, and I'm at that sort of point where I'd love to sort of step away and on one hand and do a little sort of soul searching and dig a little deeper and sort of get a little more solitude and time to yourself. But I think, what would that look like? It's like,
But does the idea that's romantic that feels like
it's not quite.
Then the reality, it's hard to like say, well, would I be okay in that footing?
Like I'm not going backpacking at 42, and not that I'm I've got 3 kids, and then that's not my kind of.
Yeah, your backpack would be full.
Yeah, it'd be full of all 3 of them. But it was, but more just the kind of how do you the way you see the world through. When you are famous and recognized versus when you're not, different things. People interact differently to you, for good and bad, but also the opportunities that sort of present themselves and the places you can kind of inhabit become a little limited, in that sense. But it's what it is.
Yeah, the world's your oyster, but it's like, it's
you have this opportunity, but there's a restriction. There is such a restriction to your how much you can really involve yourself in it. You know, it becomes very observational. We're going to press tour, and you go to like 10 different countries, and it's like, God, that must be amazing. It's like, from the hotel room, you're looking out, and then if there's posters and so on around the streets of your face everywhere, then it's even more difficult. But it's and not to say you can't navigate your way around it at times.
Right, and we're not complaining, but no, it's an interesting look, and it's a good thought.
Yeah,
you can only it becomes very observational.
Yeah, which look, hey, is not a negative either at times. It's sort of
it's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think of like popularity and stuff like that. It's just interesting to be part of an experiment. Like, okay, this is what it's like.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I now like. Okay, there's good parts, there's bad parts. I don't think of it as me really as much as like, okay, I'm in this setting.
Yeah,
and this is the experience.
And it's also, it's like the sort of polarity of things. Like every time you solve one problem, life has a way of presenting another challenge, and not even a problem. It's like in order to be able to evolve and growth, the adversity that shifts you your way, and I think that's the sort of the misconception, I suppose, is the assuming that this, that, and the other I'll be void of those problems.
It'll solve it all.
And so what comes with huge benefit, in being like your recognizable personality and so on, and fame and all that, is incredible. And it comes with its own things, as does in any industry. I remember talking to my mum about this years ago. She was a high school teacher, and I was like, man, it's really tricky at work. The cast and the producer, and then does the film work and this. And she said, I could kind of, line those things up parallel to my experience, and the students might be my audience, and the principals, the producer, and so on. And it's like, that's life, that's the experience. And I think I've gotten much better at sort of egoically thinking that my experience is somehow separate, different, or unique. It's like whatever industry, whatever demographic, wherever you're born, you kind of, life has a way of throwing you the same sort of options, I guess, to appreciate things in its truest form, rather than sort of goal seeking or accumulating or whatever.
Yeah, the game doesn't really change. It's like, you don't think of like, oh, these problems are different. It's just like, okay, now there's new things, and that's just life. There's not really I don't think that popularity or celebrity is an escape from
and I think if you've sort
truth of things, if you're realistic.
Yeah, for sure. And there's certainly, there's a sort of, you see countless times again and again the sort of I guess not even the purity, but the sort of the motivation behind pursuing something, if it is for the assumption of it solving all the problems. Like you get ready for a rude awakening, and it's like, oh shit, that didn't answer all the questions I had, or it did momentarily, and then there's a new set the next morning, and so kind of surrendering to that has been, I think that's I'd say the gift in I think experience any form of fame or sort of celebrity or whatever, is that you get to kind of see behind the curtain, and you get to have that realization that from afar, most people are always going to be living with the assumption that it might bring you
way better behind the curtain.
Yeah.
And you get behind the curtain, you're like, oh,
I'm on the other side again, and back to the, I'm back in line.
Yeah, you open the curtain, you realize it's just a mirror.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Hey, Zach, I'm getting a little bit of reverb. I don't know if it's from the audio in the other room.
Have Chris pull his mic down just a hair.
Oh, down a bit.
Perfect.
It's up my nose now, isn't it?
Yeah, we want to see your face, dude, because this is, you know what I'm saying? That's what people want to see. You know what I'm saying, dude? God. Dang, dude. Yeah, you're freaking looks maxing or whatever they call it. You know? It's got to be crazy just being so handsome sometimes, dude. I bet your mirror, whenever it sees you, it's like, oh, yeah. I bet your mirror makes a positive sound, you know?
Look, man. Does
anyone gay at all? Sorry.
No, just the two of us in a room alone. It's fine.
Yeah.
I feel like
whatever, dude. You know what I'm saying?
No, I appreciate.
Pour me a Foster's. with some tits on it.
You're a handsome fella too, mate.
I don't know, dude. I'm side of the road handsome. Like if people are going by at like 50 miles an hour, they're like, "Hey, I think that guy was okay looking."
I'm sitting right next to you, and I'm admiring what I see, mate.
I'm hitchhiker handsome.
Yeah, I'd
well,
pick you
thank
up
you,
if, I was,
dude.
if you were hitchhiking,
Thanks, bro. Wow, you would?
Absolutely. Where are you
Hell
headed?
yeah. You can't even hitchhike in America anymore because, like, I think either the people picking up hitchhikers were like killing the hitchhikers, or the hitchhikers were killing the people. But it became like
That really?
that became like a real.
You see Wolf Creek, that
Yes.
film years ago? Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that kind of ended hitchhiking in Australia for a good decade or two.
Yeah, dude. Do motion pictures realize that they just one motion picture about something ruins the ability to get somewhere across a continent?
That ruined hitchhiking, and Jaws ruined the whole ocean experience.
Oh God, yeah.
I had on hitchhiking. I was in Vancouver once. You know, I was shooting a movie there like 15 years ago and driving back from Whistler, and it was like 7, 8 o'clock at night, and picked up a hitchhiker and thought, "Hey, it was so good." And it started to get real sort of creepy and starts kind of asking me like, "What are you doing? Where are you from? And what are you up to?" And like getting a little too sort of personal and where are you staying and whatever. And so I immediately start kind of, you know, filling in sort of, I just do heaps of martial arts and a lot of jiu-jitsu and a big background in boxing and, you know, telling like fight stories and seeing if that's going to sort of like sway the thing. And thankfully nothing happened, but it was that like moment where you're sizing each other up going, well, I don't know anything about you, and you don't know anything about me, and we could be.
How does this go? Yeah. Like, how does this story end?
Yeah.
You start thinking, how does this story end, and what role am I going to play in it?
Yeah, is it how you use a knife or gun or whatever? But
Yeah, that is one thing that is nice, I would say, about picking up hitchhikers. I've picked up a fair share over the years, and it's really like, okay, let's see what God wants for me today.
yeah, sure.
You know?
Mark Ruffalo, we were at a music festival in Australia, and just, you know, such a lovely human being, and picked up a couple of hitchhikers, and then like next day I spoke to him, and he goes, "I got back at like 7 a.m. and I was like, "You left at like 2?" And he's like, "Yeah, but I picked up these young kids, and they were like, well, you know, 18-year-old, 9-year-old kids, and they were like, yeah, we're going in that direction," and I didn't have the heart to tell them I was going the other direction, so I ended up going this like 4-hour detour. But
that's big-hearted.
That's a Ruffalo.
Yeah. I mean, that's also insane to be driving with children that far. That seems very...
18-year-old, 9-year-old, from a festival.
Okay.
We say kids. But, you know, they were sort of
adult
young
children.
folk and
Schoolies, they call them, eh?
yeah, schoolies, and then the toolies are the older ones hanging around, which where they're not they're the older age kind of creeps that are hanging around.
Oh, they call them toolies. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because they should have a trade by that point. So
They
it's
should.
like,
They should be able to go and not be hanging around 18-year-olds.
yeah, pick up a hammer. You know, do something. Was there kind of a point where you started to like? I think it's interesting what you said about, you know, you get to certain moments and you kind of like, you're like, okay, what's going on now? It's kind of like you're in life. A lot of times it does feel like that. And recently I think it's been like that for me, where it's like I feel like you're underwater for a long time.
Yeah.
And not in a bad way or anything. You're in the mix of life and you're doing things. And then you get to a point you're like, okay, let me come up and see what's going on. And why, what goals did I set? And where am I now? And then where do I want to be next? Or what things are important to me now? You know, or like how you know, what strokes do I want to use next in my life to get me to where I want to be at the next checkpoint, sort of?
For sure. Yeah, and I feel...
Has it been like kind of a recent thing that's been going on? Or
definitely,
is it just...
definitely, yeah.
Yeah,
I
same,
read this book called The Middle Passage, which is, you know, a gentler term for a midlife crisis. You know?
Dude, yes.
It's like James Hollis, and it's Jungian psychology, and it's beautiful because it talks about, you know, this sort of personification of self and this you know, the gathering of our identity as children, and due to our, you know, family bonds and ties, societal expectations. It could be religious, community, whatever, and you go through life attempting to present what you think the world wants from you. Some of it you may have some input in as far as what you want, but a lot of it is kind of an assembling to fit in. And then you get to this certain point, usually around your 30s, 40s, where that mask, that personification starts to wear thin and doesn't hold up. And there's this inner protest, and Jung talks about from the soul, the psyche rises up and says, there's a deeper truth here and a meaning, and what is it, and what is my contribution? And it usually comes around like or people find themselves in a place of servitude to something outside of themselves, you know, and it's like you service yourself for so long and as a sort of survival and to you know maintain a position in the workforce and so on, and then all of a sudden it's like there's something deeper that I haven't answered, and I find and your purpose even shifts around like the wife and doing things, you know, like it might purely be, you know, I was saying this before, but the sort of purity around your motivations and, you know, what is your heart saying, what is your passion, that's all very well, but you got to pay the bills, and so to be sort of financially motivated for a period of your life and to take care of folks and your family and so on, one thing, and then okay, that's sort of now
that's in a safe place.
That's in a safe place, and what's the next thing, and it's. I think if you're lucky enough to find that thing that speaks to you on a sort of a deeper level, but also allows you to function and operate in the world and be sort of financially secure, then great. But I sort of find myself bouncing around with those questions a lot more than I ever have, and a lot more sort of indecision, and a lot more. I had this sort of not naive, but pretty strong sort of relentless your confidence and pursuit when everything I was doing and I was and it was when things were as far out of reach as possible.
Dude, same. That's what I had.
All of a sudden you sort of arrive and you have these things that were going to bring you all of that fulfillment, and they do momentarily, and then you start to come up short, and you're like, God, fuck, what is it? There's this other sort of burning desire or voice that requires attention, and that, you know, is around, I think, solitude and sort of a slight separation from the busyness of sort of life and work and all the trappings to answer some of those questions. And none of, you know, I haven't come to any sort of finite conclusion, but I find the more I enjoy the mystery of that question and the seeking and the adventure and the path that takes you on, then without an attachment to an outcome, I've found myself a lot happier.
The better off you are.
Yeah, and a lot more at peace with the ebb and flow and things, however rapid that pendulum may be swinging. You know?
Yeah, I want to know. That's the thing. Sometimes I just want to, like, I want to know, and I want to know now, and I want to know, like, sometimes for my own safety, it's like, because I don't want to be in limbo, you know? But, I think having that space of, like, of embracing the I don't know right now.
Yeah.
And that's okay, and that is what is going on.
Yeah.
And let me enjoy this somehow.
And living in the questions, not the answers, you know? There's sort of, I think that there's a danger in definitives. You know, there's a sort of almost a lack of humility in that too, and this is where all of our sort of problems arise. Is my voice is correct and yours is incorrect, and mine versus yours, but allowing there to be mystery, questions, curiosity, and I think then there's an abundance of opportunity to learn. The new things start to come your way. Whereas as soon as I kind of go, I've got it, I've figured it out, and I put it in a box or myself or other people or scenarios, the world just obliterates that, and then you're left with that disappointment, and it's that expectation that I'm going to figure it out. I think that the trapping, you know, and so but takes real courage and bravery in the surrendering to that and the willingness just to go, wow, this sort of you know, universal kind of cosmic dance or this adventure we're on is supposed to be fun, and the sort of the most serious thing you can do is not take it serious, you know. And I find myself the polarity of things coming back to this all the time, going, okay, but what does that mean? And then there's that brief sort of moment of stillness of I don't know, and it's just being okay with the I don't know.
Yeah, dude. So a lot of times, like when it comes to like feeling just kind of in the world and in between spaces and uncertain, it's almost like, you know, when you're a kid and you run and you want to get your foot on the base.
Yeah.
It's like that's how I want to have my foot on a base. I want to have something that feels like it's certain, or at least like it's certain for like as a kid waiting on like I just want to know that's where I have to be, as opposed to being like I'm gonna stand here while the third baseman and the shortstop throw the ball back and forth. And I'm gonna be the guy in the middle, and I'm gonna enjoy that.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, as a viewer, and I'm just using like baseball analogy, the best part of the viewing is you start to smile when that guy is in between the short second and third baseman, and they're throwing the ball, and you're like, how's this going to go?
Yeah, for sure.
That's really where the most joy kind of is.
That's the anticipation, the mystery, the sort of immersion in the adventure. And it's like, you know, this is why we pick up books and we want to flick to the end. We want to know what the end is. And same with life. And then you get to the end and you're like, oh geez, actually it was all the tropey things you've heard before, that, you know, the journey, not the destination, so on. And I think that, and I wrestle with that all the time. But I've gotten better with understanding that I might have a handle on it today and I won't tomorrow. And that's okay, you know, as opposed to kind of just needing that definitive, like, what is it about? I mean, if we knew, if there was, you know, the reason we, you know, the sort of understanding of our own mortality is what allows us to appreciate and love things, you know. Without a sort of conclusion at some point and an end to it, there wouldn't be. We wouldn't even know it. We wouldn't appreciate anything.
Right, what would life be?
Yeah, you don't know love without loss. You don't know, and so, yet we spend so much time trying to either figure out the answer or avoid suffering, yet they're, you know, the joy and the love and the loss, it's one and the same thing without this, you know. And
dang, dude.
It's kind of, I do riddles with myself around it, and I don't know about you, but I was a kid at night time that would kind of be sitting there going, what does the end of life look like? And if it's blackness, if it's nothing, can I still think in the nothing? Or is it like nothing? Am I, you know, sort of.
Yeah, do I have any toys in the nothing?
Yeah, am I allowed to like talk to someone still? Or is it just like, it's just black?
Yeah. Is there a Lunchable? You know, like, yeah, like tell me that the nothing is Lunchables, dude. That's crazy, bro. I'm realizing that you're like a smart guy stuck in a good-looking guy. You're not like a good-looking guy that's just like, you know. Sorry, and that's a judgment, dude.
Thanks.
But you know, sorry. That was just like a judgment.
No, I had a lot of questions.
Yeah, that's a good way to be, man. I just, sometimes I want to be at the end of the sentence so I feel safe, you know.
Yeah.
I just want to, like, it gets scary. I was just talking with we just had Kevin James on, and we were talking about like even like if especially like if I'm in a relationship or like with women or even just sometimes with buddies and stuff, I will, if there's quiet, if there's like downtime, if it's silent, I'll just start being like, what else is going on? Like I'll have to fill it in, you know. It's like I won't. It's hard for me to leave the opportunity for something different to bloom, but then I crave there to be like whimsy and unique experiences and stuff like that. So I think this conversation is neat just to even have a thought about that, because I think even just talking about this will be a reminder of like next time I'm in some of those moments, like, let me just see what happens here.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Did you ever read anything about Alan Watts?
I hear a lot of his like audio and stuff. My mom always sends it to me.
It's this beautiful thing about love and about the idea of like falling in love, the absurdity of falling. And he said, it's, you know, people say, oh, it's crazy to fall in love, but how, but the act of falling is a risk in itself and a surrender. You don't say rising to love. And so anything that's worth pursuing that has, you know, that brings comfort and love and joy and whatever, there is an act of surrender that occurs at some point. And that again, in the sort of being okay with the unknown, that gives me sort of comfort. There's something.
That's a good point, dude. Yeah, it's falling. It's like
you don't rise to love, you fall to love. I think that's a beautiful quote.
And if you fall pretty far, you'll end up in some weird spots.
And you also fall to some pretty tragic places.
You're in
climb into some other ones, and you know.
Yeah, you're in Amsterdam suddenly, you know.
Aren't you tired of or? This or that? Soup or sandwich? Not here. Potbelly believes in the power of and. With Pick Your Pair, you get soup and sandwich. Sandwich and salad. Salad and soup.
We all know that to stay in the game, you have to play smart. It's about longevity, not just taking every single shot. You need to pace yourself to keep things fun. That is why Prize Picks has built-in limits. You can set daily or weekly deposit limits right in the app. It's the best way to make sure you stick to your budget before the game even starts. And if you ever feel like you need a break, you can use the timeout feature. Lock your account for a month or more. It's a proactive move to clear your head and step away for a bit. Find these tools in the Responsible Gaming tab on the Prize Picks app. Play smart and take care of yourself. When I find that it's time to buy some Bitcoin for myself, MoonPay is the first app. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. When you get to places where you are trying to find more time for peace, I know you had the documentary you did called Limitless.
Yeah.
And I know you have your new movie Crime 101, and we want to talk about some of that. I watched it last night.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, was there stuff that you learned? Like, because Limitless is about you kind of experiencing different things to challenge yourself. Is that a good thing to say?
Yeah, it was. I've done 2 seasons of it, and then I did an individual episode with my dad. But it was a show about longevity and the science of longevity. In the first season, I was very much the guinea pig in the name of science. Then I would be thrown into, like say, so an episode on cold water exposure. Let's show the benefits, and you can swim in the Arctic, for 5 minutes and try and survive, or you can, the benefits of muscle mass for the brain, and we'll do a strength episode. So climb a 200-meter damn wall, and so it was all these kind of, pretty extreme examples of representing the science we were talking about. The second season I had a bit more agency with, and it was great, and I was less of a guinea pig, and I had a bit more of a sort of educated opinion around each topic. But I wouldn't say I set out to do it I didn't know. It was just sort of came my way and sounded like a fun thing to do. And
yeah, it seems really interesting to go through those moments and just to almost have a buffet of things. You're like, I'm going to try these and see what it's like. What was one of your biggest takeaways from it, like as a practice for yourself? If there were any, or was there enough of an experience there even to have or was it too much of a production to take away?
Oh no, there was a lot. A profound effect on me, especially the second season and the first season without me realizing what was occurring. Like there was all the obvious things about strength training and cognitive health and cold water, hot exposure, fasting and so on. But the episode I did with my dad called A Road Trip to Remember was the most profound one because he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's about 4 or 5 years ago.
And he was genetically predisposed to it, right?
Yeah.
He and your mom.
Yeah, and that's how we found out because I did my blood work on that show and found out that I had 2 copies of the ApoE4 gene, which is you get a copy from your mum, a copy from your dad, either a 2 or 4.
They both gave you a copy?
They both gave me a copy, but they both gave me the worst copy, which is the 4, which meant I was a 4-4, which is like 1 in, I think, 1,000 people have. But so I remember being with my dad and telling him about it and going, I don't know if this is a kind of it's not a death sentence, it's not a predeterministic gene, but it's like a big warning sign. And he said, oh, don't worry, mate, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and how many times am I going to have to tell him about it if he's predisposed to Alzheimer's?
But we didn't know he was. And then 5 years later, he got diagnosed, and I remember sitting there telling him, don't worry, Dad, we'll figure it out. And so we went on this journey, it's called A Road Trip to Remember. It's this thing called reminiscence therapy, where you go back into your past, stimulate memories and experiences to stimulate the hippocampus, which is the part of the brain that dementia is attacking.
Oh, dang, your dad's Joe Biden?
He's
crazy, dude.
But we're spending time with him. It was kind of a love letter to him. And it's not, I was kind of hoping for a silver bullet to fix it, but it became more about connection. It became more about like the things I got to say to him and ask him about his concerns and fears around the disease. I probably wouldn't have asked him otherwise. And so it forced this kind of really beautiful, intimate series of conversations and gave him some agency, I think, because they begin to feel like, they're a patient or they're a burden, and all of a sudden this was about him. And I watched the shift and the big one being social connection. The most important thing I took away from both of those seasons was support group, friendships and connection. And the people in blue zones, where people live over 100, or the most centurions in the population within regions around the world, the commonality is having a wonderful sense of community and a wonderful support network. And then whether or not they drank alcohol or smoked or whatever, it was like the lack of or the reduction in stress was due to the support networks and friendships and
Well, yeah, they say that in recovery too. I'm in a lot of recovery communities, and they say that connection is the opposite of addiction.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Wow.
that connection. It's like, I mean, I was in a meeting this morning, like a Zoom meeting, and it's like, I'm sitting there just listening to guys share what's going on with them. That's real.
Yeah.
And someone's gonna say things that I've always wanted to say, and I didn't know I could, but I couldn't make the words, and then they made the words for me. And so there's a part of me that like starts to feel like, okay, that's not a crazy pieces of a thought that you've had.
Yeah.
That's a real thing, and somebody else just put it together for you. And but yeah, just being able to connect, they say, is the opposite of addiction.
Yeah, I like
bring that back up, the Blue Zones. I've never heard of this.
It's where there's the most amount of people who have
lived to be 100.
Lived to be 100, yeah. And I think there's like Japan, some of Italy.
Yeah, we got Okinawa, Japan, Ikaria, Greece, Sardinia, Italy, Nicoya, and that's Costa Rica, and Loma Linda. But hold on, there's none over by Australia? You guys didn't get one?
Yeah, I don't know if they does.
Probably because of the dangerous species.
All the things that try and kill us, yeah.
Yeah,
Or we're too
that's-
busy backpacking to the places.
Yeah, you guys are too busy over there making people happy in those places, probably. Blue zones are regions of the world where people have unusually long and healthy lives. The many residents reaching age 90 to 100 while staying relatively free of major chronic disease. Researchers use blue zone to describe geographically limited areas where rates of centenarians are far higher than expected, and older adults remain active and independent. That's a huge thing, that they remain active and independent.
Well, that still working as well, like still having some form of purpose.
Right. Purpose is huge. We talk about
purpose
that all
is
the time in here.
Yeah.
That if people lose their purpose, then what do we have?
Do you ever read Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl?
I have read that.
That's, the purposeful suffering, he calls it. But watching people in, when he was in the prison camp in Auschwitz, how, because he was a psychoanalyst or a therapist, and he went in, and people all under the same horrific circumstances, environment, and why some people's body would give up and others wouldn't. And it was often when they found out that a loved one or family had been killed or died, their spirit, their soul, their body gave up. And so he produced logotherapy, which is about sort of giving a purpose behind whatever adversity you're facing, and giving a sense of meaning to whatever the suffering is you're going through. But again, with the centurions, people who it's not retiring, basically, and that doesn't mean work yourself in. There's a difference between working yourself into the grave, but also, the work could be you have a garden to maintain,
Right.
You have a
Yeah, you have
painting
grandchildren
class.
to keep tabs on. You have you have a trip to plan. You're helping with one of your children's activities. Yeah, I think that a lot with my own mom as she gets older. It's like, I want her to be free of things. If she doesn't want to work, she likes to work. She delivers for Amazon and stuff. She just loves it. She's like, I'll call her and she's like, I'm just sitting in the lot of, or she'll deliver for like Whole Foods, different just kind of chain places or something.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm just sitting here in the lot, just waiting for a route or whatever, And I just picture her in her van. She's just sitting there. She's 70 something, and she's just waiting to deliver a catalytic converter to some guy across town. Thank you for bringing this up. This is so fascinating. I want to list off some of these just so we can that people know some of the things from these blue zones. Despite very different cultures, blue zones share several recurring features: natural movement, lots of walking, gardening, and manual chores built into daily life. Plant-based diet, high in vegetables, beans, and whole grains. Strong social ties, like we were talking about. Multi-generational living, so probably having your family members around you. Tara Swart was in. She's a neuroscientist. She's an author. She's a fascinating lady, and she was saying that when you feel the best, a lot of people that feel the best, when you have the best feeling in a home, is when there's a lot of people in the home.
Yeah.
When there's just like multi generations, and those families often get the best sleep because there's just there's a connectivity going on.
Yeah.
Low chronic stress. Just a few more of these blue zone common lifestyle patterns. A clear sense of purpose, and generally optimistic, engaged attitudes. In light, regular alcohol or none. In some places, people drink small amounts of wine. In other places, they avoid it entirely. Like in Sardinia, Italy, you'll see an 6-year-old out there drinking.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's just like a.
You know, he's like, I'll have a Chardonnay and some Peppa Pig, you know? It's like, you'll see a 5-year-old on his tablet ordering a damn Cabernet.
I know. It's like, it can't all be bad.
Yeah. Well, I think this is just proof that there's ways to do it, right? And that this is data that shows that there's ways to have a life that's the most comfortable if you can.
Because it's sort of like, it's like these sort of, you know, stress being the biggest killer and, you know, the cause of chronic disease and so on. Stress, I find like the amount of stress involved in the idea of achieving perfection or doing things perfectly, you know? And I get asked all the time about like, you know, you must never eat sugar or never drink alcohol, or train 7 days a week and so on. And it's like I had periods where I've gone into the extreme realm, but they're not when I've been my happiest or my healthiest.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, what do you do when a birthday cake comes?
Just smash it.
Right. And what are you supposed to be, that weirdo?
Yeah, no. What kind of life is that? It's just like, you're not going to enjoy any of the sort of, you know,
Yeah, what do you do when a freaking, they're like, yeah, because I'll do low sugar, you know? I don't do no sugar, really. But sometimes if a birthday cake comes, dude, what are you going to be? Some guy just over there just, just carving up a cucumber? Who am I going to, you know what I'm saying? Some dude over there just sneaking a carrot out of his pocket.
Just a little crudité in the corner, just a little bit of icing.
And that's not creepier to the kids at the people at the party? Is you're over there like...
You know, that guy's not stressed. That's a huge amount of stress involved in just smuggling a carrot into the party and having to explain it.
Yeah. Showing up at a kid's birthday party with a couple carrots in your pocket is way more stressful. And you're right, dude. There's a different stress of being the person who's sneakily eating crudité, as you called it, as other people are enjoying a birthday cake. That is a different type of like.
So how many people do you meet who are, you know, often with your grandparents and they smoke cigarettes and drank alcohol and, you know, ate steak and eggs every day and they're living to, you know, 90, 100. But again, I'm not saying any of that is the, you know, here's my top 10 tips to live longer, but I think that was in a time when you did have more family members in the house, as you just said, like grandparents, cousins. Everyone lived in these sort of smaller communities, and we're also spread out now. And I don't know about you, but like in the last sort of 5-10 years, I worked really hard to bring my family kind of closer and closer, and we all live in the same area for that reason, because I think a lot of us grew up, or definitely through history, we grew up with bigger households with, you know, shared responsibility. And now you have these little secular sort of, you know, houses where you don't even know your neighbors and your grandparents live somewhere else.
It feels good when your family's around in a weird way. Or you know what? There's layers to life then, I think, when they're around. Like, there's nothing better than when you're feeling horrible and sad about yourself to be able to look across the room and look at one of your parents' eyes and be like, this is your fault.
Yeah.
And you can't do that if you're at home by yourself.
You can't blame anyone if you're sitting there looking in the mirror, you know, and then it's like, your fault. That doesn't work.
Yeah. And I think maybe we're going to be getting back towards that. And we may not have a choice just because of, like, the cost of living and things like that. But my niece just moved back in with my sister. Like, I don't know, and things like that, I think it's kind of nice. Like, there is something that's fun about feeling like a part of something, even if you're like kind of a curmudgeon about it, like, oh, I live back at home, but good for you.
Good for you, absolutely. There's plenty of time to sort of live on your own. And
good for you, and to get to see your stepdad's nuts hanging out of his freaking undershorts once a year. You know, that
once a year, once a week even? What a joy.
Yeah, dude. The fucking Lord's mistletoe. That's the best, brother. With your father, how is he doing today?
He's good. Look, compared to, there were a couple other family members and close by folks that were going through or had the same diagnosis around the same time who were in a sort of catatonic vegetable state. He's, you know, you could sit here with us and talk to us and you might not even know, you know, and you spend enough time and it's the short-term memories. And then it's the wrong kind of stress that then is really evident, you know, like stress for him training in the gym and so on and solving a crossword puzzle, great, but like not finding his keys and then, you know, losing things and then beating himself up about it. Oh, yeah. Then you'll watch his memory go really bad. But
wow, so stress is such a big activator.
Oh, it's huge, yeah. He went down, he rides motorbikes and used to race motorbikes and went down to put some gas in the petrol tank and then it wouldn't start. And so Mum came, picked him up, went back home. He got home and he said, "Yeah, I needed the key." And she's like, "No, it just didn't start." And he got the spare key, went back down, didn't start again. He's like, God. And he did that 3 times through the day. By the time then I was at work, I got home and I said, "Look, I'll just come pick him up, pick the bike up." I put the bike on the back of the car, and he was like, "All right, so we're going to your place to get my car, aren't we?" And I said, "No, Dad, we're taking your bike home." And he's like, "What bike?" And he had twice in this 10-minute drive, turn around and see the bike in the back of the truck. And that was as strong as I've seen it, and as sort of confronting as it's been. But then the next day, once that problem had been solved, it was he could sort of, there was a calm, and it was better. But he's doing good, man.
What's his name?
Yeah, Craig.
Hey, Craig.
Yeah.
What's up, Craig?
Yeah.
Cheers from the U.S., mate.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Good day, sir. And what's his trade been? His life?
He was
a cattleman.
Well, he worked in child protection for most of his career, and then when we went to Northern Territory, and he mustered cattle, he was that was just a window.
Trying something different.
Trying something different. We had family up there who were doing it, and in the documentary we end up back in the Aboriginal community we lived in, and the couple of the guys, they called him. They said, "He's a Chuck Norris looking motherfucker," because he had this long ponytail, and he would pull cattle down by the tail and tie them up.
I love a male Rapunzel.
Male Rapunzel.
There's nothing I love more, brother. Oh, that's beautiful, dude. And child protection, what exactly is that?
Yeah, he would. He worked with children who were, neglect, family violence, abuse, go into the home, and basically have to, assess the situation, present evidence to a court, talk to the police department, and work out, what should happen, and is this child in a safe position?
Oh,
or
wow!
not? And huge responsibility, and I watched the toll that took on him over the years when he just couldn't. There were certain things he wasn't able to fix, and it was, and you do one, you solve one thing, and feel like you were, had momentum, and then the next day there's, piled of other cases on the desk. And so, but very much in service to others, and has always been fiercely protective of kids. Has this sort of angelic sort of quality to his
we'll hire him.
Integrity. He's ready and willing.
Look, I bet we could get him 30% of the vote right now in America to be our next president. If we have somebody that's protective of children here, we'll take it, man. And thank you for your service, Craig. I think that stuff like that is so important. Thinking about the well-being of children. I think there's nothing that's more. It's like the purest thing that exists in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so thank you for your service. We appreciate that. They just had a ban for social media, was it, or cell phones in Australia?
Yeah, I think we're the first country in the world that has had kids from 16 and under.
Yeah, Australia has banned social media for kids under 16. How does it work?
Yeah.
Under 16s in Australia have been banned from using major social media services, including TikTok, X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat, and Threads. Threads sucks. They cannot set up new accounts, and their existing profiles were deactivated. Wow. I wonder if they all had like a D-Day when they were all like gathered around a fire or something.
This is the thing. Are they all now like re-entering different ages, or is it? I mean, I don't know to what. I mean, I think it's a fantastic thing. And, and
the idea of it seems perfect.
Yeah, and its execution, I hope there's. There's a positive sort of navigation through it, because I'm sure, my kids, I change a passcode in the phone or whatever, and they figure out shit in, seconds. They're like little genius hackers with all of it. But we try and keep them off it as much as possible. But
yeah, but also your passcode is often like handsome guy 4,000.
That's it. So it's the obvious one.
So exceptionally gorge male 7.
Oh no, lucky. You're special too. Yeah, hopefully this takes off around the world. I don't know.
I'm going to see what this says here. Australia's government said the ban would reduce the negative impact of social media's design features that encourage young people to spend more time on screens, also serving up content that can harm their health and well-being. I don't know any human that would disagree with that.
Yeah.
A study commissioned in 2025 found that 96% of children ages 10 to 15 use social media, and that 7 out of 10 of them had been exposed to harmful content. This includes misogynistic and violent material, as well as content promoting eating disorders and suicide. Yeah, I'm curious. What? Can you look up on? And this is Perplexity that we use to look things up.
Mm-hmm.
Large studies of more than 100,000 young adults find that each year of smartphone ownership before age 13 is associated with higher rates of depression-like symptoms, suicidal thoughts, aggression, and detachment. Detachment for sure. I mean, and if you're detached when you're already like in a place where you're growing and it's like your footing is uncertain. Girls show particularly big drops in emotional resilience and self-esteem. Cyberbullying and harassment, phones and apps mean bullying can follow kids home, which raises risks of depression, anxiety, and self-harm.
Sleep disruption, big one.
Yeah, sleep disruption and body image and comparison. Man, well, cheers to you guys for like leading the charge there. I think Spain just followed suit. Is that right?
Oh, really? It's where my wife's from.
Oh, is it? Yeah. You got a
Madrid.
Spanish lady, huh?
Yep. Fiery.
Fiery's your wife's name?
Fiery. No, I said fiery.
Oh, she's fiery.
Fiery energy.
Oh, yeah.
Elsa is her name, yeah.
Elsa, like the movie.
Yeah, Frozen.
As of February 26th, Spain has announced to ban social media access for children under 16. I don't know if we would ever do it here because I think we look at our children more as okay to be victims of marketing and capitalism, whereas in other countries they don't. You know, I'm glad that Australia is doing this. Do you feel like it would take some getting used to? There will be this group that has to be the one that loses it, and then there will have to be the younger siblings of them that are like, oh, I wish we had it. But if you could get it to go for like a generation, I think it would really play into something beautiful.
100%. It's even like, you know, we were probably, I don't know, like, I remember when the phone first came on, like, how old are you?
I'm 45.
45. So
I'm gonna die
like,
soon.
We all are. We were kind of the guinea pigs for it in a way, you know. Like I remember getting a phone and it wasn't an
for
iPhone.
social media, yeah,
just and all of it. And then you look at, and so but we had enough awareness of what came before. Like coming up now and only knowing that exists, and every time I try and tell my kids like that science around it, they're like, oh, shut up, you know. And there's just no comparison for them, you know. Whereas, and that's the danger.
The comparison.
We knew the comparison.
We knew the possibility.
And we're still doing it, and we still end up depressed. And you know, I don't know about you, but
oh, dude, I noticed I've been off of TikTok for a while.
Yeah,
and I'm feeling better, man.
Yeah,
and the algorithm.
Oh yeah.
There should be I've always thought there should be able to be like legal recourse against an algorithm because you're creating a system like a vitriol for me to then go, and now it's just my responsibility. Like, I'm 9 minutes on, I hate a group, and now I'm just back out into the world.
But also, what that algorithm is created off a question. It's not created off an opinion. It's I might have curiosity or ask the question about this particular thing, and it goes, oh, that's it, and now you're on down that lane, and that's the danger. Is it's making up your conclusion. You know, is it giving you the definitive sort of, this is how you now should vote, or this is the way you should be opinionated, or this is who you should like or dislike, based upon human curiosity. You know, you might not be, you know, one political party supporter, but you're having a look at it. Next minute, that's all you're seeing.
Yeah,
and you're
go
fully on board.
It takes you from curious to conviction. It takes you there. You're right. In the beginning, I'm just like, oh, I'm curious about this.
Yeah.
But then suddenly, your 7 videos are about it, and you're like, now I have some sort of a conviction.
Yeah, complete biased opinion about it. Yeah.
And they can even serve. It's almost like here's the next stair step. Here's the next stair step. Like they can do. You know.
You're right though. There should be. Like, at bare minimum, they're not allowed to create an algorithm that encourages one thing. It should be you have to continue to put that search in the search engine as opposed to it going, this is all we're feeding you now. Because it's all perspective. It's like your version of, you know, one thing or my version of that is all around what I've been exposed to. There's no kind of right and wrong in it. It's like whatever education that I've been fed via this fucking machine in my hand, you know.
And on X, they have people killing each other.
Yeah,
that's insane.
No, I mean, my kids were talking about certain, you know, horrific events and so on. I was like, where the hell did you see that? And it's there's nothing to stop it, you know.
Oh, dude. Well, the craziest part is the other night I wake up. For some reason I'm like, you know, I'm obviously lonesome or whatever, but so I'm like on X or whatever. It's like 3:15 in the morning. I don't even know why I'm on there.
Yeah.
I see 2 people get shot outside of a Wendy's, right? And they don't even show you if EMTs come. They don't show you that part.
No.
It's just 2 people shot outside of a Wendy's, right? And then the next thing is an advertisement for Wendy's. And I'm like, now I'm hungry. I don't even care about it's like, I forgot.
Yeah. Oh, it's insane.
And I'm like, well, do I need 2 bags of platelets and an EMT or a Baconator?
Yeah, the complete sort of desensitization to something, and then the immediate sort of bait hooked into the product being sold is like,
And that you get taken from something that's so serious into something that's so trivial that it's like it starts to like deteriorate the part of you that takes something very serious. You know?
for sure. Yeah.
And for these kids, now you got to walk over there and look this girl in the eyes and see that she might not be interested in you, which is the genre that we grew up in, brother.
That's right.
If you want to call somebody fat, you got to walk across town, you got to say it to
look
them,
'em in the
and
eye.
then you got to see their big fat fist come and hit you right in your smug face.
Yeah. No, and there's no accountability. That's the other thing. It's like the amount of like smart aleck, sarcastic sort of, sentiment and tone I hear from sort of my kids and their mates based upon the lack of consequence. Like you said that shit in high school or school and you felt it immediately. You went, well, a lesson to note to self, don't say that again. Whereas now you're like plugging all sorts of things on your comment boards or you're commenting on what other people have done with, very little, if any, consequence or
Any repercussion. Let me see what this says. Instagram rolls out algorithm control option to all English-speaking users. Oh, wow. After launching it in early testing with a limited number of users in October last year, Instagram has today announced that all English-speaking users globally will now be able to access its Your Algorithm manual control option, giving you another way to define your Reels experience.
I thought it already did that though, because I remember meeting someone who said, this is like 8 years ago, said, no, like you've said, you've talked about puppy dogs for a while, and then all of a sudden puppy dogs are all over your reel, and they said, no, they're listening to individual words, and I was like, the individual words, bullshit, it's fucking the entire sentence, but and now there seems to be a sort of, oh, that's an option, but I'm pretty sure it's been planted
I'm
from
sure
day
this
one.
has always
right?
been an
Like,
option, and it's never been effective.
Yeah.
As you can see in this overview, you can access the Your Algorithm controls by tapping on the top. What does it do, though?
So I've been using it, and I changed my feed completely. I put on like editing tutorials, film lighting, and like my feed is like all educational now. It's helped a lot. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and I think more people should know about it.
Because, I think sometimes my fear is that I'm trapped in this algorithm of times that maybe weren't my best self or like times where I just, or just what they fed you.
Yeah, for sure.
And you get fed brassieres and this and that.
And it's all targets big response, big. It triggers big emotions. It's all outrage mostly.
Right, it's like dopamine or
fucking what's going to piss you off the most.
testosterone, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Nick, you feel like it has been effective?
100%. And then, but if I do see something, I'm like, I don't want that. Then you just do see like the 3 dots and see less of, and it's really transformed it.
Oh,
like,
cool.
I feel like I'm getting educated when I go on a lot.
Yeah, that's the place I want to be in. It's like, God, just for some, get me there. But I guess I have to take some action too, But that's good to know that that's effective.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this story. So one time I got in an argument with my girl, my ex or whatever. I don't know what happened to her, but we were in love or whatever. But anyway, we got in a fight or argument on the side of the interstate. She stabbed my tire and threw a hardware hammer off the front of my car. Bam. Bounced on the hood, broke it out. Windshield cracked it out. So she used to play softball. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is I didn't want to go to my insurance because it was going to be expensive. And I was in a tough spot. I should have had CarShield. CarShield offers low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plans designed to protect drivers from expensive car repair bills. That's what they do. With over 20 years of experience serving vehicle owners, CarShield also provides 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no additional costs. That's CarShield. So make a decision that your wallet will love with CarShield right now. CarShield is offering our listeners 20% off with the code Theo at carshield.com. Visit carshield.com to lock in your 2026 protection today and protect yourself from expensive car repairs. Again, go to carshield.com and use code Theo for 20% off. This show is sponsored by Liquid IV. I get dehydrated. I don't like waking up and feeling my hands feel like little paper hands. I like having hydration in me. And some days I'll hit the sauna and get a little fitness in or something. Or I'll do 2 podcasts back to back in a day and I'm just drained. I need to feel hydrated. I need to feel like my cellular structure isn't getting too zapped That's where Liquid IV comes in for me. I get me a little stick of Liquid IV, a packet. I get me a little water. I'll pour a little bit of water out of my water bottle. I'll dump that packet into that water. I'll put the cap back on and shake that baby. Just one stick and 16 ounces of water hydrates better than water alone. Powered by LIV Hydroscience. An optimized ratio of electrolytes, essential vitamins, and clinically tested nutrients that turn ordinary water into extraordinary hydration. Show up start to finish with hydration from Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier Sugar Free. Tear, pour, live more. Go to liquidiv.com and get 20% off your first order with code Theo at checkout. That's 20% off your first order with code Theo at liquidiv.com. I saw Crime 101.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, dude, it's a heist movie, right? Safe to say?
Yeah. It's a character-driven crime thriller. Somewhat of a sort of homage to the 70s, 80s, 90s, even early 2000s, like heist films that I feel like we used to see a lot more of, and we just don't tend to make any so much now. Where there's insane action and car chases and intensity, but that's matched by the intensity. Or there's a momentum and a continuity with the emotional, intimate scenes as well, and it was one of the best things I'd read in years. It was certainly good for the types of scripts I was being sent. I had an interest in doing something very different, and this came along, and it was up there with my top sort of 2-3 films
that you've done.
That I've been a part of. Yeah.
Was it like a personal challenge? I mean, your character is kind of this. He's a he's a bad guy that's questioning what's going on with himself.
For sure, yeah. So Mark Ruffalo plays a detective. I play a jewelry thief. Halle Berry is an insurance broker, and basically all at sort of a crossroads in their life around, you know, the Mark's character is facing corruption, and if he speaks up, he'll be sent one way, and if he follows suit, he'll get a promotion. And Halle Berry is facing, you know, ageism and feels like she's being passed over. And my guy is in that same sort of that moral ambiguity and that sort of grey space of, you know, justifying his criminality. We show the audience and present that he has come from meager means, difficult times, he's out of foster homes. And again, not to excuse any of what he does, but it raises, I think, the question of how one got to that point. But he does live by a very strict code. There's sort of non-violent, violence throughout his robberies. But he's at a point where he's seeking personal freedom and an escape from this world, and is presented with this one final sort of heist, which could be the exit. And it's each character sort of on a collision course for one another, and all sort of interweave to this pretty I found pretty sort of fascinating sort of crescendo and finale. But he's a good guy, he's wrestling with, I think, not having, in my sort of backstory with it, not having strong paternal figures or parental figures that were of held integrity or maturity for him to look to and to be, I guess, modeled behavior by. So, like a lot of guys that we were speaking to and research guys in the criminal world came from broken homes, and you seek connection and brotherhood and safety in kind of all the wrong places, and that's why a lot of guys end up in gangs. There's sort of there's family there that they haven't
it's
had before.
connection.
Yeah, and then it's also they're pushing back against a system that, in their eyes, gave them nothing. So it's like, well, screw you. I'm gonna, what did the insurance companies or the banks or the high-end jewelry fashion entities ever give me? And so, again, none of this is my justification for the life of crime, but I think that the script does a great job at presenting further layers and a deeper sort of presentation about just people, and their human experience.
I agree with that. I think one thing I notice about it is there's a bit more of the story element. There's a bit more of like, you have the action, you have this sort of, you have this like a little bit of like, I don't know if it's like Fast and the Furious meets sort of like Jewel Thievery, sort of like you have this high energy, but you have some sincere storylines about what's going on with these people, and just how people get into positions maybe that they didn't even want to be in, but there they are, and how do we still view them as people, and then how do they then operate to the best of their ability, even in not even the best circumstance.
Absolutely, yeah.
Does that make any sense or not?
No, it did for sure.
Damn,
yeah, it
bro.
should have been a tagline.
That's the most sense I've made in a
I've
while.
been at
I
Presto
think.
for 3 weeks, and I wish I had that quote. I could have laid it out.
It's been a rough.
far more succinct than the.
The past year, I haven't been able to get something out. It's been tough, man.
No, it's true, and it does. It sort of. I think when it doesn't spoon feed or jam down the audience's throat the answers and conclusions for things. It offers up ideas, and again, in the moral ambiguity space of right and wrong, it's like nothing's just black and white, and we love to sort of categorize things. It's easiest for us to understand, but when you kind of get an insight into someone's life, into their backstory, you go, oh, shit, if I was faced with that, or I'd come from that, would I make this decision? And if I had an opportunity that was, lawfully wrong or immoral on one hand, well, could I justify it through this lens? And if it was going to pull me into personal freedom and escape this shitty position I'm in, would I do it? And then so you're asking those questions as you're along for the ride, hopefully. And I find that the beauty of filmmaking and storytelling is when you're given as a choose your own adventure sort of internal process that can occur with what your assumptions are, but also not being so quick to judge, Yeah,
because there's moments you're like, oh, this guy's scared, like your character, where he's like, oh, he's scary, he's dangerous, he doesn't care if people die, but then you see, well, he has kind of a code of his own and how he operates within this space.
Yeah.
What he thinks of love, what he thinks possible for him. Yeah, it just had a deeper layer than just like sort of a smash and grab, like kind of like heist movie.
Yeah, that was the goal.
It had a little bit of a James Bond-esque in the sense of like, some of the chase scenes and stuff like that reminded me of some of that energy.
Yeah, for sure.
And just some of the music that went with it.
Yeah.
There were certain moments where it gave me some of that energy, kind of.
You see Heat or the Michael Mann and Collateral. It was kind of like those types of films were a big sort of comp where the action, it was a realism and a grit and an authenticity to it, but you had complex emotional sort of characters along the way as well. So yeah, it's a fun one.
You ever steal anything good when you were young? You guys ever
steal anything?
You ever blow dart a wallaby and sneak over there and run it out of somebody's
blow dart
yard?
a wallaby, did you say?
Yeah, just put him down. You think one dart would take a wallaby down or not?
It depends what kind of trank is in that dart. You mean like a tranquilizing dart or
something? Yeah,
a dartboard dart.
Oh, trank. I'm talking trank. Yeah.
Yeah, they go down. The wallabies are tiny. The big kangaroos, I don't know.
Oh, dude, not some of the ones I seen over there.
Yeah,
whatever. We went to that place outside of Melbourne. That was a big kangaroo park.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was outside of.
No, there's a lot. There's
Bro, we saw the one that's jacked. We saw the Nate Diaz one.
You ever see that video of the guy punching on with the kangaroo?
No.
You didn't see that? The wallaby comes up to get his dog, and he literally shapes up, throws a left and a right, and pop, bang. Just because I think the wallaby's trying to attack his dog, or it's got his dog in a headlock or something. But
yeah, dude, we saw the one. We were afraid to move, dude. I was waiting for like Keith Peterson to step in. I was waiting for a UFC referee to come in and say to your neutral corners. I was waiting for Mark Goddard.
I mean, I don't know what this guy's. This is. Look at this. The wallaby's got.
Who was that? Luke Bryan.
He's got the dog in a headlock. Watch his feet. Whoop, whoop. Ready? Whoop, whoop. Oof, jab. It's like, the kangaroo is like, what the?
Is that Luke Bryan?
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Anyway.
That is beautiful, dude.
I mean,
that dog should have been able to get free though. That's a big dog.
Oh, they're pretty strong, these things, and they got little talons. They got big old claws on them.
Oh, dude, we saw the ones that were very scary. But I had such a great time, man, in your country.
How long were you there for?
We were there for probably 2 weeks, dude. One of my favorite times was like, we got some just some e-bikes, and we went during the day. We would go up and down the Gold Coast on the. You could bike on the sand, like basically in the water if you want, and there would be nobody out there. Yeah, it would always be his dick, dude, all
Jonah,
the time.
that's his name, Jonah.
Bro, and what a legend, dude. To get to meet him, it literally felt like you were meeting something, like a rare bird that showed up on a branch to talk with you for a little bit.
I remember
really
crossing
special.
paths with him when I first started acting, and
you passed with him?
Yeah, as in like he was a mate of mine, and crossing paths and just being he was just what he kind of came up with was like, I want to say kind of back when The Office was first coming out, but that mockumentary style.
So
but he played like 7 or 8 different characters, and yeah, talented dude.
Oh, dude, Mr. G, dude, the musical.
Yeah, the musical drama.
Yeah.
A lot of it like kind of got
Bad
cancelled a
habit
bit
for
now.
drugs, dude. So good,
Oh
bro.
my God.
Dude, the fact that
Welcome
we
to
can
Mr.
say
G's
it,
room, G's room. Welcome to Mr. G's room.
the fact
Come
we
on,
can
sit
say
on the floor.
and still laugh right now is
Oh mate,
that is good stuff.
Yeah, that was like pre kind of like I think a lot of it is you know isn't acceptable now. He wouldn't be able to make any of it now, but like, but then that was before anything, and it was.
I'd make it with him in a heartbeat,
Yeah.
dude. If he
Give him a
wanted,
call. I'm sure he's looking to make some.
people now would make it easy because you could put it out yourselves. It's like you could do it yourself and put it out.
I think
you
just
know?
in the sort of cancel space, the culture, he kind of got.
I think he
cooked a
felt
bit.
that more than it was very real.
Oh,
I-
really?
Oh, I think so.
okay,
I
yeah.
think the reality of people,
Yeah.
like I think like even like people like I think he was like I don't know if people thought he was making fun of Aboriginal culture or Tongan culture
Yeah,
or what it was.
Polynesian and yeah,
Polynesian,
yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Those people.
I mean, it depends who you spoke to.
Yeah,
like,
that's a
if
good point.
I had Polynesian buddies who like loved him, and then other guys that were like, "Nah, it's not cool, bro."
Oh,
You
I
know,
see.
And but
What's not cool? Me dick. You know, but yeah, I feel you, dude. It was crazy, bro.
I
But,
love the way you've seen all that. That's
dude, when
fucking
he
cool.
would do the break dancing, bro.
Oh my god! And what was Jermaine the?
Oh yeah.
the-
Oh my god, he's a year 7.
There he
Shit
is,
was
yeah.
so good.
Oh fuck!
Oh, God bless him, brother.
Go watch that.
For existing. If you've never seen Summer Heights High,
Summer Heights High.
you can't find it anywhere except for on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think on some like a distant channel, but it's out there. Are there things where you want to, like, when you're relating with your dad, are there things you want to make sure that he knows now? Like, is there a responsibility that you feel as a child that it's like, okay, how do I make sure he's okay?
Yeah.
Like, does that make any sense?
Yeah,
kinda?
and I think from having kids as well.
And even for other people that are experiencing this, like,
Yeah.
since you've had experience with it, like, if you could just maybe share a little bit of that.
So when I had the premiere in back in Australia, I had someone come up to me afterward.
For Crime 101?
No, sorry, for the documentary with my dad. The,
Okay, for Limitless.
A road trip
Oh,
to
sorry.
remember.
Say it again.
A road trip to remember.
Got it.
And he, someone come up to me and he said, I was diagnosed around the same time your dad was, and I wish my kids could see this because no one asks me how I am or what I'm afraid of or what I'm experiencing because people are nervous. They don't know how to discuss it, so they dance around it. But then it's not happening, and he goes, so you suffer in silence. And the biggest thing I think that has helped, that my dad has responded to, and I'm thankful for having gotten to this place, is asking him how he's feeling about it. You know, because it's you talk to your parents about this stuff, and then your parents pass away, and then who do you talk to? And it hit me that, God, he doesn't have his dad to go and have these hard conversations or these vulnerable moments with, or his mum anymore. And so trying to give him that space, but also I know I remember 15 years ago that transition of when him realizing he wasn't the authority, and we as young men now working and knew more about things and weren't seeking his advice as much. I remember seeing that on his face, and it not registering enough for me to do anything about it, but kind of being aware that like the changing of the guard was occurring. And so I go to him now and I'll ask him things that I may know the answer to, or just so he feels like there is still agency and he has autonomy and they want to see, thank you, they want to feel like they still matter and there's a purpose.
Oh, that's a good point. You don't think about that when that
Yeah.
change in the guard happens, that there's a value loss or potential, like, hypothesized value loss for the parent.
Oh, for sure. And even my kids, my daughter's 13, my boys are 11, and I'm already feeling that, like, oh, I'm not cool and I'm not necessarily who they look to, and it's like, and they're young. But
Yeah, they're
it's
watching
still-
Andrew Tate or whatever.
Yeah, they're watching all sorts of bullshit and have other role models, but it's like, I think, and then I'm 42, but I can't imagine in the 60s, 70s when that gap becomes, far greater, and especially facing, having dementia and realizing your memories are being stripped away, and that vulnerability, that just making sure they still feel like that they are of purpose and they have an opinion and the opinion matters. And so Yeah, if anyone's going through it, that would be my advice: is check in with them, ask them how they're feeling, ask them what they're afraid of, because no one
That's
asks.
such a great
them,
question. What are you
know?
afraid of? Yeah. Instead, I could just, yeah, it's easy to say, hey, how are you?
Yeah.
But that's not the same
and
thing.
And that
as
won't
like-
bring out the answer. Like I asked him on the show, and he went, "I just don't want to be a burden." And it was like, oh fuck, and I had no idea that he felt that. You know, I thought it was going to be about the kind of, you know, losing, you know, control of this and that and the other. And but it was like he was more concerned with what it was going to do to the you know, the group.
Yeah, that's what my mom says sometimes. I don't want to be any burden.
Yeah.
And it makes me think like, oh yeah, like, I don't know. And in some ways, I've always wanted my mom to be like a burden. Like, I don't know. Like the inverse of a burden, kind of whatever that is, like a positive burden. Or just like, I don't know,
like a
it's all
beautiful
connection.
responsibility, or it can, yeah. But like,
but for that to say, yeah, I don't want to be a burden.
Do you find that it gives you purpose, though? You know, like it's like having this time with him, as kind of confronting as it's been, has also given me a greater sense of like what matters, and also it's like the roles do transfer. And at a certain point, as an adult, you've got to realize, oh, I now need to take care of them.
Right.
And you know, and especially men, I don't know, but in Australia, there's a real like, you know, avoidance around that sort of vulnerability, or the sort of admittance to, I may be afraid of something, or I need a hand. And so offering that up rather than having to get them to come to you and say, please check in with me.
That's a huge thing. Yeah. What are you afraid of?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's really what I want to know, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other day I was thinking, like, I messaged my mom and I was like, hey, Mom, is there anything that you need? Is there
Yeah.
any, like, trip that you've always wanted to take? Is there anything? Because, you know, now I have some finances where I could help do something, you know, or
Yeah,
if she wants to do something, you know? And, or is there anything that, you know, yeah, is there anything that you want, you know?
Yeah.
And she's like, nothing that I can think of, you know? Whereas you always think that it's like, oh, I'm going to get these, like, I'll have the
Yeah.
ability to do this thing, and
Yeah.
that'll make it perfect. But it's like, that's not real.
I always thought like I would buy my mum things and jewelry, and she was like, it's lovely, but like, I want your time, you know? I mean, just yesterday she was like, can I schedule in one of your meetings to just get 15 minutes just with you? And I was like, oh. And she goes, well, I'm sort of half joking, but serious. And you forget, like, yes, when you get busy, like, it's like, yeah, I'll get to that, and all these
At
other
least you
things
can put her
work
off
out.
on one of your other good-looking brothers.
That's
you know?
yes.
Like, that's got to be nice. Like, look, talk to the other
Talk to
good-looking
the other
brother.
dickheads,
you know?
yeah.
Dude, I bet you didn't even have wallpaper. No, it was just mirrors everywhere. Just mirrors were so excited. Like, he's coming, he's coming. Sorry, dude. This is seeming a little bit. Whatever, bro. Pull me a Foster's.
You ever drink Foster's?
I think I have, yeah. It's the
Yeah.
big can. I like drink. This is what I would do, though. I would drink it with two hands. And I think,
They had a big old, like, extra large absurd can for a while. but
oh, it reminded me of
that's the beer of
Sean
choice.
and Marley. You ever seen Sean and Marley?
No.
Oh, bro, bring them up. They're Aussies, man.
Sean and Marley?
They're the best, yeah. Get down with Sean and Marley. Put me on there. Show me on. You never seen these guys, dude? These guys are the best. Chris, if you, bro, next time you're home, this is one of
How
the
do I
best
know
times I
these
ever
guys?
had in my whole life.
Did you do this in Australia or here?
Yeah, in Australia.
How you going?
Very good.
Dude, they're chefs.
I've never seen these guys.
Thank you, boys. Thank you for welcoming me here.
Yes. Yes.
I'm very happy to be here.
I would say this very fun. He come to Australia and come see me and Sean.
From USA.
USA.
Have you been to America?
I come in, bro.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
And look, it's becoming unmemorable, I'll tell you that. Get to the part with the beer, though. We made beer chicken, right? So these guys do
Yeah.
recipes. Bro, if you ever, like, I'm not saying, but this would be an easy thing for you to go and do
a little show with a little cooking.
And bro, they
segment.
they don't live together. One of them has Down syndrome. I don't think one of them does, but
They
one of them is
brothers
just
or
Korean or
just
whatever.
mates or yeah.
Yeah, they're just mates, but they've
Yeah.
been friends for a long time. We made beer chicken, right?
How was it?
Oh,
Delicious.
dude. Yeah, it was good. But Marley took the beer right out the hot beer and just drank it straight out of the oven. Freaking
Full
legend,
of chicken
brother.
juice and scalding
dude,
hot temperature.
Look at that. That can is probably 200 degrees, bro.
Whoa, whoa.
whoa.
Your receptors is off, baby. You gotta come up a little bit.
Bro, he's right, that bitch, right out of the thing, bro. But dude, their families are so sweet and they invited us over to their home, and they made like up there. There's a piece of art up above, like on the mantle up there on the right.
Yeah.
Right there, they made like a rat for like the Rat King. Like they did like special things to make it just for me. But their families are there, dude, and it's like the best, and they have the best time. But bro, just to even it was honestly, I think it was the best part of my trip besides
amazing.
Getting to perform the shows.
Yeah.
But that's right outside of Sydney, I believe.
Yeah, we've got a Rabbitohs top on, which is Russell Crowe's rugby team, which is a Sydney.
Oh yeah,
Sydney team. Yeah, that green and red.
That must be their heroes then, because they'll go to a lot of the games and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But Sean and Marley are the best. They
cool.
are
Check 'em
legends,
out.
dude.
Check 'em out.
And I think they still do the show all the time, so that'd be pretty cool to go see it. Whenever you get into spaces where you're like, we were talking earlier about like kind of regrouping and getting a new look at things, and like, having some moments of self-evaluation and reflection, and seeing if like my old dreams are still my current dreams, and where have they gotten me, and what do I do now, and enjoying kind of the freedom of not knowing or not being sure exactly where I'm at in my journey. What are there practices that you go to help you gain a little bit more clarity there?
Yeah.
Like, could it be something like just spending time with certain people, or meditation? Or like, are there some practices that you use?
Yeah, for me, I'm not great at like traditional seated meditation. I could benefit from it if I was to sort of force myself to do it, but I prefer physical movement, like training. Surfing for me is an obvious one.
Oh,
It is a
yeah?
complete. I've done that since I was, 10 years old, and if I spend too long out of the ocean, my whole sort of, being starts to suffer in one way or the other. And not just vitamin D, but the sort of, I don't know, that sort of magnetic pull the ocean has to me. But that's my true happy place. So yeah, I've spent a lot of lot of time surfing.
You're comfortable enough on a surfboard to make a gang sign, dude? That is.
That's actually in a wave pool. That's in Abu Dhabi, in the
that's not even
mechanical
real?
man-made wave. Yeah.
Have you been to Pipe?
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
I just went like 2 weeks ago.
I went 15 years ago once. It's cool, huh?
Bro, it was so cool.
Awesome.
I didn't know they had the Lexus pipeline competition was going on.
Oh, yeah, you're right, of course.
And so I
Big
went.
event, huh?
But each day when I went, it had been canceled for the day because
Oh,
the
right.
conditions weren't perfect. But that's one thing that's so amazing about it. It makes it so unique about
Yeah.
these surf competitions is that it can only happen if the water is right.
Yeah.
So it was like, it was almost this little mecca that we'd make each day, because it was about an hour from where I was staying, which was silly. I should have just stayed up in the North Shore.
Yeah.
But I get there and they're like, yeah, it's canceled for the day. But it was
Yeah.
just like, even seeing that and seeing like, oh, this is a real thing. Like, so many people come out and like, and all the surfers are in this place, and like, it gave me a whole different appreciation for it.
Yeah, it's especially Pipe. I mean, that event is, they wait for it to be big and intense and beautiful, and if it's not going to hit those, if it's not going to live up to that, they don't run the competition until it does. And so you're often in for a pretty epic week of competition. But that place is, talk about like the power of the ocean and different regions. That you'll have a 6-foot wave there, which feels like fucking 20 foot compared to what a 6-foot wave would be at a beach break somewhere else. And the way the ocean comes from big deep water and just hits big slabs of reef is pretty mind blowing and awe inspiring, and it's special, man. It's cool.
Just you feel the power of it all.
Yeah. Do you ever surfed?
I surfed. I used to live in Charleston, South Carolina. I would surf out there some.
Yeah.
So I could do it, but I would need to go focus on it.
Yeah.
I think it just like recently what I've been thinking is, man, I just want to like, and it's like I could do it, but it's like, podcasting, it's a lot of attention. You're like going for the next week. It's like having a show every week.
Yeah.
And so you're preparing, and sometimes we do 2 a week now because there's so many different people to talk with.
Yeah.
And so
this is another skill you've got to learn. It's a lot of hours.
yes, and it's hard to like feel like I'm always like, all right, I got to make sure this next one is okay.
Yeah.
I'm never at a place where I feel like,
yeah.
so it's like I need to give myself a little more space and grace, and just be like, okay, if you do go for a week or two, go do some things that you also want to enjoy. I do
You
things.
find it hard to switch off? What do you mean when you have
Yes,
windows?
I do find it hard to switch off, but I also find it like You know, like take some time and go do these things. And I'm not complaining. I know I can do it. I think it's just like it's like we were talking about earlier, like having that space in your life.
Yeah.
Letting the uncertain have a little bit more room to walk around, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. The observation, the
Yes.
stepping back. It's like
Yeah, like what will I see if I were to go have some new experiences, like, you know?
Yeah.
And then what will I learn when I'm a little separate? And just being like that is as much of the value as being sitting here looking under the microscope.
Yeah.
Is standing out of the room and not even being in the laboratory, you know, and
For
just like
sure.
having some of that energy. So I'm not complaining. I know I can do it, but
Yeah.
it's just like that's some of it probably is a fear.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it's hard to get off the train of when there's momentum with anything, you know, especially if you've been shocked by the handbraking of when it doesn't work out or things are kind of static and you're sitting there going, shit, if only I had that type of energy and so to sort of willingly, by your choice, step off there's a risk to that, but it is kind of scary because it's like there's a safety net and just carrying on as exhausting and maybe detrimental it could be because you're missing other things. It's like there's a risk involved, but again, I'm sure with you've found the same thing in life. When you've stepped outside of the bubble, the bigger lessons are learned, the bigger sort of experiences occur.
I think I came from that place where that was the thing I loved the most.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but it's okay. It's all interesting, and I think that's why, like, even just having time like this today to think about this, it's like, yeah, we've been talking, we've been podcasting, but it's like, I think this is a conversation that I just needed to hear. You know?
Oh, cool.
So
me too. I mean, it's like I said at the start of none of it I've figured out. It's like I just keep continually sort of asking and exploring, and then hopefully not being too bogged down in having to come up with the outcome or the definitive certainty of it. It's just staying curious. I feel like is the more fulfilling place to be in, you know.
Are you almost back to Australia, heading back home?
Yeah, I have the premiere tonight for Crime 101, and then and I fly back home tomorrow. I've been gone for 3 weeks, and it's hard, man. With kids.
And they're here with you or no?
No, and they're at the age where they weren't really aware of time, you know, for a long time, and now they're like, it pisses them off, you know, and it's like, well, how long you said this, and you know, I used to say,
supposed to be here,
you're supposed
Dad.
to be here, and you're never here, and then it's like,
It's not a dick, Dad.
Yeah.
It's not a dick.
A dick, Dad. So
Stop
looking
looking at
forward
my
to getting
dick,
back.
miss. Miss.
Touch my dick, miss.
That guy's crazy. Bro, that kid was crazy to be saying dick that much at school.
Like 24/7 as well. He's a ranger, miss. About the redheaded kid.
Bro, Ranger was the
Stop calling him a ranger. Well, he is, miss. Why not?
Yeah. Dude, and didn't his dad come down one time?
Yeah, his dad come down because this is the funniest one. So he does a drawing, and it's basically a drawing of an image leaning over and touching him on the groin, and he's just taking the piss. And the teacher's like, "What's this?" He's like, "Oh, that's me and my dad." You know, so it comes down. The principal's involved, the teacher's involved, and then they call the dad in, and they're like, "Yeah, we're really concerned about what's happened," and he goes, "Yeah, I made it up." And then the dad loses his shit. He's like, "What the fuck? What would I touch his dick for? What did you fucking say?"
Thank God there's humor in the world. Huh?
Oh my God, what else? What else? You know, if we can't laugh and have fun and enjoy the experience, what the hell are we doing?
I'm Derek, and I'm 55 years old. And for years, I've been inactive due to knee pain. At my last checkup, I was told I need to get moving again. To help me prepare for my first 5K, my run club suggested I check out Roadrunner Sports. A fit expert took me to the perfect fit zone. Wow, the technology they use. The 3D foot scan, the treadmill analysis, it was awesome. With new shoes and custom insoles, I'm walking on clouds. No more knee pain. Now I'm back, living an active lifestyle and doing it pain-free.
What's the way that you communicate with your children or teach them to communicate that you think has been like a novel choice for you or something that you brought along from a place that you learned? Like, has that been a practice for you to do that? Because it just seems like you try to have
Yeah.
some awareness about like why you think certain ways and why you operate, whereas some people don't. Is it even possible to incorporate that into some of your kids' interactions and lives?
You do, but I think the biggest thing I've learned is nothing I say is really imprinted. It's like they learn by example. And if I'm not modeling that behavior, it doesn't matter how many times I tell them, do as I say, not as I do. It's rubbish. And so if I'm trying to tell them to get off their phones and so on, or stop swearing and this, I've got to do it, But exposing them to nature, like and we lived in LA for probably 10 years, my wife and I, before we had kids, and then we had kids. We were here for about a year or two, and it was like kind of chaos trying to do anything with the kids and paparazzi and so on. I moved back to Australia.
And what pervert would take pictures of a kid? That's the weird thing. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
except for most of the people in our
except this business.
Except for most capitalists and and Hollywood elites. Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal.
Who else?
Yeah, no, and so we went back home and we just didn't get that sort of attention in a
Has
great
it been
way.
a good choice you made?
The best ever. Like a big conscious choice to leave the environment that was kind of, even for my own personal sanity, like reminded of what I was doing or what I was not doing, and so it's very hard to escape the kind of work, the thought process. But for them just to expose them to what I thought was a normal, upbringing and being as much outdoors. And so we have a farm and they surf and we got motorbikes and horses and look, what a luxury that is. That's not where like we grew up in the bush, but we had no money, and now very different sort of financial circumstances. And that's the trick, is trying to teach them the same sort of appreciation and gratitude that I had learnt by not having, my parents not having money, but now we're equipped very differently. And
that's tough to do.
It's a really tricky one, but
it's hard to teach your kids your same struggle.
Yeah, and it's so you try and expose them to sort of different situations or parts of the world, but it's also in discussing with them the not taking it for granted and having gratitude for it, but also, I talk to my mum about this all the time, and she's like, I could show you, whether on this pay scale or this end of the spectrum, finance or not, healthy and unhealthy people, and it's about love and security, and do they feel safe to explore this world and explore who they are genuinely, and do they feel seen, and so making sure we're there and present, and when I'm not working, I'm 100% there, and your head's not somewhere else, but just getting outdoors, it's the biggest thing. They went to a school, traditional sort of school, and then we put them into school where it's just like 15 kids and 3 teachers, and they surf for 2 hours in the morning, and then they do like really focused learning for a couple hours in the afternoon, and it's kind of like homeschooling in a way, but they're absorbing that information more because they've exerted energy through the day. But there's less kids and more teachers, so there's far more kind of personal interaction. But it's almost like sort of accidental learning, where they'll talk about, their math class might be around shaping a surfboard. So it's, 6'2" and 18.5 inches, and, what's the literage and the volume. And so they're calculating things where there's an invested interest as opposed to just numbers on a board. And
Has it been working well?
God, mate, they're happier than they've ever been.
Really?
They've been at school for a year and a half or 2 years. And
that's a blessing, man.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are talking about homeschool here more in America. You're starting to see a lot more of it.
Yeah.
I'm friends with Candace Owens, and she talks about this all the time, is like, get your kids into a space, if you can, where other like neighborhood moms or dads are also doing the teaching, and people
I'd
are playing
be worried
a
if
role.
it was homeschooling me trying to teach them. That would be, we did that in COVID, and that was a nightmare. And
you were teaching them during COVID?
Oh, just all of us every parent was being sent like the curriculum, and it was like trying to teach them math, grade 5 math, that none of it made any sense to whatever math I learned in high school 20 years ago. And I was like, let's go outside and have a surf, and
Would you
we'll
have a
catch up.
chalkboard or whatever? No.
Oh no, we had just like, it was to get them to do the right one sentence was just like World War III. It was all 3 of them were just like constant protest and not listening. And I called my buddy who was their teacher, and I said, "How you doing it?" And he goes, "Mate, I can't even get my own teachers, my kids to do it." He said, "Let's just catch up when this thing passes." So we had outdoor education, which was like, yes, adventure.
Homeschooling hits record numbers last year. Last academic year, DIY education grew at nearly 3 times the average rate it did during the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's growing at 3 times the rate that it did during COVID. That's unbelievable. In the 2024-2025 school year, homeschooling continued to grow across the United States, increasing at an average rate of 5.4%. Amen, dude.
Yeah.
I think the system in a lot of places can be contrived. So to have some autonomy over what your children are learning. This is nearly 3 times the pre-pandemic homeschooling growth rate of almost 2%. Recent estimates put the total homeschooling population at about 6% of students across the United States, compared to about 3% pre-pandemic.
I wonder how much of that is like, parents teaching their kids or a group, 10 or 12. Like that's the problem. I think that it's class sizes are too big. You've got one person for 30 kids. It's like, God, fucking good luck, Whereas having more of a sort of mentorship, tutoring sort of program where it's less children, more teachers. But
when there's just some connection.
Yeah.
Because when you're just sitting there and you're almost just like a piece of cattle for information. That's what you feel like in school. A lot of times I would remember that. It would be like, it was just this information. I write it down, and it's like, what do we? It doesn't feel like.
No, there's no relationship to it.
There's got to be a better way to do this, and there's no real relationship to each other while we're learning it, except drawing like a dick on someone.
It's true, a dick on the desk.
Let me see. The fraction of parents saying K-12 education is heading in the wrong direction was fairly stable from 2019 to 2022, but rose in 2023 and then again in 2024 to its highest level in a decade. The reasons for the move away from public schools certainly vary from family to family, but there have been notable developments in recent years. During the pandemic, many parents discovered that their preferences regarding school closures and health policies were anything but a priority for educators. I don't even know if teachers have as much individuality and autonomy as they used to anyway.
Yeah. It's tricky for my mom is a teacher. It's just
what did she say about it?
Oh, just how.
And this is America too. America is definitely.
Yeah, but it's just how it's one of the hardest jobs in the world. And she just said trying to control 30 different personalities and then teach 30 different personalities who have different styles of learning and absorbing information was just chaos. And that's how it is. You look at our education system 500 years ago and now, it hasn't changed. It's just chalkboard and people sitting at a desk looking in one direction. Yet every other form of industry has evolved exponentially.
That's a great point.
And so I think there does need to be a big drastic shift in how we're teaching our kids. And like people talk a lot about sort of, AI and so on and absorbing information. Do kids absorb it better, and can you then curate it more? But you have to have an individual there. We can't sort of cut off the human experience or the human connection part of it. But I would, if you could control it, you want to incentivize teachers and encourage more people to come into this industry by paying them more, so government funding, because they don't get paid enough, they don't get rewarded enough.
It's dark. I mean, the fact that we don't pay them, and nurses now.
It's backwards.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's just like, and it's not the people.
Country. No.
It's the elites. It's the government. That's the sick part. It's like.
No, there's sort of we could go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, we could go down a rabbit hole, but let's just stay in the garden for today.
Stay in the garden, brother.
We'll stay in the garden for today. Crime 101, it's in theaters.
Valentine's Day weekend.
Oh, yeah?
February
Get your
12th.
lady out if you're gay and both you guys like action.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of rare in a gay relationship. Usually one dude kind of, is a little bit more Bridges in Madison County. And, but whatever,
You like heist films?
Yeah, if you like heist films, that's what I mean.
Character-driven, thought-provoking.
Yeah, you like some espionage. You like different levels of heist.
Yeah.
You want to support the heisters and...
Thomas Crown Affair, Heat, Collateral. It's a big, beautiful cinematic experience, shot in the gritty streets of Los Angeles. So nothing gets shot here anymore either. So there's a nostalgia to watching this film. I think that the people appreciate.
David Spade and I made a movie, and I know I've said this before on here. It's coming out in April.
Yeah,
that we shot in just north of, right outside of here.
Oh, cool.
And here, actually, we shot some of it in places that I even been to AA meetings, dude. We shot in places where I've done AA meetings over the years.
Oh, cool.
So it's pretty legendary. But yeah, it's great to see something shot in LA. And if you've been to LA, you'll see parts in the background where I was like, oh, that's Venice. Like whenever Ruffalo was sitting outside with Halle Berry.
Yeah.
And Halle Berry's in it, huh?
Fantastic, man. What a force. It was crazy working with her. I've admired her for so long, and she's incredible. And then it was one of those, I've had this happen one time with Kate Blanchett as well, where I'm so intimidated by the person and watching them and in the middle of the scene, but also captivated by what they're doing, that I'm just like an audience member and I'm forgetting like that I have to contribute. I'm just going, wow. And she's that, and she's just a beautiful human being. Barry Keoghan's in it, He's a
Yeah,
absolute
that was a
wild man.
surprise.
Yeah, he talk about like dangerous, like electricity on screen, on and off the camera. You know, he has such an unpredictability about him, and but just captivating.
Well, you feel like he's in control of what he was doing, you know?
Yeah.
It's still crazy that he was slurping up that dude's bathwater or whatever. You know what I'm
In the
saying?
other film.
You know what I'm saying? I live
Yeah.
a Foster's. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't sip out of the bottom of the tub anymore. I'll drink off the top of the tub, you know, the top water, but I'm not that undercurrent. That's just for him.
That was
and my
a
friend
swing.
Crosby Fitzgerald is in it as well. She plays Ma in the new remake of the Little House on the Prairie that's coming out. So our fans over the years know that I love that show, and she has just a small role in it. There she is, right there.
Yeah.
Beautiful young lady, so talented.
Yeah,
And that show's going to be on Netflix coming out soon. But Crime 101, it's in theaters now. Give my best to your brother.
I will, man.
And to your brothers.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks so much for coming and just sharing some information with us, dude.
Appreciate you, man. I love the show and have been excited to come on for a long time. So thanks for
dude, it
having
was
me.
fun, and I appreciate it. And tell everybody in Australia that I said what's up, and we're coming back there, dude, and we're gonna go to the beach, and we're gonna do everything.
You hit me up. That's right. We'll go on an e-bike and we'll hit the coast.
Good day. Yeah, good day for that. All right, cheers, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be a cornerstone. Oh, but when
like live TV to watch it, and then if it's not on live TV anymore, like if you go out, you pause it, and you come back and try to, and you click on it, it doesn't work, and then you got to find it, and then you got to go to home, and then you got to go down to the UFC, and then search out each individual, and then it brings you up a grid of all the stuff that's on TV right now, and then if you click on that, it's not playing anymore, so it tells you it's not on. You got to go back again to home. So like, where the fuck is it? Like, just have a little UFC thing where I could click at the home page, and it shows all the matches, what's live, what's not. Just a little funky. I think ESPN Plus kind of had it down, and I'm just starting
the
to get.
problem with ESPN Plus was though.
What?
Is that you scroll through to get to the main card, they would have each fight individually up there, and you gotta like blur your eyes because on the thumbnail
Right.
it says the duration of the fight.
Right.
You know, you got a little timestamp, and it's like, oh damn it! I just saw that the.
You gotta not look at that.
Yeah,
don't
you gotta
look at that.
unblur your eyes, look through the
The
cracks.
problem
in
is
your
when you
fingers.
play it, that'll show you how short the amount of time is. You know how quickly the time is going. Like, oh, great.
Right, well, you can't you can't ever skip anything because then the time bar will come up.
Do you watch anything else other than UFC?
Sports wise? Or
No, like for fighting wise.
Oh, man, no. No.
I've been trying to get Dana White to do a striking league. I'm trying because, like, you know, people still boo and complain when things go to the ground. And if the UFC has time to do like slap fight, which I'm not really into, but if they have time to do that, like, do a stand-up only league because there's other organizations that are doing that.
You know what? Like the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul thing. I understand that they had 100 million viewers.
Is that real?
I think they did. And then the Jake
makes
Paul,
sense.
Anthony Joshua had like maybe 30 million. You
Right.
know, so it was nowhere near. But God, I thought that.
Where'd you get those numbers?
Just whatever. I just saw it on the.
Because I don't know if Netflix gives those numbers out, or maybe they did. Did they say it? 108 million. Paul Tyson had 108 million.
And then Anthony Joshua, I think it was like 30.
Interesting. 108 million is crazy.
But
That's
dude,
a lot of fucking people.
It's a lot of people, but what a blown opportunity when you think like, okay, now Netflix they knew they were going to have that many viewers, or
Right.
if not that many, they knew they were going to have a lot.
Right.
They had the opportunity to take the boxing model and fix it, and and I don't know, like
That Netflix did?
Yeah, I mean,
Netflix has only had a small handful of events, though.
understood. But if you look at the UFC broadcast, just
Right.
how like there's just not downtime. You know, it's like people care about the undercard. I mean, you know me, like I'm there
Yeah.
like for the first fight past prelim.
Some of the undercards are the best fights.
For sure.
Yeah,
and
man,
that's why the
especially-
Contender Series is so good.
Particularly, yeah, right, exactly. Especially when you see some of these guys coming out of the Contender Series that are so high level already.
Right.
And there's guys that are getting matched up in the undercard that no one's ever heard of. That are 2 undefeated fighters that could be world champions.
For sure.
There's guys that are that good now.
Right, and that's what's so great about the UFC is that the whole card's good, the production's insane. There's no downtime. It's just like you can sit there for fucking 6 hours,
Right,
you know, like
right,
and be
right.
thoroughly happy that you're watching the whole time. But with boxing, there's so much time in between the bouts.
Yes.
Like I
Yeah,
mean,
they don't do nearly as good a job. UFC, without doubt, is the best promotion in all of combat
100%.
sports in terms of entertainment, production
For sure.
value, the people in the truck, the experts.
Right.
Like
100%.
they're the best.
That,
They're the
that's
best.
what I'm saying about Netflix is that
They could have fixed it.
they could have fixed
Well,
it.
Zoof is trying to do that now.
Right.
You know,
And
Zoof is
thank
trying to
God
do
they
that.
are.
They're basically using the promotion machine behind the UFC to start
Sure.
promoting boxing. And they're just getting rolling right now. But they signed some really big guys. They signed Conor Benn. They signed Jai Apatea, who's a fucking beast. They signed some legit boxers. So it should be interesting.
Yeah.
Boxing is it is a fascinating sport.
It's a mess. I mean, as far as the broadcast goes.
Well, I think there's a few companies that know how to do it right, and HBO was the best. And when HBO went off the air with boxing, it was a real bummer because HBO boxing had been around for decades. They were the peak. That was like the best production team. It was Jim Lampley, Larry Hazard, or Larry Merchant rather, Roy Jones Jr. sometimes, George Foreman sometimes, and different fighters would sit in sometimes. And it was Jim Lampley is the fucking best. It was the best. It was like the smoothest production. They were the best with the cameras and the production quality, and they'd get you hyped up about the fight with the little pre-made videos. They didn't drag it out. That they knew how to do it. HBO did it right. They did it right, but I guess it was like either it was not profitable or something. They just decided to, when they canned HBO Boxing, I couldn't believe it. I was like, after all these years, it's
Yeah.
such a crazy thing to do. They were the best. If you had an HBO Boxing card and it was a big fight, fuck, I was pumped. It was like the quality of the product was so high level, and they only put on really great fights. Like if it got to HBO, that was going to be a great fucking
Right.
fight.
Well, comedy specials were the same way.
Sure. Yeah. And now, now it's weird because it's like the landscape is so filled with different platforms, and some guys take money over visibility. Like there's
Yeah.
young guys that have gotten offers for places, and I was like, listen, man, I think you should put it on YouTube.
For sure.
You're not gonna make any money, but you got to think about that money investing in yourself. 'Cause I think you're really good, and I think that this material, if you put it on YouTube, it's gonna go viral. It'll spread around.
Right.
Way more people will know.
For sure.
about it.
I sorely regret my approach because my comedy specials are multimedia, and like I got stuff in there. I mean, the whole point of my comedy with the multimedia is to have stuff that you can't even show on Jackass. You
Right,
know, like
right.
just like super extra naughty Jackass movie
Right.
collides with the stand-up show.
Right.
And I love that. I have so much fun with that. And when I put out my last one, I did this thing that Andrew Schultz did, The Moment. You know, like it's a paywall.
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
it's this company Moment.
Right.
And that was me trying to make money off the special. I mean, I spent so much making it, you know, but whatever. I wish that I would have had no paywall whatsoever. Just, you know, I can't put it on YouTube, but put it on my website so that I could get the eyeballs, because I think in the long run that would benefit way more.
Why can't you put it on YouTube? Because the content?
Because the like
too extreme.
Nudity, violence, like literally.
That's going to be hard to distribute anywhere.
Well, right.
Even on a website, even on your website. That's just hard. That's just hard to get out.
Now I have my multimedia specials on my website with no paywall totally free, like no ads.
Yeah.
Just go to stevo.com and check
Well,
it
Andrew
out.
did it very smart. Like, if you want to see it now, pay, and then I'm going to put it on YouTube in X amount of months.
A lot of people got mad about that.
People get mad about everything.
Understood.
You got to always remember that, man. People get mad about everything.
Right.
You can't concentrate on that.
I think that maybe they're a little bit more of a window. Because for the people who are like, man, I just spent, you know.
Well, tell them what the window is.
Right.
Just if you want to do it that way, just tell them. I'm going to put it on YouTube in 3 months.
Right. Understood.
But it all is like, how successful are you, right? So if you're a successful comedian and you do that, then your fans are like, hey, why do you need more money out of me? Why can't you just release it? But if you're a successful comedian that's been kind of banished, like Louis C.K. was for a while, and then Louis C.K. has done a brilliant job
He's
of
so
putting
good at it.
everything on his website. Like Harold and Pete, his animated show, Lucky Louie, all the different Louie, the episodes. So what he did was really create his own thing that is like a one-stop shop of all things Louis C.K. And it's really good.
And his mailing list.
Yeah.
I'm on his mailing list.
Me too.
And whenever I see an email from Louis C.K., I absolutely click on it because
it's going to be funny.
He does it so masterfully.
Yeah, it's interesting and funny, and it's entertaining. It's an entertaining little thing that you get, and then he lets you know what he's doing. And he's never pressuring you into like. He's got the perfect balance, I think, of like capitalism and still being an artist.
Yep.
You know, it's the way to do it. But you know, everybody's at their own little path, and the problem with someone like Andrew is he's already like really successful. So it's like asking for money for a special. At this point, people are like, "Come on, man, just fucking put it on YouTube." You know.
My next one, I'm absolutely determined to have no paywall.
Stanhope always said it best. He said basically your special is just an ad to
For
get
sure.
people to come see
Bill
you.
Burson.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's really what it is.
Right.
And you know, it's also like you gotta retire material.
Yep.
You know, just let it go.
Oh, it's so
let it
hard for
sail
me.
out to sea and light it on fire.
It's so hard for me.
Of course it is.
Like,
Of course it is. It's hard for everybody.
Yeah.
It's hard for everybody. But it's probably even harder for you because a lot of your stuff is physical. So
Right.
you have to like come up with new things that you could do to yourself. Staple your lips shut and
Yeah.
your dick to your asshole.
I'm so happy with what I've got now. Like,
That's good.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm thrilled with it. Okay, so I was telling you, like I spent this a couple years like really like
in the darkness.
Kind of in the darkness, yeah. And
In your feelings.
being very mindful to adjust my approach in a way that I felt really good about. There was the beginning of 2025, and I got like really heavy on like spirituality, faith. And I'm that way anyway. Like I really care about that. January of 2025, I get on. I get this opportunity to have Mark Wahlberg on my podcast, right? Like, and I'm on there, and he's very like big into his
Very
faith.
Catholic, yeah.
Yeah, very big into his Christianity, and I was in the thick of it too at that point. I was like, man, I've been criticism for being too much of a shill and this and that, and
It really bothered you that much?
it kind of did, yeah, because I think because I was
Well, because it was accurate.
it was accurate. It absolutely. For example, last time I was here, I'm like, Joe, my butt wipes for my butthole, and you're like, that's bad for the plumbing.
It is bad for plumbing.
Right, and
You can't flush those things.
dude, I like. What I wish I said in that moment when you said that how it's bad for plumbing, I'd seen on a package of dude wipes. It said, "Only flush one at a time, and you'll be okay." Maybe
No.
that's true. Now they've got. Dude, I stopped selling those.
Don't
fucking
flush
things.
anything other than toilet paper. Period. Talk to any plumber.
Okay.
They'll all tell you. Don't flush anything other than toilet
But
paper.
dude, like the internet had a field day when you shut down my butt wipes plug on here.
See,
and
I didn't even know about it. Isn't that
I
better?
love that. I love that. And
This episode is brought to you by Ketone IQ. The demands on my time, energy, and focus are immense. So when I need my brain to lock in for hours and hours and fire at its fastest, most alert state, I'm taking Ketone IQ. It's an energy shot powered by this little miracle molecule that your body already naturally makes. and your brain especially loves: ketones. I've been talking about ketones for over a decade, and this company's finally figured out how to put them in a bottle. When I take Ketone IQ, I drop right off your subscription order. Or find Ketone IQ at Target stores nationwide in the protein and electrolyte aisle and get your first shot free. Plus, they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. That's how confident they are that you're going to love the increased focus you get from Ketone IQ.
And they had a field day because, like, me with the shilling
Right.
and you with the point about the plumbing, and it was just like, and like, fuck, I stopped selling those fucking things. I stopped selling everything.
We used to have a sponsor. It's not our sponsor anymore, but I want to tell people to get it anyway. It's a thing called Tushy. You put it on your...
Oh my God, dude, every
Yeah.
single time I promote Tushy on my podcast, I say it is my favorite podcast sponsor that I've ever had. And
It's
I know
excellent.
I know that that's not a wise thing to say. Like, if you think of all the other sponsors,
They'll
I
get mad
don't
at you.
care. I don't care.
Well,
I
it's not
love
even our
Tushy the
sponsor
most.
anymore, but I tell everybody it's not
Oh my God.
expensive and it's legit and it cleans your butthole, and then you just need a little wipe to pat it down, and it feels.
And you're just drying it off.
Also, you feel better. Like, you don't feel like you smeared shit all over your
Right.
butthole. Like, I don't know if you have a hairy asshole, but I do.
Yeah.
I'm hairy everywhere. It's chaos down there if I don't trim it. So it's like you're wiping shit on the ass hairs and like.
Sure.
Ugh.
And that's that's what, like, as soon as I started using the Tushy,
Mhm.
then I'm like, oh my God, now if I ever find myself having to take a shit and there's not a bidet,
Right.
now it's a crisis for me.
I know. Now you're like, ew.
Now I've got a problem, and that's why having the wet wipes, the butt wipes, like, became so important, because if I don't have the bidet, like,
I
heaven
get it, but if
forbid-
you had shit smeared all over your fingernails and your hand, would you be happy just using a butt wipe and then having a sandwich? No, you would not. You would want to wash your fucking hands, right?
Well, yeah, I
butt
mean-
wipes are okay. It's okay. It's better than not having them, but you have to throw them in the garbage. So then you have a shit smeared wet wipe in the fucking garbage, which is
Right.
kind of nasty. And you
Right.
walk in there, you can smell the shit, and no one's cleaned it yet. And so then you have to have a
It's-
plastic bag liner on your garbage can, because
There's no
otherwise
good
you get
solution.
yeah. Those Tushy things. I have one. We have them here at all the. It's not a Tushy, but it's another company.
Right.
On all our toilets, we have it at the mothership.
best. Oh my God,
it's the best. You have
Yeah.
to have those things.
I-
It changes your life.
And dude, and when you get the Tushy Ace, which has the heated seat,
Oh yeah.
the warm water,
Warm water's the key.
and then it blow dries your butthole.
Nice.
Yeah,
It's ready
it's
for
the best.
presentation.
Okay, so I sit down with Mark Wahlberg, and I'm talking about this, and I say, how, like, leaning into faith, like, really just like it's so important, like it's so important to me, and I had this meaningful conversation
Right.
with Mark Wahlberg about that, and then with the day the episode comes out. It didn't even occur to me until the day the episode came out. I was hiking with my dog through a fucking state park in Tennessee, and it strikes me, oh my God, I had the audacity. As I knew that the episode went out that day, I had the audacity to cut from this thoughtful conversation about faith with Mark Wahlberg to an ad for gambling. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I don't have to be in the comment section to see people saying, what a hypocrite. Like, oh my God.
Wait a
like,
minute. How does gambling make you a hypocrite?
I mean,
I don't think that makes you a hypocrite at all.
Right, I
I
mean-
don't listen. The gambling thing online, we should probably address this, is a very hot topic, and a lot of people criticize people for promoting gambling sites online. The problem is not gambling. The problem is people who are addicted to gambling. So the problem is self-control, right? And I'm not saying I'm a
Yeah.
person who's immune to being addicted to gambling. I am sure that given other circumstances in my life, I could have easily gotten addicted to gambling, but I'm not. And
Right.
I don't mind gambling on stuff. I think sometimes it's probably fun. The problem is people. You saw Uncut Gems, right?
Oh my God, best movie
That
ever.
is gambling. That is the problem with gambling.
That
is
movie
Adam
was so good.
Fucking amazing movie. Adam Sandler killed it in that movie. It's such a good
Never
movie.
felt so
But
good
the whole
about-
movie, I'm going like, oh,
yeah.
fucking don't do that. What the fuck are you doing, man? Don't do that.
Right.
Oh, Jesus, Adam.
You know what though? Like, I made a decision on that day hiking with my dog. I said I'm not gonna promote anything unless it's good for people.
Wow, good for you.
I said like I don't want to do harm, man. I don't
Good
like.
for you. I don't think it does harm. I think it does harm if you let it do harm, but I think food does harm if you let it do harm.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
alcohol
yeah.
does harm if you let it do harm.
Right.
I think marijuana, drugs, all kinds of things do harm if you let them do harm.
Right, but it's just it's in your face.
I understand.
You know, it's just, and I don't want to participate in that.
I get
it. And I just haven't done it since then. I feel good about that. You
That's
know?
good.
So all these different things that I've done to be mindful, to feel more good about like how I approach my life and my career. And then coming into this year, 2026, I was like, oh man, like now with the Mr. Beast coming out, I'm like, oh, this is gonna change my life. We got a new Jackass movie coming out. Like, I feel really good about how I've restored my my integrity. Like, I feel good about myself for myself. And then, Joe, oh my God. Then I have Harland Williams on my podcast. Okay, this guy is the most genius. Like that. It's just so like you can't even understand the guy. Like
He's one of the weirdest, funny guys of all time.
weirdest, like-
This snake is on this desk because he kept it in his pants the entire episode, telling us that he had a tapeworm, and then he pulled it out at the end of the episode. And I've left it on the desk ever since. And when Trump was in here, I left it on the desk, and he got so excited. He goes, "Hey, buddy, thanks for keeping." What did he call it? Thanks for keeping Dimitri on the desk while Trump was in there. Like, he's just such an oddball.
He's so magnificent.
Such a great guy, too.
You know, and I record my podcast in an RV, right? I got like 3 different RVs that I use for it, and one I keep in Los Angeles. So we get to Harland Williams' house. For some reason, I'm driving. I'm the fucking worst driver ever, and he's got this small driveway, and I'm trying to maneuver it around. And I get out of the van, and I'm like, I don't know how I can be such a fucking bad driver. And just like that, Harland Williams says to me, he goes, "It's AIDS, Steve. You have AIDS." It's just like the most fucking absurd thing. And so like going into this podcast, I'm like, all right, like now we're entering the realm of the absurd. You know, like let's play with Harland Williams. Okay. At some point in the episode, the most fucking dumb idea that ever popped in my head, but you want to be like a step ahead and like figure out how like we're gonna keep this going. Like what am I, where are we going to next?
Right.
So I say to Harland Williams, I'm like, I think at one point I said, how about politics? You know, like just thinking to myself, this absurd guy, if you ask him about politics, like how does his absurdity like navigate that? And that's what motivated me. So then somewhere in this back and forth, like effectively I say like, oh yeah, well all this shit with ICE makes perfect sense because the majority of immigrants are murderers, right? This is the most patently fucking absurd comment that I've ever made on the podcast. And yet, after it comes out, it gets clipped on its own. And it genuinely looks like I'm not kidding. Even though you cut to Harland Williams, but it genuinely looks like I wasn't fucking kidding.
Right.
And then I open up my phone, and it's like basically rotten hell, use that, like, you know, like you think like all immigrants are murderers. Like, Joe, I could not be more the opposite of that.
Right.
You know, like
you're being sarcastic.
I could not have been more like. I could not have been less serious.
Right.
It was the most absurd, fucking deliberately sarcastic thing I'd ever said. And dude, I just like now, and I was in this place. I was so excited, like, man, and I was so excited about doing my podcast. It was going, you know, and then now I'm just like deluged with this tsunami of hate. And that's what's so, you know.
Did you respond?
I did.
Yeah, just say this is just fucking around?
I posted on my Instagram.
Okay.
Like for clarification, I said I said I was so shocked to believe that this absurd comment that I made was like taken seriously. But like, just I can't believe I'm gonna have to do this. But for the record, less than 0.1% of the population is ever gonna commit murder. Of course, the majority of no group of fucking people is gonna commit murder. But if you want to know how I actually feel, if there's a group of people that's more likely to murder someone, it's ICE agents. And so then as soon as I post that, now like the whole other half of the world fucking hates me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said that either.
Right, there you go. And my sister is my voice of reason. She I was like, hey, what do you think about this? And she made one small tweak. She's like, go for it. I just posted that. I don't even mind. I don't even mind that. I feel like if people are gonna hate me, let them hate me for how I actually feel.
Right.
And,
is that your watch? How dare you?
Yeah, it's my dad. I put my shit on do not disturb.
Maybe your dad goes through because he's like one of your favorites.
Yeah. He's on my speed dial. But yeah, so this is a terrible fucking episode that I just went in, and we set this up a couple months ago. This happened maybe 3-4 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I was when I was texting with you, I was like, oh man, I was in a shitty place. I'm feeling really rad, dude. It'd be great to get together. And then now, since then, I'm in a shitty place.
Yeah, well, obviously that ICE subject is a very hot subject.
Yeah.
People have gotten mad at me for my takes on it as well. You have to
right.
ignore it.
And
you
know
just
what?
have to speak your mind, say what you really feel.
If I'm honest, I regret all of it.
Yeah.
I could have worded my clarification in a way that made a lot more sense. It bothered me so much to be so badly misunderstood.
Yeah.
When
you talk sarcastically with a guy like Harlan Williams, fuck around and you say things you don't really mean, that's gonna happen. Duncan is the best at that. Duncan Trussell, he will have entire podcasts where he pretends he's in the Illuminati, and he'll talk to another comic who pretends he's one of the Rothschilds. Our friend Tony Tony Casillas gets on his podcast, and what does Tony pretend? A Rockefeller or a Rothschild? One of them.
Yeah.
So I think it's a Rockefeller. I might be wrong, but I mean he dyes his hair for the episode and everything, and it's so ridiculous, and people think he really is one of those people.
Yeah.
Now. Meanwhile, he's a doorman at the mothership. But Duncan will go through an entire podcast without breaking character. They'll talk about how important it is to control the population. They'll talk about how important it is to, spread misinformation and keep people in the dark, and how stupid the plebs are.
Yeah, I'm too fucking sensitive.
Yeah, well, it seems like it's not just that you're sensitive. It seems like you're seeking out input. You're seeking out feedback, and I think you're a little too famous for that. I just don't think it's healthy.
Yeah.
I've known so many people that are loved by so many, and yet they'll still find the people that hate them and dwell on that. And I've seen it with very successful people.
Yeah.
It's just Louis said it best. Louis C.K. said it best. He said the internet is just talk. It's just it's written down, so it seems more real. Because it stays up there forever. But it's just talk, just like people talk at a bar. Fuck that guy. People say things, and they're not necessarily rational. They're not necessarily. Their opinions aren't necessarily valuable. Some of them are, and some of them aren't. But to go through all that and figure it out, the problem is your brain only recognizes threats, danger, and people that hate you. Right? So you get 100 people that love you, but one person who says you fucking suck. And you'll just think about that guy, oh no, that guy, he used to be a fan.
Right.
I unfollowed him a long time ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And another thing that to that point here I thought that when this Mr. Beast video came out and I won $1 million, I gave it to Doctors Without Borders. Like, I just thought, oh man, this is gonna be life altering. And like, it came in, you know, like I had one kid come up to me in an airport and say, dude, you're Steve-O from Mr. Beast. And I was like, oh wow.
Different generation.
But other than that, like I thought it would be life altering and it really wasn't, you know?
Yeah.
And then, so now, like, in this little, like, this, whatever you want to call it, backlash, this, like, thing, like, to me, it feels like the whole world hates me, you know? Like, when in reality, it's probably not.
No, reality, everybody feels about you the exact same way they did before.
Right, it's crazy, man. It's crazy because, like, I'll walk around and think, like, man, like, people look at me, maybe they hate me.
I was talking to a friend of mine who was one of the earlier ones to get canceled. This was quite a few years ago. This was, like, more than 10 years ago. Something happened online, and someone said something about something that he said that was patently false, but a lot of people believed it. And he was, you know, he made his own statement, but then he said, everywhere I go, he goes, I know this was small and it was only in the comedy community, but everywhere I went, I felt like these people hated me. They knew who they were and they were judging me. So it was like, it was tainting my feelings everywhere I went.
Right.
Now imagine being Monica Lewinsky.
Oh my God, I know.
Okay, so no internet, right?
Right.
So this is like, there's no way to tell whether people are siding with you or not. And everybody knows you suck the president's dick, and you're 20. And you have to go to the store, you have to do guys. And if you don't blow a guy, he's like, what the fuck? You're like famous for it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Every time she's probably giving head, she's thinking, oh my God, why am I doing this? This is what got me in all this trouble in the first place.
Right.
You know, I can imagine that kind of weirdness. Do you remember she did an HBO thing? She did an HBO thing way, way back in the day where she sat down to talk about what this experience has been like for her. And it was weird because there was a guy in the audience that, like, she was, like, taking questions, I guess. And the guy in the audience was like, why are you doing this? Like, you say you don't want attention. Here you are just getting more attention talking about it. And, like, you could tell, like, she didn't really think that through. Like, that someone was going to have that kind of a response. And it was like, that was kind of like at the end of the thing.
I think that, like, you know, when you're in that kind of a situation, you want to, on some level, clarify. Like, you know, you want to.
Right.
You want to say
your
like,
side of it.
You're right.
But
so,
your side of it, ultimately, for most people, is going to be trying to make yourself look better. Right? And I think that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Because that's very transparent. And people kind of know what you're doing. I think it's always better, like what you just did, where you said, like, maybe I did overreact, or maybe I shouldn't have done this, or maybe that's a stupid thing to say. Like, be much more real about how you feel about things.
Oh, I fucking blew it, Joe.
Yeah, no, but I mean, but it doesn't matter, man. I'm telling you, this is all in your head. Everybody still loves you.
Right. Well,
you're the same guy. The people who love you will always love you. The people who hate you, it's like, it's very rare that someone who really loves you hates you. Like, if they do, they're usually mentally ill and they want to. Like, I remember when I was a kid, people would get mad if bands became famous and be like, fuck those guys, they're sellouts. And I remember we were in high school, I go, let me get this straight. This is me at like 16. I go, you love them, you think they're awesome, right? Yeah. I go, but when more people know they're awesome, then they're not awesome anymore because now they're mainstream. He goes, yeah. I go, do you know how fucking dumb that sounds? Either they are awesome or they are not. If they are awesome, more people should know they are awesome. And we're all just sitting around, and a couple of my friends go, yeah. Like, yeah, this idea of, like, being underground is fucking retarded. Like, why would you want that? If you're great, people are going to find out about you.
Right.
It doesn't mean you sold out. It just means other people found out you were great. Like, you recognize something, and you think you're unique in your talent to recognize really good music, and only you can appreciate it, and if other people appreciate it, then all of a sudden it's not good. That is the dumbest fucking way to think I've ever encountered in my life.
I mean, to be fair, I think that the criticism at that point is when
they change.
When they're trying to reach a more broad audience.
Right. But there's a lot of bands, like, for instance, that are not doing that, and they just fucking hit. Like, people are mad at Nirvana for getting big. Like, okay.
Right, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm just being a devil's advocate.
Well, I get it. I mean, but my point is, it's a human inclination where you feel like you're a part of a small, select group that really values and appreciates something, and all these normies, these fuckheads, listening to fucking Debbie Gibson or whatever they're listening to. You don't want those assholes listening to your super cool music. But if it's like Nirvana, guess what? It's so good that everyone's gonna want to listen to that, and then it becomes big. You're like, "Fuck those guys! They fucking sold out!" Like, it's just a dumb. You're just mad at yourself. You're mad at your life. You're mad at your position in this universe.
Well, I think that life is just getting really difficult too.
Well, this is now true.
Right.
But we're talking about people were doing this back in the fucking 80s. They've always done this, man.
Yeah.
This is just how people behave. And you add that to the internet, and it just everything's accelerated. Times 10, times 100, times a million, whatever the fuck it is now. And this is just the beginning. You know, we're at the brink of something really crazy. As soon as AI takes over our society, which is like within years, we're going to experience the most radical change this civilization has ever seen.
Yeah, like it's literally a perfect storm. With just the unsustainable debt.
Well, that's part of it.
I mean, that's a big part.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. But it's like, even if there was unsustainable debt, you have an artificial life form that's emerging that's infinitely smarter than human beings.
What I'm saying is that...
And has autonomy.
The unsustainable debt, like already over $1 trillion just paying for the interest alone. You know, like there's all that now, like, you know, other nations, central banks, whatever, like, they want to de-dollarize. They're not buying the United States treasuries the way they were. And that's like how the United States has been able to overspend, is because they can sell the treasury. Now, without people selling the treasuries, the only buyer of the treasuries is the Fed, and they're buying the treasuries with printing money.
Is that accurate?
I think
what
it's
you
pretty.
just said?
I think it's.
Other countries aren't buying our treasuries anymore?
Less so. It's becoming less. It's of course there's still like the United States treasury is the most liquid, like, you know, but less so. So when it becomes more difficult for the United States to sell its treasuries, they got to increase the yield, which means bigger interest payments. So at a certain point, it's like just the paying the interest on the debt is like a crippling thing. And by the Fed printing money the way they're printing, you can't inflate the money supply without devaluing the dollar.
Right.
So inflation, more and more, is gonna be a thing. Maybe not Weimar Germany or like Zimbabwe inflation, but still, inflation is not gonna go away. You just can't have the money supply increase without that being the case. And so people's purchasing power goes down. Their wages aren't going up, so like people are getting more and more squeezed with how much money they can afford to spend, and then on top of that, AI comes and wipes out all their jobs.
Yeah, it's spooky. It's spooky because no one really knows exactly what's going to happen, you know, or how it's going to happen, or how people will be compensated in order to keep society functional. You know, Elon has this utopian vision of universal high income.
Yeah, UBI, universal basic.
No.
Universal high income.
Yeah, no. His utopian vision is that so much money will be generated from AI that you'll be able to give people universal high income, so they won't have to work, and so they'll be able to do whatever they want to do with their life. That's the ideal perspective. The problem is, obviously, that people find a lot of identity in their work.
Sure. I mean,
especially if you went to school for it, you love it, this is the thing you've done, you've been a lawyer your whole life, you've been a doctor your whole life, you've been a this your whole life, and then all of a sudden AI comes in and wipes that out. And like, what are you going to do? You're going to play golf all day?
Right.
And then you have a fixed income now. Because even if it's universal high income, there's no incentive for you to work harder and get more things done and make more money, which is what drives a lot of people and drives a lot of innovation. So then is all innovation left up to artificial intelligence? Is that what we're really going to do? Because that seems kind of crazy.
It's so crazy. I gotta wonder, like,
our power.
What keeps you going? I mean, like you're in here doing these podcasts all the time with the UFC, with like, you know, like, you don't have to be doing this.
Everything I do is fun. I would do everything I do for free, and I do all the time. I do stand-up for free all the time. I do guest spots all the time. Everybody does. Every comic does.
Oh my God, did I have so much fucking fun at Kill Tony last night?
Oh, it's the best show. It's the best
He
show on
is
earth.
so unbelievably talented. Like
He's the best host of any live comedy show, rather, of all time.
There's no
He's so
way.
good at it.
The amount of time when something is presented that he nails the funniest possible thing that you could react.
Yeah, like it's written. Like you had a team of writers sitting there for
100%
a week coming up with the best line, and it busts off the top of his head. It's always mean. He's the best.
Okay.
He's the best.
I know that he's sensitive about. Oh man, he wouldn't have wanted me to say I was on it last night.
Why?
Because before the show, he'd ask the audience, "Don't give away the secret of who's the guest."
It doesn't matter.
All right. Then I'll say one thing.
Don't say what happened, because this show's gonna come out before that happens. Don't do that.
I'll tell you. It's just. Suffice it to say that Tony Hinchcliffe has got to be the fastest, wittiest fucking comic I've ever.
Well, he's the best at that format. And he created it, right? So it's
Right.
like a genius idea. Have comics do 1 minute. Dude, comics have done 1 minute the first time they've ever been on stage at Madison Square Garden in front of 16,000 people and fucking ate dick.
Right.
It's a great show. And then he has, guys like Dave Attell, Shane Gillis, you, fucking Harlan is like one of the greatest guests of all time.
Donnell.
Yeah, Donnell is amazing. He's got, there's just so many. There's
Right, and like
Kyle Dunnigan, who does like 5 different characters that are incredible.
Yeah, such high-level comics.
Adam Ray.
I mean, maybe right, but I'm saying like high-level feature comics. Who aren't like super known.
Who
but
do
they're
1 minute
so
as well.
Good.
Yeah.
They're setting out to go. I brought my opener from tour. A guy who's not like widely known, but I just love him, and he's so funny, he's so good. Like
And he put his name in the barrel.
Put his name in the barrel. And
That's the thing too. If people asking me to get them on Kill Tony, I cannot. No one can. That is true. That barrel is legit. That barrel is legit.
Right.
You reach into that barrel, Tony grabs whatever piece of paper his hands touch,
Right.
and he pulls it out, and that's how it's always been done, and that's how he's always going to do it. Because people come to him all the time. Hey, could you get my friend on the show? He's like, I cannot do that. That is the show.
Thank God.
It's got to be chance. It's got to be chaos.
Right.
That's part of the fun of it.
Right.
And then every now and then, someone that you've never heard of comes up and does a minute, and everybody goes, fuck yeah, that was awesome.
Right.
And then they kill it, and all of a sudden they have a career.
Right.
It's great.
Okay.
It's the cornerstone of stand-up too. It really is, because it's wild. It's like there are no rules. It's no holds barred, and you've got great comics on the panel, and it has launched careers.
For sure.
So because of that, it is so important for us having Kill Tony at the club. It's so important because it sets the tone for all these comics to know, like, hey, this isn't just like some random thing of I don't know what I'm doing. How do I figure it out? How do I get seen? Like, there's a pathway, and if
Right.
you can get on Kill Tony, and if you can work your ass off before then and build up a real solid routine and go on there and kill it, you can have a fucking career. It's real.
Yep.
And then the club has 2 nights of open mic nights, and there's a real development program and a real talent coordinator, Adam Egan, who watches sets and gives you
Yeah.
feedback.
The opener that I'm talking about, and he drove all the way from Tampa to be there last night. His name's Chris Harvey. He's 6'4", 480 pounds, like missing tooth, beard, funniest guy.
Where's he from?
He's from Ohio. Is it Dayton? I'm not sure where now, but I was at a comedy club in Fort Wayne, Indiana. And they just set him up to open for me. I watched his set. I was like, what are you doing for the next 3 weeks?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So
And
did he get up on the open mic night?
That's where I texted Tony, like, hey, I've got this opener. Can I get him on? And Tony said, I can get him in the bucket. Who knows if I'll pull him out? But I can also get him on the open mic to perform for the booker. So he did that.
Nice.
And
Yeah, it's important that you can't just get on the show.
Yeah,
Because
that's
then his phone would be just overrun with people. Get my boy on, and then some of them suck. And
that makes perfect sense.
yeah, you have to just let it happen. If they
Yeah.
suck, they suck. If they don't, it's like anything can happen. And that's part of the beauty of it. It's like a real magical moment when you reach into that bucket and you pull out a name and Bob Smith, and then Bob Smith comes on out and gives it a shot.
I mean, dude, it was. I just had so much fun, man. And
I don't like being on the end because you're too close to these cycles. Like, you never know. Like I'm always on edge.
That's funny.
You want to be like protected by like one body.
Apologies to Tony for giving away that I was on it last night.
He's not gonna care.
That I want to talk about. I watched Brian Callen's special, very recent, at the Mothership. Like it was like you got all these people like whenever anybody that's the thing about fucking comedy is it's so subjective that like it's just if anybody can shit on a special thing. And I saw these like the YouTube videos like Brian Callen is the most worst bombs gonna like end his career. And I was like, come on, like let me watch this. I fucking enjoyed the hell out of Brian Callen's special. His one that he just taped at the Mothership.
That's great. You gotta stop paying attention to people.
Yeah, I
Because
enjoy.
people want it to suck. Like there's people that think everything. Chappelle's last special sucked. There's people,
Oh my God! Can we talk about that?
I haven't seen it yet. Still.
Okay,
But I heard it was awesome.
The
From people
Riyadh,
that I trust.
the Riyadh Comedy Festival, right? Like it was such like an apocalyptic fucking nuclear bomb in the
Did you
world.
go to that?
I didn't. No, but like there was so much backlash from people who went to it, and there were like individual comics had their their own way of kind of defending their move to a lot of comics were very defensive about how they went, and a lot of them maybe like seemed a little bit disingenuous about in their defense. And then dude, Dave Chappelle puts out this special and so unapologetic about him being at the Riyadh Comedy. It was just like it was so fucking masterful.
Oh, he's a master.
The way he was just like, I went to Riyadh and got paid like a fuck ton of money to do comedy, and like so unapologetic, and it was just like, oh my God.
Well, the idea is that you support the regime by doing stand-up over there, which I think is crazy, because you're doing it for the audience members, and the audience members have no say in who their government is. They're literally
You know
a
what?
monarchy.
I'm not even. I don't even have a judgment whatsoever. Especially because have I ever not watched a UFC event because it happened in Saudi Arabia? Fuck no.
Or Dubai or wherever.
Right,
Yeah,
like-
you don't do that with sporting events, but you do it with comedy. I think the idea is that comedians are supposed to be social commentators, and they're supposed to like carry a baton for free speech. And one of the particularly egregious things that's been attributed to Saudi Arabia was the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, who was a journalist from the Washington Post, who was killed at the Turkish embassy, and they cut him up with a fucking bone saw and some dark shit. Yeah, I get it. I get the criticism, and I get people saying, well, I'm going to perform for my audience, and my audience is over there. And if they say I can't make fun of, I think you can't make fun of the monarchy, you can't make fun of the leaders or the government, and you can't make fun of Islam or religion. I think maybe it might just be religion, period.
I think it was. You can't be disparaging of Islam or the royal family.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got to decide then if you know what those parameters are. If maybe it doesn't fit with your act at all, or maybe you're like, I don't have any bits about the royal family,
Right.
or I could just go over and do my act for a bunch of people, uncensored.
Right. I mean, I thought about it.
I see both sides.
I don't give a shit one way or the other. My only input here is that Dave Chappelle, like, checkmated.
Of course.
The whole fucking
He handles everything perfectly. And again, he's not on social media. He's not paying attention to people's opinions of him. You cannot, because there's so many people that have decided that he was a horrible transphobe for telling a story about his transgender friend. Like, I mean, literally he told this story about this person in his act, and people didn't care because he made jokes about trans people. Like, of course, it's in the public eye. This idea that you can't joke about something is if there's a thing you can't joke about, that thing is fucked up. And that's why the Lakota used to have a sacred clown. They called it a heyoka. And a heyoka was like a member of the community that was supposed to make fun of everything. And if you couldn't make fun of anything, then you knew something was wrong with that thing. Because if there's a thing that you can't joke around about, that thing has been compromised, right? Because you can kind of joke around about everything if it's
Right.
actually funny, no matter what it is.
Sure.
Even tragedy, given enough time, you can joke around about it.
Yep.
I mean, you could do a 9/11
God.
joke right now, and no one's gonna blink.
Oh my God! You remind me of what I think was the funniest fucking tweet that I ever saw from Jeff Ross. Going back, the year I want to say was like 2016. The Magic Castle in Los Angeles. There was like in the magicians, when a magician was found hanging in
Yeah.
a closet in the Magic Castle.
Yeah, he committed suicide.
Had taken his own life.
Yeah.
That morning, Jeff Ross tweeted that his last words were abracadabra. That's fucking funny.
That's such a Jeff Ross type joke. That's a Tony Hinchcliffe type joke too. Yeah, silly. Yeah, I mean, if there's a thing that you can't make fun of, that thing is usually bullshit. And if that thing is trans people, like then you are ignoring that there's a glaring hole in this narrative that you're trying to push, and whether or not people are accepting that narrative.
I'll be spilling out some of the stuff that I have in my current hour, and I really don't mind. For me, I feel like the bar's got to keep getting higher and keep getting higher. And so as I went into putting together this new hour that I'm touring with, one of my multimedia bits, like, it ended up not being a really great idea, but I thought, I'm gonna get a fucking boob job.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Right.
Did you do it?
I didn't. I was within 10 hours of being under the knife.
Yeah,
and
don't do that.
like the universe just intervened, right?
Because they have to cut your muscle, man.
Right. Well, like, I mean,
Don't they? Or do they go into the skin? They
it
go through your
depends.
nipples?
You can do it in multiple different ways. I was told, I was interested in just the idea. See, because like I'm now in my 50s, right? And so like my whole new hour is the theme of it is how the fuck is Steve-O supposed to be in his 50s? Like, and so with the putting the stuff up my butt section is like the importance of, like, we're at an age we gotta get prostate exams, colonoscopies, that's a real thing. And so I'm trying to like destigmatize the prostate exam.
Right. Sure you are.
Right.
You're definitely not putting things up your ass for entertainment.
I'm blending it together, and it's pretty awesome. And one of my things is like, it's a rite of passage for men in middle age to one day you realize, holy fuck, I'm getting tits. I noticed it one time. I got dimples. Like actual fucking under boobs. It's fucking like, this wasn't supposed to happen to me. And so like that kind of was my motivation. Like, if this is gonna happen, then like I'm lashing out at Father Time. I'm gonna get a boob job. So I had the guy, famous plastic surgeon from Bosch, Terry Dubrow, on my podcast. And I was
Is
like,
he one of those guys that fixes people?
yeah, Botch. He's great. I love that. Happened to be brothers with the lead singer of Quiet Riot, too.
No way.
Yeah.
Come on, feel
Yeah.
the noise.
Terry
Yeah.
Dubrow, and
That's
He
crazy.
was epic. So on the podcast, I was like, hey, I'm thinking about a wild, crazy stunt, like get a boob job, and then just like film a bunch of pranks and stunts, and then get it out. Like wild publicity stunt. I feel like the whole world's gonna know about it. And he had me take off my shirt, and he's like, yeah, your skin is already loose enough. You can fit double D implants. He says, but you got to get them out within 2 months, or the stretching would be unmanageable. And I'm like, and in my head, I'm thinking, this is the loudest, fucking craziest. Like, this is where the bar's at. Like
you need better friends.
The level.
You really do.
The level of commitment to do something that fucked up, like I just thought, and I was really into the idea, and I got super
Call
close.
me next time. Just fucking call me, dude. Don't.
Dana said the same thing.
Yeah, don't do that. Call
Dana
me.
said the same thing. So now like I had blabbed it to the media, which is why you'd heard about it. That so you know, there are all these articles.
Mm-hmm.
It's the night before my fucking operation, and I get a phone call like from the doctor's whatever guy. He says, "Hey buddy, we hit a snag, man. Like the anesthesiologist backed out. You know, we got to reschedule the surgery." I'm like, "Fuck, man." So now the next day they're trying to reschedule it, and I'm buying groceries in the supermarket in LA, and the person ringing me up on the cash register is like seems pretty evidently transgender, and I'm just like, dude, it's like the fucking universe is giving me signs over here, you know? And so like I asked her, didn't even occur to me at this point that I need to like run it by anybody. Like my body, my choice, who cares? You know, I'm doing a dumb stunt, like, you know, be crazy. But in this situation, I'm talking to this transgender person, like, hey, can I run to their bike? And I spoke with them. They described to me a level of oppression that genuinely fucking broke my heart. They said, hey, let me tell you, like, I am not allowed to use the bathroom at my own place of work. We've got, like,
That's not true. They're just not allowed to use the bathroom. It doesn't align with their biological sex.
Okay.
But you got to realize, they're not all... Listen, I genuinely think there's people that feel like they are in the wrong biological sex, right? But there's also people that are fucking perverts, and they have a thing called autogynephilia. And what that is they get a turn on by pretending to be a woman. They get excited by it, and they want to be around women, and they're creeps. And so you give them a fucking Willy Wonka golden ticket to go into the women's locker room and the women's bathroom and stare at women and pretend you're a woman when you're just a crazy man and you're actually into women.
Okay.
That's real too, man.
I don't doubt that that's real, and I know that it's a super complex, nuanced thing. And I don't...
but here's what's not complex. What is your chromosomes?
Right.
Okay? This is the same thing for competing. Right. All these fucking mental gymnastics that seemingly intelligent people do to justify biological males competing with females.
Oh, I don't think anybody's
It's the same thing.
Right.
It's the same thing.
Right.
And especially as speaking as a man who has daughters, like, there are creeps. And if you give a creep, and I'm not saying all trans people are creeps.
Right.
But a lot of these fucking people that are in trouble for going into women's bathrooms dressed as a woman with a fucking beard and a heart on are just that. They're creeps.
Right, okay.
They're crazy men. And these crazy men, their entire life, they would get beaten up for that. And now all of a sudden, they have to be accepted. So you've got two things going on at the same time.
For sure.
You've got people with gender dysphoria that genuinely wish they were a woman or genuinely wish they were a man. And by the way, it's men that are the problem. No one gives a fuck about trans men going into the men's bathroom. Come on in. Who cares?
Right.
Who cares? Oh, a girl's going to shit next to you? Or what is she going to do? She's going to pee out of a funnel?
Right,
what is she going to do? Like,
hey,
no one's going to get hurt. No one's going to get hurt. This is the problem. When you allow perverts to have this hall pass to go into women's locker rooms and bathrooms. So you can't say you're not allowed to use the bathroom where you work. That's not true. You're just not allowed to use the women's room where other women are in there because you're not a woman. And I know you wish you were a woman or whatever's going on.
Okay.
But you're
you
not.
Know what? You make a very, very good point.
If you're a woman, talk to most women about this. And it's unless they're insanely captured by this woke ideology where they can't see reality and the fact that perverts are still a real fucking thing.
Yeah.
And this loophole. You've given loopholes. Like, there's men in prison. I think it's like 47 biological males in California are housed in women's prisons. Some of them are sex offenders. Some of them in Canada. There's a guy in Canada that they had to pay for his boob job while he was in jail for being a sex offender, and they put him in a women's prison. Yeah.
I'm not arguing with
There's men who have pretended to be women, gone into women's prison, had sex with women and impregnated them. There's men who have sexually assaulted and raped women in prison that are pretending to be women with functional dicks. All they have to do is identify, air quotes. When you just have to identify, that's it. No operation, no nothing, identify. That is bonkers. And do you think they're giving them estrogen when they get in prison? Do they give hormone replacement therapy to people in prison? I don't know. But even then, it's still a man with estrogen. You can't escape your fucking chromosomes, okay? And until you can, until there's some sort of a CRISPR thing that you really want to be a woman, we can turn you into an actual woman. Until that happens, what you're dealing with is a form of gender dysphoria, which has always been classified as a mental illness until people became much more empathetic and sensitive to people that have this problem.
Right. And you make a completely valid argument.
Nobody should be able to tell you can't do something fucking stupid like get a boob job because they are transgender. That's crazy.
Understood. My experience was that I didn't get any of this, sense that this was a creepy pervert, anything like that. I just thought
they don't have to be a creepy pervert.
Right.
Right. But it's still a man.
Understood. I just thought, man, I heard what they had to say about, politicians trying to put them in internment camps and,
Who's doing that? What politicians are saying they should be put in internment camps?
I think that there was some kind of...
There might be one kook out there that's saying that to try to get attention. There's no movement to try to put transgender people in internment camps.
Okay, well then I'll land on this.
Do you know who's killed more people than ICE this year? Trans shooters. Do you know the majority of these high school shootings have been transgender people?
I did not know that.
Yeah. Oh, how many of them? There was one recently, and yeah, it's a lot of them. You know why? Because they're giving them psych medications, they're giving them a bunch of crazy hormones, and a lot of them probably have mental struggles already, and they're ostracized from society, and fill in the blank, and then they're empowered by thinking that the world has done something bad to them, and that there's like a genocide against trans people, and they attack J.K. Rowling, and they attack all these people. Martina Navratilova, who's like a famous lesbian, for being a bigot because she doesn't want biological men competing with women in tennis. It's nuts, man. And it's like either you go by biology or you do not. Either you go by XY chromosome, or then you're in this weird fucking gray area where someone could just tell you they're a woman. And that's how you get men in women's prisons.
Yeah. All right. You've convinced me.
Doesn't mean you can't be kind.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't. I try to be kind to everyone.
Yeah.
And if I meet someone who's trans, if they want me to call them Stacy or whatever, like I know a couple trans people. My friend Jim Norton is married to a trans woman.
Yeah.
I'm super cool with them. Hug her every time I see her. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if I was a woman, I want biological women in my... I think the solution is individual bathrooms whenever feasible. And if you want to have an all-gender bathroom, good luck with the legal ramifications of that if it's a bar, because then any guy can fucking go in there, and any guy and girl can get a... If it's a multiple-stall bathroom.
Right.
But the solution is XY chromosome. And the solution is, like, if a guy walks into the men's room with a dress on and he's trans, just leave him alone. Leave him alone. Let him go to the bathroom. Like, what is the big deal?
Yeah.
You're like, at the end of the day, we have to understand that, like, what is more important? One person's feelings or the safety of all these women? And the safety of all these women is much more important.
Yep.
So you gotta be kind to people, but also you gotta have rules. There's a reason why there's a women's room and a men's room. It's because some men are fucking creeps. And if you allow those creeps to just put on a dress, well, and again, I'm not saying all trans people are like this at all, but you can't have that loophole. You can't. Let's like, can't have an open border. Doesn't mean that all immigrants are murderers, and you don't think that either, right? But some people that sneak across the border, if you don't check, are going to be murderers. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
So you have to have a fucking closed border to check, and you have to have a gender border too.
Yeah. Well, God damn it. And my only takeaway from my experience that I was relating to you is that it made me feel compassionate.
Well, that's
and
nice.
I want to be.
That's good. A better reason would be it's fucking stupid to get a boob job. Don't do it. No one's gonna like you more. I think you're cool because you got a boob job at 52.
I'm glad. I'm glad. That
How old are you now?
51.
Yeah, that's too old for a boob job.
Yeah.
Even if you're a girl. Stop. Unless you just got divorced, you're like, I need some new dick. I gotta go.
I'm really glad that I didn't do it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So if you were here with a boob, with two giant boobs, I'd be like, I don't know what to say to this guy. This is so stupid.
You know who was into the idea, thought it was fucking really funny, was Bert.
Of course. Also, he has his own boobs.
A broken pull part got you feeling uncool? Don't sweat it. E-Pool Supply's got you covered. As Arizona's largest pool store, E-Pool Supply is your one-stop shop that offers top-quality replacement parts and accessories for pools and spas from all the trusted brands. With over 25 years of experience, our team ensures low prices and fast, reliable shipping or in-store pickup from our warehouse. Visit E-Pool Supply today and make pool maintenance a breeze. E-Pool Supply. We know our pool parts.
Right.
Bert goes back and forth, but he's light now. He quit drinking for like 6 months.
Oh man, and
he had a little bit of a health scare.
His fucking sitcom on Netflix is
It's really good.
So
He's
good.
funny, man. He's a fun dude. It's just like he's another guy that is like a little overexposed. He does so much promotion, so much stuff, like you. You know, like talking about that thing where you get the negative feedback. You
Yeah.
got a lot of negative feedback for over promoting shows, but don't listen. Don't watch it. Who cares?
Right.
If you think he's promoting himself too much, don't pay attention.
Let me run this by.
There's shit to be angry about in the world.
Sure.
Bert Kreischer promoting a comedy special is not on that list.
Right. Let me run this by. Okay, so I decided that I'm only gonna promote things that help me. It's very easy. Don't do harm. Don't really care about that.
All right. So what is one that you have a problem with?
What? I see this guy Brian Johnson. The
guy who wants to live forever.
The guy who wants to live forever. I'm fascinated by him.
Okay.
I had him on my podcast, and you know, I mean, he's a unique guy, but I see him. He's on this warpath against AG1, and I'm like, God damn it! I'm like.
Right, but he sells a competing supplement.
Right, that sounds.
Here's the thing about AG1.
For what it's worth, I drink AG1 every goddamn day, and I
It's a
love
vitamin. It's a multivitamin. It's not the end-all, be-all. It's going to fix your health, but vitamins are good for you. And if you can get vitamins in a simple travel pack like AG1 has, and throw them in your book bag and take them with you places, it's better than not having vitamins. Period. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem that people had with AG1 is maybe they overstated some of the benefits of the probiotics and prebiotics. Like when people have analyzed the nutrient density of these packs and what the ingredients is, that's been their criticism. But criticizing a multivitamin that you're taking in a liquid form, like, that seems kind of silly. Like, is it going to be the best thing that you've ever done for your health? No, being in shape and eating well is the best thing you've ever done for your health. But having like some sort of nutritional insurance, some sort of little thing that you add to your food every day,
it's designed to fill in the gaps in your diet.
It's a good thing to have vitamins. Period. That's it. Vitamins are good.
And it tastes good.
It's simple.
A lot of people say AG1
very
doesn't
simple.
taste good. I like the way it
You know,
tastes.
and if you think it's too expensive or you think it's not good enough, then okay, don't take it. Whatever. But if you take it, it's not bad for you. There's a lot of things that are bad for you. AG1's not bad for you. It's fucking vitamins. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple stuff.
Okay, good.
Take it or don't take it. Who cares? You know, people worry too much, again, about stupid fucking shit. You have a brief amount of time in this. You're halfway dead, Bubba. You know, you don't have much time on this planet to be worrying about stupid shit.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't do it, man.
Okay, I just want to be a good guy.
Yeah.
That's my thing.
Then just be a good guy.
Yeah.
But don't worry about it all the time.
Good.
That shit ain't good.
Yeah.
Don't be in your head. Like
You know what?
like you're in your head worrying about your public image. You're in your head worried about where you are in your career. You're in your head. Just do your best.
Yeah.
Just do your best all the time.
Yeah.
If you enjoy what you're doing and you do your best, everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Or not. Or you die. You know, like, you can't control that either. So what do you, just keep going.
Yeah.
Just stop being in your head. Everybody is like, you know, you've got this all mapped out, and a lot of what you're mapping out is other people's opinions of it. Like, oh, there's no better way to fuck up your life than to live for other people's opinions.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, do self-auditing, do some self-assessing, you know? There's many times in my life when I'm unhappy with myself. And so I fix it. Figure it out. Fix it. Do it, but do better. Fix that. Fix this. Don't do as much of that. Do less of this. Do more of what you think is good. You know.
Yeah.
Try to be a nicer person. Try to be kind. Like it's like you can, but don't sit around worrying about what each individual commenter thinks about it. God, that's crazy for you. It's you're absorbing too much negativity, and this is the message that I give to everybody. Look, there's a great benefit to social media. It's an amazing tool, and it's changed society. However, it's just like gambling. It's just like pornography. It's just like food. You can get wrapped up in it, and it can be your whole fucking life if you let it.
It's been over a decade since I watched porn.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good for you. And some people, it's been about 5 minutes. Some people are watching porn on a split screen right now while they're watching this. They're jacking off right now to a gangbang while they listen to Steve-O talk about how, you're missing out. You know how many people are subscribed to OnlyFans? We were looking this up the other day. It's like, what are the numbers of Americans? It's something shocking. It's some insanely shocking number. It's like 100+ million subscribers to OnlyFans.
Man.
And then with women, it's somewhere between like the ages of 18 to like 20 something. It's like 10% of the population is on OnlyFans.
As content?
As content creators.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what's weird, is because, like, if you think about it, if you fuck on camera, right, you're a porn star, right? But maybe you're only fucking your boyfriend. Maybe you wear a mask. Okay. But are you doing it for money? What if you have sex with other people for money? Is that prostitution? So what if they just said, well, let's just legalize prostitution? Do you know how many fucking people would become prostitutes if they got desperate? Like Uber driver, prostitute.
Right.
You know? What do you want to do? Like, there's a lot of people who would go into prostitution. And some people think they should have that right to do that. And it should be freedom and freedom of expression and freedom of occupation. And then other people go, that might not be the best for society.
I had this crazy thought at one point.
What are the numbers for OnlyFans?
There's no official numbers. It's somewhere in the range of 100 to 150 million, but only 4% of those are actually people who pay.
Oh, how's that work? Okay, so what percent is people that pay?
Sorry, 4%.
4?
4.2.
4? So there's 100 million people accessing free content, and 4% of the users actually compete paid transactions. Wait a minute, but does it cost money to join?
Nope.
It doesn't cost to join.
It's up to the person who's making the content.
So is a paid transaction mean you subscribe? So like, so if you go on OnlyFans, you have to subscribe to each person's content, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's only 4% that are doing that. So over 100 million creepers, they're just checking it out.
Well, that's where you go. People have multiple accounts.
Right. That's a good point. Why?
Wow, for various reasons. I wouldn't get into them.
Jamie's got multiple accounts.
I've never subscribed to one.
Of course not. I was joking. But, I mean, so 4% is not as much, but it's
4 million
still...
people that are paying, 4 or 5 million people that are
still a lot.
Paying.
And what are the percentage of young girls that are on OnlyFans as content creators? And they're not all showing the cooch. Some of them are just a little nip slip, maybe just a bikini shot,
Sure.
you know, G-string, bend over. But it's still.
But then you've got like the Bad Baby chick make like $50 million on there.
I know, that's crazy. What did she do on there?
I don't know. I have no idea.
According to these numbers, 4 to 4.6 million creators worldwide, with 1 million of them being in America.
Oh, that's it? So when they said it's 10% of girls 18 to 49, what percentage of girls, not 18 to 18 to 25? I think that was the number. What percentage of girls, put that in 18 to 25 in America, have an account on OnlyFans? Percentage of girls between 18 to 25 in America have an account on OnlyFans. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what it says. 10%. 14% of American women aged 18 to 24 have an OnlyFans account. That's crazy, dude.
That is really crazy.
That's crazy. 14% of American women aged 18 to 24 have an OnlyFans account. That is wild.
It's just an estimate, though, just for argument's sake.
Yeah.
Because there are not official numbers, I don't think, in any way.
I had this crazy thought. Hypothetically.
That's a crazy estimate.
Hypothetically, if you had like a brick and mortar establishment with a bunch of chicks in there, and
Or else, you mean?
right, yeah, and an ordained minister, so that like a guy could walk in, pick out a woman, and marry them on the spot. So then now that's your wife, and you are consummating your marriage. That's got to be totally legal. And then as you leave the establishment, you annul the marriage. Is that not like would that not just automatically?
That's a loophole. That's the prostitution loophole. Well, one thing you could do is you could have a thing where you could fall in love immediately and get married, and then give someone citizenship.
Right. But as soon as you,
But they come and visit you. They want to see if you're like really in love. Like they're like, how long you guys know each
Right.
other?
It's crazy.
Hold hand. Let me see you hold hands.
I know.
Let me see you kiss.
I know a bunch of people who have gotten married for just citizenship.
Oh yeah, I know a dude who married a girl for citizenship. Yeah.
But you gotta stay married.
Yeah. He did it for her. She was where was she from? I forget. But they didn't even really have a relationship. I think she was from Russia. They didn't really.
They seem to tend to be from Russia.
Yeah, it was just like they made a deal. I think it was a financial deal. This is the 90s. He's dead now.
There's the usual sports books, and then there's Fanatics Sportsbook. Only Fanatics rewards your loyalty with up to 10% fan cash on your bets, and has fair play first stat protection. It's time for something new. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook.
Okay, I want to ask you: do you believe in reincarnation?
I don't not believe in it.
I think that there's like pretty like solid evidence. It's in, like if not irrefutable, but like you got little kids that are like giving like details that check out total like and they know like
There's another alternative. That alternative is genetic memory, and so we know that some memories are transferred through genes. And this is one of the reasons why arachnophobia exists. Arachnophobia is an irrational fear of spiders.
Right.
And the idea is that at some point in your genetic lineage, someone got really fucked up by a spider. Either you witnessed someone dying from a spider bite, or you almost died from a spider bite, and that memory is transferred through the genes. The same with aphidiophobia, which is a fear of snakes. There's irrational fears that some people have that they attribute to a possible genetic memory. And then there's genetic memories like that are in animals that we know for a fact. Like a dog does not have to be taught. Like I have a golden retriever.
Marshall.
Marshall, he's the best. And you don't have to teach Marshall to bring a ball back. He's a retriever. He has some sort of a genetic memory. And he also, I didn't have to teach him to pee in a bush and lift his leg. Like he knew how to do that.
Right.
It's in their system. Right? There's a bunch of things that are in their system. They see animals, they get excited, they want to bite them. Like it's not a learned behavior. Like that dog's super well fed, but he will fuck a squirrel up if he catches it. Why? Because it's in his genetics. It's in his
predatory instinct.
Right. So then with humans, think about all the different things that humans learn, and think of all the different fears that humans have, and how many of them are programmed. Like Rupert Sheldrake had a really important point once about what children are afraid of. He goes, when you think about it, what are children afraid of? They're afraid of monsters in the dark, right? They're not afraid of child molesters or murderers or rapists, sinister car accidents. They're not afraid of things that really can harm them. They're afraid of monsters. And most children, especially living in a city, have never seen a monster, right? So why are they afraid of this thing? Well, it's because there's a genetic memory of us being preyed on by cats. And big cats who killed people forever hid in the trees, they hid in the dark, and you would go out to get water and they'd fuck you up and kill you. And so that is in little kids' memory. So if there's these kind of peripheral abstract memories or really radical sharp memories that don't make sense, like arachnophobia and things like that, like it's so possible that it's not just those things that are transferred through the genetics, but also learned experiences and maybe even information. You just don't have a way of expressing it yet. It's one of the reasons why you'll notice that a lot of the children of talented musicians are really talented, even when they're adopted, even when they grew up in different families. They might have never even been around that parent, but they have like some sort of innate musical talent or literary talent or something. I think there's some things that get transferred in DNA that we're not totally aware of. It's not like you get a menu list of all the things that you got from your parents. Oh, look, my dad was into history. That's why I'm into history. Look at all these things. I think there's a lot of stuff that transfers that maybe gets filed away, and maybe other people have access to those memories that you don't. Like there's weird levels of memory retention. We were talking about Mary Lou Henner from Taxi the other day. What's that disease she has? It's not a disease. It's the opposite of a disease. It's an amazing ability. She has this incredible ability. You can tell her July 2nd, 1976. She could tell you it was a Tuesday. She could tell you what happened, what was in the news, who did what she did, what color clothes she was wearing. Highly superior autobiographical memory. Now, imagine if that, whatever that is, that incredible memory is passed genetically occasionally and passed into some children, and then they don't just get the memory of their own life, but they get the memory of previous lives that other people have lived.
Okay.
So you think about how many different generations of human beings had to exist before Steve-O was born. You have all of this DNA and all of this information inside of your genes, supposedly. Maybe you can access some of that. And that some of it that you're accessing might be what we're calling reincarnation.
Okay.
What is this, Jamie? This is the doctor who is a specialist in reincarnation at the University of Virginia. His name's Dr. Jim Tucker, who's continuing the work of a previous doctor. I think Hammond is his last name.
Interesting.
These are the two most repeated stories I've heard about that people talk about. There's a kid that repeats stories of a plane crash, and he's a pilot. He's got a lot. There's further videos I've watched on this kid. So many details are insane.
Details verified against historical records of a pilot who died 50 years earlier, matching exactly despite no prior family exposure. Okay, well that's very different.
He went and met people and recognized them, I think, and even pointed out.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so but here's the thing: if that kid is not related in any way to this person who died from the plane crash, then we're talking about something totally different. Then,
but what you are getting at, there is discussions of this kind of overall work. I think it's on here where people talk about this. It's Deepak Chopra says it's a little bit like quantum physics. So how this happens isn't known, obviously. But this guy even says it starts, I think, between like age 2 and by age 5 or so, all the memories are kind of gone and they don't remember this stuff anymore.
Wow.
It's like very fleeting. You can't really ask a lot of questions. They have to just tell you. And if you start asking too many questions, they freak out. Some of the kids start crying, and it goes away. It's very odd, but there's.
Well, what's really odd is that it goes away.
Yeah,
that's really odd.
As you were saying with Mary Lou Henner, hers doesn't even start until she was age 11.
Interesting.
So
it's always little kids. It's always little kids that have memories of past lives, and they're supposed to name the Dalai Lama based on a kid having a memory. You know, it's supposed to be a reincarnation thing. I'm fascinated by that, and also kind of in the same vein of it, so many irrefutable examples of where consciousness is evident separate from the brain. Like you've got the like people with no brain activity whatsoever, like they're officially dead. They're in the hospital, and they wake up, come back to life, whatever the case may be, and they're explaining to the doctor what was happening while they were unconscious.
Yeah.
And to the extent that can maybe be explained for what they were in the room, a lot of these cases, they wake up and they say what the doctor was doing in a different part of the hospital. There's a case of a guy, a doctor who's had a patient, and he's in the cafeteria at the hospital. He spills spaghetti on his shirt or something. He's like, oh man, I got a stain on my shirt, and so he puts his lab coat over it and does it up. And then the patient wakes up and says, oh yeah, it's how you spilled the shit on your shirt. There's a lot of evidence of consciousness, like operating separate from the brain. And I had the most fascinating conversation with Duncan Trussell about the idea that the brain is not a generator. It's not a transmitter.
It's an
of
antenna.
Yeah, it's an antenna.
Yeah.
You know, and that explains a lot of stuff to me. You know, about the soul. I was saying, like, to Duncan Trussell, imagine that we're like we're more of a radio, like an antenna. You know, like you can take a radio and with a sledgehammer just smash it to smithereens. You've done nothing to disrupt the actual signal. So that signal can now tune in, be picked up by another radio, and that kind of explains reincarnation to me on some level. And Duncan Trussell hears that, he goes, "Yeah, you got so many fucking people walking around. They don't realize they're a radio. They think they're the fucking Beatles."
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Duncan's so funny.
He's so good.
Such a unique human.
Yeah, and so all of this stuff is like super fascinating to me.
It is interesting, but there's no answers. So it's like, there's a reason why so many societies and so many civilizations for a long time have believed in reincarnation, afterlife, that there's some sort of disembodied consciousness. There's a reason.
Consciousness.
But then it gets really weird. It's like they've also believed in beings that have come down from the heavens. So what
And
are
built
those things?
pyramids.
Yeah. What are those things? What's
Right.
that about? Who are those people?
How about near-death experiences?
Well, near-death experiences you could attribute to a lot of things, right? One of the things you could attribute to is an endogenous dump of psychedelic chemicals that we know the brain makes under stress. And one of the big ones is dimethyltryptamine, which we know your body makes. And there's a lot of people that think that it's sort of a chemical gateway, and that what you're doing is getting a peek into the afterlife. That when you're having these DMT experiences, and that when you're having a near-death experience, that's your brain flooding with DMT to prepare you for leaving this world.
Okay.
It's just weird that they all have a very similar thing about going through a tunnel, a light at the end of the tunnel. It's like this, it's a journey. And what is, I haven't had a near-death experience. I don't know what it's like.
You know who had one? Jeremy Renner.
Oh, yeah.
With the snowmobile accident.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so fascinated by near-death experience videos on YouTube. You got thousands of people who have had the experience of dying, been on the other side, and they describe what's called life review. Okay, like there's the saying that everybody's familiar with, that when you die, your life flashes before your eyes. However, the way that these people describe it, it's that on the other side of death, like as you know, a spirit, like somehow the concept of time is like doesn't apply anymore. So you've got like, it's not like that your life flashes before your eyes, because time isn't like there's no time constraint. So you've got like, unfathomable like immersion, without time, and that it's not that you're experiencing your life as you experienced it, but rather they describe experiencing your life in the most I guess important, memorable moments from the perspective of the people who you influenced, the people who you had an impact on. And it's not just from their perspective, but in this near-death experience life review, the way that they describe it, you are those people. It's like, and every, all the scriptures, all the spirituality, like there's the idea that separation is an illusion. That at the end of the day, that there's only oneness. We're all one thing. We're all eyes in the same head. We're all the same thing, wearing different costumes.
Right. So that begs the question, like, why are we separate? Like, what's the purpose of being separate?
For, like as I understand
Different perspectives.
the way that what I've bought onto is that the universe, everything, like God, in the absolute form, God as one thing cannot have experience because there's nothing to relate to, you know? And so God in the absolute sense is kind of it's pure love. It's this pure, awesome, but it's very lonely, you know, proposition. So the idea of the separation is the universe, God, like, blasts itself into infinite different things to create the realm of the relative. So now there's, you know, we have the separation. So now we can relate to it. It allows for God to experience itself, which you would never be able to do. You would never be able to have up and down or, you know, like anything. And so it's like the whole point is for experience. And
Right, but what's the benefit of experience for God?
To know itself.
So this is in regards only to human beings or to all animals?
Different, like the souls, and I go down these fucking rabbit holes, dude. Like particularly recently, I did this whole audio book, a modern English version of a book that was published in 1857 by a French dude named Alan Kardec, who it's called the Spirits Book, and you know you've like got all these mediums that he's communicating with and putting together of this like, you know, definitive book on spiritism.
Right.
And the way that book describes it is that animals have souls, but not souls that with like moral implications of the growth of, you know, the purpose of our separation and the purpose of our experience is to have free will, to have the choice to do good or bad or, you know, whatever, but to evolve as a soul where you evolve towards being loving and, you know, like
Where was he getting this from?
From mediums. the
From
spirit
mediums.
world.
So
Yeah.
the spirit world was telling him this.
Yeah, and like crazy, like a lot of like
The problem with mediums is the same problem that you have with trans people using the bathroom. Some are legit.
Sure.
And some of them are just not. You
Right,
know?
right,
and
right, of course.
That's the issue with anybody saying that they know
Right, right, right.
exactly why, you know, and what is the difference between the way animals think and behave and humans think and behave.
Well, just I think with animals, there's you know, it's that they're like
They're in the wild. They need survival.
survival. You
Yeah.
know, where humans have kind of a higher level of like a higher bar to meet because we have like there's more moral implications to the way we conduct our lives.
Yeah. Well, we've also figured out shelter, right?
Right.
So we're a little bit we have doors, and so we're not we're separated from the wild
Right.
world, which has allowed us to have a lot more time to innovate and think. It might be correct.
I think that
But it's just interesting
It's
because
very
it's like
interesting.
the problem is people like they buy in to things as being like absolute truth,
Sure.
and especially things that are exciting like spiritual mediums and
Sure.
spirits and channeling and all that shit.
I think that with the near-death experience, you know, all these thousands of people have had the accounts. There's a society of near-death experiencers, like you know, official, like where you know.
Wonder if any frauds slip in there with a fake story of almost dying.
I don't.
I bet
doubt,
they do.
I
yeah.
don't doubt it. But the consistency across all of these accounts, it's like it kind of like lends legitimacy to me. You know.
Well, that's the case with the alien abduction experience as well.
Right.
That's another weird one. It's like I want to figure it out. You know, I haven't had it, so I'm like, but man, it gets weird. It gets real, especially when you read like Jacques Vallée's work and you realize this stuff has been going on in the 1700s, 1800s. They just had a different way of talking about it because they didn't have the idea that a physical craft could fly in the sky that's made out of metal. To them, that was alien.
Right.
It didn't make, I mean, for lack of a better word, but so they didn't describe it that way. But they did describe meeting these creatures and being taken away and waking
Sucked up
up.
in a light.
Yeah, things like that. It's like there's so many of those stories, and then the actual stories of people that have been supposedly abducted, that have these stories of these encounters. It's
Right.
oddly similar, regardless of where they live in the world, which is real weird.
Right.
And it's one of those things. It's like if it hasn't happened to you, you really wouldn't be able to describe it. Like,
sure.
And if you did, you wouldn't believe. And if it did happen to you, you'd be like, "How am I even going to tell anybody about this?"
Right.
Because no one else has this experience. So this is going to be a crazy thing that I'm going to talk about. Everyone's going to think I'm a kook.
That's been a lot of people's experience, I think, up until recently. So
Sure.
now, like with the way that people describe the life review, you know, and they describe like things where they said something nasty and then they did something like hurtful, and in their life review they are the person, they feel that sorrow, and they come back like with like such maybe remorse, maybe like more like heightened compassion, like less interest in material things, and I just think to myself, oh my God, like in my life, like when I was such a fucking nightmare with drugs and sex and all the fucking crazy, just like I created a lot of wreckage. I think I was harmful and hurtful. I've been better, but even like coming up, I'm almost 18 years clean and sober. Even in those 18 years, I've had bad temper, like whatever,
Yeah.
like overly. And
You're a human being, man.
right, the
Yeah.
trajectory of my life, I believe, has been much like it's upward improvement, which
Good.
I'm really grateful for. But when I hear about these accounts, when people describing the life review, I think, oh my God, I gotta.
You're worried about a comment section in heaven. That's literally what you're sitting here tweaking out about.
A little bit,
Yeah.
like a little bit, like I view the remainder of my life as an opportunity, like a big, gigantic opportunity to stack the good, and like, just be more.
Well, that's good.
So I'll just go around.
Look,
like,
anything that gives you motivation to be a good person.
Yeah.
That's great. If that's how you have to do it.
Yeah, I'll keep like a big fucking wad of cash in my pocket so I can just give $20 to every Uber driver, every homeless person, like, and I think like, yeah, maybe that's just selfishly I want to have a better life review.
Well, if selfishly wanting to have a better life for you makes you be a nicer person, then it's worth it.
100%.
Yeah,
and,
that's
and
all.
I care about that so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're in your own head a lot, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
Do you have anything else you do that like wears you out? Do you do anything physical? Do you do like hard workouts that like drain you of anxiety?
I
and
do, I do yoga every day for 30
Oh, that's
minutes.
good. That's good.
And I got the perfect push-ups. You ever do those?
Sure.
I just got this killer strength machine at my house in Tennessee that I haven't been to in fucking 2 months.
Yeah, for a lot of people, that's a relief from anxieties, like hard workouts, like
Yeah.
this. Because look, there's benefits to having regret because you course correct and you become
Right.
better. But after a while, you can't be thinking about it all the fucking time because
Right.
then what you're doing, you're addicted to self-analysis.
Right.
And there's a lot of people out there addicted to self-analysis. There's
Yeah.
a lot of people that love going to therapy so they can talk about themselves and
Right.
talk about their feelings. And some of that is really good for you, and some of that is very beneficial because you can develop tools that can help you manage your life. But there's also people that are just narcissists and just like going to a place where it's all about them for an hour, and this is a problem with self-analysis and living in your own head. Is that you got to get outside of your head.
Yeah.
Like, this is the benefit of psychedelics. They get you outside your head, and and in living in that whole what does everybody think about me? Let me
Right.
check. Oh, what do I do? Oh, my bad guy.
Right.
Not good for you, man. And it's not productive. Like, it doesn't allow you to do the things that you want to do in life efficiently and effectively.
Whoa.
What is it saying to you? Sirius listening in? Why do you have that thing? Get rid of those fucking watches. Those are ridiculous. Watch should tell you the fucking time. That's it. Should be reading emails too. You have a phone. Stop. Stop with all this shit that you carry around with you. It's all
Right.
everybody
I feel like
addicted
you're
to
seeing right through
input.
me, Joe. Like, I do. My head is very fucking mean to me, man.
Well, it also could be the kind of people you surround yourself with. If you're around other people that think more along the lines of, look, You got to have radical self-forgiveness for your past. You got to let it go. You're not a loser you're not the guy who got stuffed into a locker in high school. Okay, you got to let that go. And it's hard for people. There's people that were so bullied in high school that they will go to high school as a fucking grown man with children, and they will get anxiety and panic. And that's in high school because they still associate themselves with who they were back then. And at a certain point in time, you have to move on. You have to let it go.
Yeah.
And it's good to recognize your flaws and want to improve upon them up to a point. And then you got to concentrate on what you're doing and what you enjoy doing and just doing a good job at everything that you do. And one of the things that prevents you from doing a good job at everything you do is constantly being in your own head.
Right.
It can get in the way.
Yeah. I got this. I moved out to Tennessee. I got this big property.
You out in Nashville?
45 minutes north of Nashville.
Okay, so you're out in the woods.
I'm out in the woods. Yeah, all of the fancy like.
Do you ever hear a yeehaw in the middle of the night and get worried? You hear shotguns in the distance?
No, but I've got these great neighbors, man. Like,
You're lucky.
My neighbors are so awesome,
Well, that's
man.
cool.
Like, I got the place in September 2023, so I've been out.
How did you choose that area?
You know what it was? Like, I got the. I started hearing about people getting notifications from their insurance companies in LA that their homeowner's policy wouldn't be renewed because of the risk of fires. And I was like, dude, I live in the Hollywood Hills. Like, it's just a fucking exercise in waiting for my house to burn down. Like, I've got this fucking house is uninsurable, And like, I was like, man, I don't want to be waiting for my house to burn down. I wanted to have a bunch of land so I can open up an animal sanctuary. That's my deal.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I knew that I wanted to get a place outside of California, and it was supposed to be Corey Sandhagen against Islam in Nashville, Tennessee, and I was like, oh my fuck! It ended
They're
up
in different weight classes.
Okay, wait, no. Okay, yeah, not Islam.
Umar Nurmagomedov?
Yeah, Umar.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good catch. It was supposed to be Umar. Like, I was like, oh my god, I gotta be there. Fucking so excited. It ended up being Corey Sandhagen against Rob Font because Umar backed out somehow or other.
Probably got injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, we're fucking going out to. So I decided that I'm gonna go look at properties in Tennessee just for a weekend, and the only motivation was to go for the fights.
Oh.
Because I fucking love the UFC, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
I love the UFC, so I went
Good
out
one
there.
this weekend coming up.
Yeah, right, the BMF.
Yeah, that should be exciting. Max Holloway
And Charles
versus Charles
Oliveira.
Oliveira. That is a great fight.
And do the whole fucking card.
Uh-huh.
And all the way down the prelims. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yes,
Some of the names on the
super solid
prelims.
card.
But yeah, so I looked at properties. We went down, like, all around. And when I got to this one, 44 acres. House with the fucking additional dwelling unit, like apartment on the garage, like, and this trail that goes through the woods in a perfect 1 mile loop. They drove us around that trail. I was like, I got it.
That's awesome.
I'm like, this place, like, they can get me for because I have to have it. They're just gonna.
Well, it's good for a guy like you. Like, that's probably a great thing to have too. Is just get some peace, some quiet.
Dude, when I got out there, I was like, oh my god, I'm not like chewing on my lip. I'm not like I can breathe.
Yeah.
Now the problem is that I'm not there very much because I'm always fucking touring and working and chasing and
Listen,
grinding.
that's the touring and working is a gift. You have the ability to do that. It's way better than wishing you could be touring and working.
Right.
You know?
I mean, that's how it was when I started doing comedy. So I got sober in 2008, right? Up to that point, I was 33, and up to that point, I never thought I was gonna fucking make it to 30. Like I was just like,
you were chaos.
Yeah, I was like literally just never even imagined. Like, I wasn't worried about saving money. I wasn't worried about, like, it was just like, I'm going to be dead.
Right.
And then all of a sudden I got clean and sober. And it's like, wow, now I'm ceasing to, like, actively kill myself. I'm starting to take care of myself. Maybe I'm going to be alive for decades to come.
Right.
And, like, holy shit, like, 2008, like whatever I had saved at that time was just, you know, like, and I'm like, how am I gonna fucking eat? If I'm gonna be if I'm only like less than halfway through my life, I burned every bridge in my career, and you know they're telling me that if I want to like be you know clean and sober and have any kind of a good life, I've got to deflate my ego. I've got to practice spiritual principles. How the fuck am I supposed to be Steve-O and fucking with a deflated ego and on a spiritual path? I didn't know if I could continue to have any kind of a career as I knew it. So now I'm like, how am I gonna eat? You know, like my savings just got blessed. And I started doing comedy, going to the Laugh Factory, like they'd give you like $20, you know, like sign here, they'd give you like $20. And then like when the Jackass 3D came, I went on the Howard Stern show. Comedy club every night, I'm having a blast. Just by saying that on Howard Stern, my lawyer called me up like the next week or so. He says, I've got comedy clubs all over the country calling, trying to book you. Like, what's this about? And they're offering like all this money. I'm like, wait, you can make what? You can make that much money? Like going to a fucking comedy club for a weekend? Like, holy shit. I'm like, I gotta fucking figure out how I'm gonna eat for the next, you know, 50 years maybe. So I just fucking started grinding, dude.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
It's you know, I think that anybody who wants to do comedy should do comedy. And there's a weird thing that happens with comedy where it's like there's a lot of gatekeepers. Like, oh, what is he doing comedy?
Right.
Which I think is gross. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad you found something else. But it's just being yourself, you know? You could,
For sure.
You could still be on a spiritual path and still
Oh, 100%.
do
I figured that out. I figured that out completely. And I think that the point being that I, like that, in 2011, like, Jesus, man. Like, I'd have been, you know, 52 weeks of the year. Like, no way that I wasn't, like, full-on fucking engagement for, like, 45 weeks of that year. You know? Like,
That's awesome.
Yeah, and just by doing that much, like, the repetition, it's like, oh, okay, now, like, I'm developing a craft. You know?
If you care about it. If you care about it and you get into it, you'll get better at it.
Dude, I care
But it's harder
so
for a guy like you that's already famous to start out because, you know, some people, they're already famous. Like, I went on the road with Charlie Murphy when he was doing that. And it was like the ballsiest thing ever. Like, Charlie was famous for being on the Chappelle Show and then starting out doing comedy. When I went on the road with him, I think he'd only been doing comedy like 2 years at the time. I'm like, man, this is such a ballsy thing to do. Because there's so many expectations of you. You're Eddie Murphy's brother, which is nuts. So you're a brother of one of the greatest of all time. And then on top of that, you're already famous from one of the funniest comedy shows of all time, and you're a beginner.
Yeah.
Which is wild, you know?
Yeah. It's a blessing and a curse. Because you can sell tickets because people know you, they want to see you. But,
Yeah.
But you're
A lot of guys, they get together with other people that can help them, you know, formulate an act, maybe help them write, help them piece together. Like, maybe if they're not even writing for you, at least they can help you consolidate your thoughts and, you know, put together some, like, if you're smart, that's the way to do it. Like, hire some people that can help you.
I've never been able to have people write for me.
Well, it's not necessary. You don't have to, but it's a good idea for, like, you're a little bit different than a traditional stand-up comic, though. You have stand-up comedy, but you also do multimedia stuff and stunts and silly things. For people that just, like, Charlie was just doing comedy.
Right.
You know,
I started out doing that. I would do like a set of stand-up, and then I would have like a set of sort of repeatable stunts and tricks at the end.
Right. So this is not like Laugh Factory when you're one of the people on the lineup. This is when you're doing your own shows. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how the tour began.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
But yeah, dude, I'm just fucking stoked. And
You're in a good place. You just got to get out of your own head.
Yeah, my head terrorizes me a lot.
Yeah, you got to get out of your own head and probably surround yourself more with people that also are not in your own head.
Right.
You know, because that shit's contagious. Just like being a loser is contagious. Like if you're around people that are losers, like that shit can rub off on you. If you're around people that sabotage their life all the time, you're with them, like, then you're wrapped up in their shit, and you're not only not progressing, you're regressing. Because you're like constantly with this guy who's like fucking his life up all the time.
Right.
You know, some people have to cut ties. Just try to surround yourself with people from your yoga class. Like, go to a solid yoga class and find solid people. Like, just That is one of like be the type of person that solid people want to be around, but also find those people too.
Right.
And both of those things will benefit you. Because if you're in your own head, you're around other people that are like worried about their career too, and they're in their own head, and they're freaking out about their comments, and you're freaking out about your comments, like, geez.
Right.
Stop. This is not good for anybody.
Yep. Yeah. And it's helpful too to look at the facts. You know, like whatever I've been through, whatever, like.
But even that is thinking about yourself too much. Think about your stuff. Think about what you're doing.
Right,
Don't think
okay.
about like I've accomplished so much and this is why I don't have to worry. Like, you don't get any. There's no gas in that. There's
I
no,
don't know that that's what I meant, but like what I've been going through over the last few weeks, I was telling you about, didn't change the fact that like our Jackass movies, fucking full bore, full force.
There you
like,
go. Doesn't change the fact you have a dick on your forehead.
Doesn't change that. Yeah, like nobody who matters to me has voiced any concern about any of
That's all that matters. Then
Yeah.
it's the people that are close to you that really matter. It's just like you're just a little too in your own head, bro. I hope this helped.
It really fucking did.
You're a good dude, man. You shouldn't be worried.
I care.
I
care
know
a
you
lot.
do, but it's
Yeah.
the reason why you care is because you're a good dude. But your brain can hijack you.
Yeah.
You know, your thoughts can run. Your thoughts can run away with you. I mean, we've all had it happen before.
Right.
You get a thought, it runs away with you, and then you got to bring it back. But you got to get better at corralling that bitch. You know, it's like being a dog trainer. You can't have your dog shitting all over your house and chewing up your furniture. You let hey, stop.
Right.
Doesn't mean you don't love your dog. It's like you don't want them shitting on your couch. Like,
Right.
tell them not to do that. Be a good dog trainer. Be a good Steve-O trainer.
Yeah.
Like, don't let Steve-O's brain run away from him and piss on the TV. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Same
love
kind of
that.
thing. You got to train yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that that's perfectly fair, man, and I'm super grateful for you, brother.
I'm grateful for you, too. Like I said, I just hate seeing you in your own head because you're a great
Yeah.
guy. You're fun to be around. You're always very thoughtful and very friendly, and don't worry about it, man. It's going to be all right.
Well, thank you, dude.
And then you're going to come back as a butterfly or some shit.
Right.
Maybe you come back as a World War II pilot. Maybe you go back in time. That would be wild. You have memories of the future.
Dude,
You're like,
I
fuck.
haven't heard about that.
Yeah, it's because if reincarnation is if time's not linear, if time exists all at once, like maybe reincarnation is not linear either. Maybe there's people that die and then they have messages from the future. You know?
I mean, that's what the
Imagine
whole-
you're in the trenches of World War I. You're like, are you fucking kidding me? I used to have an iPhone. I had a watch that was my dad was calling me on it.
Right.
This is so stupid. Now I'm worried about getting eaten by wolves in this fucking trench.
Right. I mean, the idea of quantum physics, quantum mechanics, like
Entanglement,
all possible realities all exist all in one moment.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I've tried.
Right. How's Marshall?
He's great. He's great.
How old is Marshall now?
He's 9.
Wow.
Yeah. It makes me sad that I'm worried that he's only going to live for a few more years.
Right.
That's what's spooky. Goldens, when they eat well and they're well fed, they could live like 15, 16 years. You just got to take care of them. It's just like thinking about him not being around. It's like, it's really hard. Like, we were playing today, and I take him in the yard, throw the ball with him, and we're hanging out and cuddling, and I just can't imagine a life where that dog's not around. You know, like he's just a big love sponge.
Yeah.
You know, he loves everybody. Everybody comes over the house. The first thing he does, he runs up to you, he wags his tail, he rubs up against you, and then he lies down because he knows you want to pet his belly. He's like, come on, you know you want to pet me. He's just so used to being touched by everybody.
Right.
Like, that's his existence, is just love.
I was in Peru in 2017 with Chuck Liddell. We were doing this.
When you found that dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That I still have Wendy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
She's at this point like 11.
Wow.
And she's slowing down.
It's like dogs, it's so sad. They don't live long enough.
I know.
You know?
But dude, since Wendy's now retired, living on my ranch in Tennessee.
Well, that's cool.
And she has become the gnarliest country girl. Like, she'll just go out on the property and come back with like a fucking gnarly deer leg.
That she found the
She
woods.
just
Yeah.
sits and she just sits there.
That's normal. That's dog behavior.
And I've got
That's-
this and, I'm pretty sure like he goes out there and like hunts squirrels or
Oh,
whatever.
he probably
like
kills
rodents.
everything. Probably
and
kills
then,
all
and, then
birds.
he, and then he brings me to Wendy. Because I was trying to figure out why is Wendy getting so fucking fat. I'm like telling my ranch hand, I'm like, dude, we gotta like not feed Wendy so much. She's like kind of fucking getting fat. She's like, dude, I've been like feeding her less, but she just seems to still be getting fucking fat. And we find her like she cruises up with like just some big ass rodent, some big, and
then she's gonna kiss you with
and
rat
she's just
asshole breaths.
just crunching it. I watched her house a whole fucking squirrel to the face and just swallow the whole fucking thing. And I know that her old fat ass wasn't fast enough to catch her squirrel. The only way is it's gotta be the cat's killing it and
So the
giving
cat
it to
killed
her.
the squirrel. It's like, hey, friend, I got something for you. Because cats just want to kill.
Yeah.
They kill so much, man. Wild. If you let a cat go wild, you want to do harm, let a cat go loose. That'll kill thousands and thousands of things. I saw a cat the other day on a ranch. It was really wild. I turned a corner and I saw it right as this cat pounced. So this cat was in the grass and it was doing that thing where their back goes up and their butt starts wiggling and just flew through the air and landed. I'm like, how happy is this fucking cat living out here? Like just being able to jack all these poor little unsuspecting animals all day long.
Yeah,
That's what they want to do, man.
The guy bought the property from. He said, "You will never see a fucking mouse, a fucking rat." He's like, "This cat, 'cause we inherited the cat."
Oh,
rocket."
that's cool.
He's like, "This cat takes his job fucking seriously."
That's way better than having mice around. That's for sure. But they are mass murderers.
Yeah.
Do you know that like house cats, wild house cats, feral cats kill billions of mammals every year just in America? Billions.
Feral house cats.
Wild cats.
Right.
Cats that get left outside.
Regular old cats.
Regular cats, not like cougars.
And they kill billions of
birds and mammals. B-I. Billions. Billions.
Yeah.
They are so good at it. They love to do it. I used to have this like fluffy, she was like, I forget what they're called, the kind of cat she was, but she was just a ball of fluff. Like she would just purr when you pet her and like, that little bitch was a murder. They let her outside, she'd have a bird. I'm like, this is crazy. She'd jump up and snag a bird out of the air. I'm like, she would sit by the window and she'd see a squirrel outside and her teeth would start chattering. She just couldn't wait to bite it. They would make these weird noises staring at birds and squirrels. Like, it's just in them, man.
Yeah.
They're little killing machines.
Yep. I'm gonna have so many fucking animals.
That's
At
awesome.
this point, it's pigs and goats and cats and dogs.
That's dope, dude. That sounds like a great life. And a great balance to the chaos that you had when you were younger. And also a great balance to touring, right?
Right.
You're touring in all these cities, you come back
Yeah.
home, tweet, 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 tweet.
Oh, dude, I love it so much, man. And it's I'm all set up. It's an official 501c3 nonprofit animal sanctuary.
Oh, so you could take in animals, like if someone has a dog that's been abandoned or a goat that they can't take care of anymore. Oh, that's cool.
Yep.
That sounds
And,
really cool, man.
It's called the Radical Ranch.
Ah.
Yeah. And the website's radicalranch.org.
Oh, you have a website.
Just went live like last month.
Oh,
Or
cool.
Like a month, in January it went live. So yeah, like people can fucking donate or whatever to see all the animals on there. It's pretty rad.
That's dope, brother. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Radical Ranch.
There's Wendy.
Oh, look at all these little animals having a good time.
Believe it or not, that's Photoshop.
Is it?
You're not getting all those animals in one.
That's Photoshop?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's deceptive. How dare you?
Well, I mean, I
thought
wanted to
you're having a party, just like a Disney movie.
I wanted to have all the animals in one shot, and yeah.
That actually makes sense. Otherwise, I was like, why didn't that dog chase those goats? Why is the goat dealing with the dog being right there?
Right.
All right, brother. Well, appreciate you very much.
Dude, likewise.
It's always
man.
good to talk to you.
Yeah, I try to like be pretty sparing if I'm gonna hit you up. I try to make sure that it
Don't worry about it, man. Just be you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, dude,
it's all gonna be fine.
I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you too, brother.
This was fucking important for me, dude.
My pleasure. All right. Bye, everybody. January 23. Set in directive song. PG-13.
Oh well.
But so, are you done with all that stuff, or would you consider doing it again?
Well, I can't do any stunt where I would get a concussion now because I've had too many. The last one was really gnarly. I kind of went offline for a while, and
What one was that?
At the end in Jackass Forever, I dressed up as a magician, and I got obsessed with the idea of pranking an animal. I just wanted the thought of seeing the animal's reaction after the prank, and that kind of morphed into me dressing as a magician in a bull ring, doing the pouring the milk in the hat trick to get the bull's reaction. And apparently the bull didn't think much of my trick because well, first of all, usually when you're working with a bull in a ring, there's a lot of soft dirt around, you know. And I got there that morning, and it was just dirt, but no salt. It was like concrete. And I thought to myself, well, that's a problem. But we're there. I'm shooting. So anyway, long story short, the bull hits me, and usually when a bull hits you, well, always they drop their head, right? So I always try to jump a split second before it hits me, so I get above the bull as opposed to below the bull, which is never any fun. So, but I mistimed my jump. I jumped too early, so I jump, and then I start coming back down, and then the bull hits me, and it flips me like, I do like a 1.5 flip, and the only thing that stops me is the back of the head, my back of my head hitting the concrete ground. And I got a concussion with the brain hemorrhage, a broken rib, and a broken wrist out of the deal.
And that was it.
And yeah, it was so.
And this is after you let Butterbean KO you too.
Lucky punch.
That fucking dude hit so hard. I watched that. I was like, don't let that happen.
Oh,
don't do that.
Everyone's like, boy, that knockout punch must have hurt. I'm like, I didn't even feel it. Like the punches before really hurt, but the knockout punch, you've been knocked out before. You don't feel it. That one was a pretty bad concussion too. I had vertigo for 6 to 8 weeks after that. Just driving around a curve, everything starts spinning.
Did you go to a hospital and get checked out?
Well, I went to see my doctor, Dr. Kipper, and he had to sew up my head because I fell back onto the hard ground of the swap meet. And I think I hit my head on the corner of a display counter as well. I don't know.
Fuck, dude.
Should have went to college.
Do you ever feel any responsibility for how many people you inspire to do similar things?
Well, I hope to just entertain them and not inspire them, but I don't have any control over that except for when I do things like this, like just watch, don't do. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Me, I'm another story.
It's kind of amazing that you're okay, other than the bad concussions.
Yeah, I'm pretty okay with how it turned out.
What's the worst injury that anybody ever suffered during Jackass filming?
Wow. There's been many concussions, breaks, I don't know, just like the arm breaks, back breaks.
Do you have any long-term problems because of it?
My lower back is pretty blown out, and who knows about how the concussions will rectify themselves. Hopefully, I'm Okay.
Do you feel any lingering effects?
Well, my lower back's blown out, so I just had a Intercept procedure on my back in
What's
early
that?
December. They go the nerve and the vertebra. They go in and like somehow use radio frequency heat to basically burn the nerve so it
So you
can't
don't feel
send the
anything?
signal to your brain that it's hurt.
Oh, so you just walk around hurt, but you don't.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Is it doing continual damage, or is it just pain?
I think it seems to be, and that's an excellent question that I did not ask, nor did I care about. But thank you for bringing it up. I think to me it's just pain. So
Jesus. Have you done anything else for it? Like, there's a bunch of different. Is it a herniated disc? Is it
Yeah, the lower two discs are herniated, and I had shots in the facet joints of my lower back. It was like they put some kind of steroid in there, and it didn't give the result that I wanted.
Have you ever heard of a machine called a reverse hyper?
No.
There's a machine that a guy named Louis Simmons, he was this legendary powerlifter guy, he developed because he had fucked his discs up powerlifting, and the doctors told him that he needed to fuse his disc.
Yeah.
Because they were compressed. And he's like, well, can't we decompress them? And they're like, no, there's no way. And he's like, well, there's got to be a way. So he developed a machine that decompresses the spine while also strengthening the muscles around it. It's a piece of exercise. That's Louis. He developed this
Looks
machine.
like something that happened to Ving Rhames in Pulp Fiction. That's it. What does the machine do? It
See,
strengthens and
on the way up when she's lifting with her legs, it's strengthening her back, and on the downswing, it's actively decompressing your back. So it like pulls the discs apart and creates space. I love this machine. I have one
Wow.
at home. I have one here at the studio. I use it all the time. It's really an important piece of equipment for anybody that has a lower back injury or who wants to prevent lower back injuries. And just for overall strength, it's a very odd movement to be able to recreate.
oh, great! Well, I'm going to look into that.
Yeah, I'll
because-
show it to you. And
Yeah.
We have it in the gym afterward. I'll show it to you after the podcast.
Oh, sweet.
You should
Thanks.
get one. It'll help you. There's another thing called a teeter. You know those things you hang by your ankles?
Yeah.
Where you like decompress?
Yeah.
They developed one called the Dex where you hinge from your waist. So you like get in this thing, you strap your legs in, and you lean forward, and it's like you're hanging from like that. So you're hanging from your hips. Like all your weight is being like set on your thighs, and your back carries all the weight, and it just slowly like pop, pop, pop. It decompresses. It feels great. That thing fucking rules. I always tell everybody if you have a back injury, you have back problems, that thing will help you a lot. Just do that for a few minutes every day, and slowly over time it creates space, and it alleviates some of the pinching and problems that people have, depending of course on the severity of your injury. But
Yeah.
I love that thing.
All right. Might be getting a couple pieces of equipment.
Yeah, man. You gotta prevent. So how the fuck did they talk to you into hosting Fear Factor? How'd that happen?
I met with Sharon Levy, who runs Endemol.
I know Sharon.
And
Shout out to Sharon Levy.
She's awesome. And I was like, I'm on the fence, like. And I sat down with her, and I liked her so much because she seems like, how did a woman like you that is like awesome get a job as the head of,
Right.
She seems very rebellious.
Right.
And I just thought, yeah, I'm in. So it happened over a lunch.
Really?
Yeah, I really liked it.
One of the problems that we had with Fear Factor is we did 148 episodes initially, and then we came back for a brief amount of time, but they wanted to really ramp it up. Like, it was like, these cuts are going to be bigger and crazier than ever, and I was relieved when it got canceled, because I was like, we're going to fuck somebody up.
You felt what kind of well, you have a couple of examples or
Well, there was a bunch in the early days. Like the first one that we ever did, well, I was like, don't do this, was bull riding. Made people bull ride. And this one lady was like, she probably weighed like 98 pounds.
Right.
And she got on the back of the bull. I'm like, she's not going to be able to hang on at all. She's going to go flying. It was like the stunt guys are some of the most savage, fucking psychotic, zero fear at all for their safety.
Right.
Like they get so hardened by it over time. Like,
Yeah.
they're just not normal people. And this guy Perry, I was like, dude, what? You gonna make him ride a bull? He's like, don't worry about it, boo. These are stunt bulls. I go, that's what he said. I go, is that bull know he's a stunt bull?
They got the SAG card.
I bet he has no fucking idea. I bet he just thinks he's a bull. So they're in the cage before they do it. The bull's fucking bucking.
Yeah.
And he's just all fucking tank.
Yeah.
And I'm just going, don't. I told the people, I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. Just quit, man. Just don't do it. It was like one of the only things where I was like, I wouldn't do it. I'm telling you right now, I would never do it.
Were they the bulls that would, because certain bulls, they get upset if you ride them, but after you fall off, they don't try to hook you. Did these bulls try to hook them after they got
They had handlers that steered the bull away from the people.
Right.
They did a good job of that, but I mean, who fucking knows? They don't want you on them. They weigh 2,000 pounds. They're all muscle. Like, the thing was so powerful. Like, you could feel it when it was in the cage, where it was just fucking moving around. I was like, don't do this.
And they're smart. Like, bulls are very smart. That's why, unfortunately, in Spanish bullfighting, they kill the bull, which I'm not on board with. But because they learn your movements, you can't make the same movement twice in a row with the bull, because they're going to go, oh, okay, you're going to do that, and I'm going to be right here waiting on you. It's unfair, and you can't have anyone move behind the fence when it's on, because bulls can easily jump over the fence. A lot of them just don't know they can. So if you frighten them or provoke them, they're just going to jump over the fence. And then they have like 35 people they can smoke. Yeah, it's when we work with bulls, the set is different. The set is different. The guy, Gary LeFew, who supplies our bulls, he was world champion in 1970. And when we first started working with him, and it stuck with us the whole time, he's like, when we have bulls on the set, I don't want anyone, any kind of negativity going around the set. It's already hard enough with the bull. If there's anyone negative or any negativity, that person's off the set. And
negativity, like in what way?
Just if there's any, like, saying negative things, or they've had a fight with someone right before, any kind of negative vibes. No negative vibes.
The bull senses negative vibes?
Just, well, the whole, everyone on the set senses negative vibes. And everyone has to be completely present and positive for this. And
is this voodoo, or is this like real science?
No, I think it makes total sense, especially when you're doing stunts. When you're doing a stunt that can forever alter you, no, I don't like any negativity either. Everyone could, and also, if you're doing something that can forever alter you, you have to want to be there and want to be doing it. You can't halfway go into it, because then you're really going to get fucked up. So this is just
and
some
this is knowledge you've acquired over time.
Yeah, no, that's true. If you like half commit in something that can correct you, you're going to get bad. It's going to be bad anyway, but you need to want to be there.
What a bizarre life skill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What a bizarre skill. Like, I know how to survive doing something you really shouldn't do that could alter you forever. Stay positive.
Well, it's not a guarantee, Joe, but I think it does help.
We did a bunch of other stuff that was not bulls, like with cars and trucks and stuff, where I was like, ooh. Like, we had a close call once with this lady who was strapped to the front of a truck and she was supposed to go through some sort of an obstacle course, but like blew through some boxes, and the box got on the windshield of the other car, and the other car almost slammed into her legs. Yeah. She was screaming because she thought it hit her, and it was like, we were like, what the fuck are we doing?
Was that when you guys came back for the second round?
Yeah, that was the second round. Yeah, the second round was sketchy. You know, we had people like they were attached to a tree, and they had to figure out which key to unlock them, while a bungee cord was attached to them and a helicopter. And so once they got the thing unlocked, they would fucking rocket off of this tree.
Up through the limbs.
No, there was luckily it wasn't that. There was no branches that could have got them.
But that would have been funnier.
It would have been funnier, like through the branches and shit. So they rocket over a fucking giant canyon. Like we're on the top of this canyon, and they just went flying while they were being bungee jumped on the bottom of this fucking helicopter. It was terrifying. It was so high. If anything went wrong, they were dead as fuck. 100% dead. Yeah.
That's sketchy.
Oh, there was so much sketchy stuff. And then it ultimately got canceled because they had to drink cum. Did you ever see that episode?
No.
Yeah, that's what sunk us. So there was only 2 times.
What year was what kind of
Donkey Kong. Yeah.
That'll do it every time, Joe.
Yeah. And they got Donkey Kong because it's the cheapest.
Yeah. Boars ejaculate 15 ounces at a time. So
a wild boar, like a pig?
Yeah.
Really?
15 ounces.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a fucking beer stein.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is it. So that guy's drinking donkey cum, and his brother's drinking donkey piss.
I don't drink piss.
That guy chugged it. He chugged donkey cum. I'm starting to dry.
That's a lot. That was a lot of cum. A black and tan kind of with the piss and the semen wouldn't have been a terrible idea.
It was so nasty.
Who were the girls there?
Well, they were all twins. It was 3 sets of twins, and they had to play horseshoes. Like her mascara, it's like
She had to drink the semen too?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And the thing is, 3 sets of people, 3 twins, 3 groups of twins did it, and only one won the money.
Oh.
So 2 people drank donkey cum, and 2 people drank donkey piss for nothing.
You know what the worst part of that is? Semen burps later.
Yeah.
Just that
It was interesting,
bleachy smell that
the ladies, like, between the 2 of them, were fighting over who drank the piss. They wanted to drink. They didn't want to drink the piss. They were happy to drink the cum. Which I guess tracks. You know, like, been there, done that. Not in that kind of volume, but what's the worst that could happen? Yeah. Whereas the guys were, like, really trying not to drink the cum, you know? I don't know what they did to decide. Because they had to decide, like, one of them was going to drink cum, one of them was going to drink piss. So that was one of 2 times, 2 times where I was hosting this show where I said to the producers, "Don't do this, don't do this." I'm like, the show's going to get canceled. They're like, "No, we're fine. NBC approved it." They did.
Like they're the bellwethers of good
There
taste.
was a fucking guy on set who was like the NBC standards guy, the standards and practices guy, and I'm like, "You're okay with this? Like, this is okay?" And they're like, "Yeah, the network's fine with it." I'm like, "This is so fucking. You guys are too close to this." I'm like, "You guys are too close to this. You don't understand how the general public's gonna react."
Oh.
And then I think what happened, I think it was TMZ, but someone leaked the footage online. Someone leaked like images of people drinking cum, like Fear Factor crosses the line, and then the outrage was palpable. Like it was like some serious outrage. And then that show never aired in America, but it aired overseas. I think it aired in like maybe the Netherlands or something like that.
Right.
Or
Killed in Germany.
Which is where Fear Factor actually came from. Fear Factor was actually a show in the Netherlands called Now or Neverland.
Ah.
And then they brought it over to America when Endemol purchased it, and then they changed it to, I think then they came up with the name Fear Factor after that. That was like when I was already on board.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
There was virtually no blowback after Pontius drank horse cum in Jackass #2. Never heard about it.
Well, it wasn't on TV, at least. There's something about television,
Yeah,
censored, Federal Communications approved, Fear
Yeah, no, I
Factor,
get
and
it.
they drank cum. So that got us canceled. That was it. That was like 2000, I guess 11 or something like that, 12.
How many seasons you do?
I think we did 6 or 7 initially, and then we did another. Yeah, and then we did another 6 episodes. One of them that never aired.
Did you help write creative?
No.
You didn't want any part of
I
that?
had zero. No, what I would do is I'd show up at work, I'd get in my trailer, I'd take an edible, and then I would go to the set. And I'm like, what do we got? I did the first 4 episodes I did sober. Then I was like, this is so boring. I need to get high. And so I would take pot lollipops and pot gummies and just get fucking lit. And then enjoy it. And then it was like this is an adventure. Like,
What a
this is
great
crazy.
gig.
Oh, it was a fun gig.
Yeah, I had so much fun too because
It was a
all
lot
I
of
do
fun.
is all I did was talk.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, it's easy. I ate a lot of shit. I ate a lot of things to try to encourage people. Because after a while,
Well,
I got so
you
numb.
would do the things with them.
I'd be like, you could do it. Like, I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Like,
Yeah.
And some of the times when I did it to just try to help people, I'm like, look, I'm going to show you. I'm going to do it, and then you're going to do it.
Yeah.
And then we didn't even air me doing it because
Yeah.
I was like, because they didn't want to make it seem like it was so, because I could do it easily. Because I
Right.
was so used to disgusting
Right.
stuff. I could just take a roach and just throw it down.
Yeah,
or take
yeah.
a worm and throw it down. I'm like, just do it. It's not that hard. It's all in your fucking head. Because I was trying to
I get it. Like
coach people through it.
When I took the job, I'm like, I'm just going to give people hell, the whole time, and make their fears worse. But then I get to set and there's a human in front of you, and I'm like, I don't know. These are regular people, and they really have fear. So I'm going to try. I ended up like you, trying to help them do it. But I never wanted to, do what they were doing for the fact that I never wanted that footage to be seen like I'm trying to, like you were just,
right.
Like you had confidence that they wouldn't show that. And I'm like,
They showed a few things. They showed me eating like spiders. They showed me eating a roach. But I ate a lot of stuff that they never saw.
Right,
Or
yeah.
I did some things that because I just wanted these people to do it.
I get it.
I'm like, you can
it's
do
good.
it. It's in your head. I'm like, you just got to decide. Like, your mind has to decide. I'm just going to do this. Just do it. Just go ahead and do it. Don't think about, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing it. Just fucking do it. Chew, swallow, chew, swallow. I would just talk them through it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I became like a fucking motivational coach or something like that. It was weird.
Yeah, that's real because after there was one girl that quit. She's like, I'm not continuing this stunt.
What was it? Can you say?
It was something with snakes, right? And it was a big fear. And after that, I got the cast together, and I'm like, at least always try to do what we're doing. Don't let the fear stop you, right? Just always try. And after that, like everyone, even if they were horrified, they made an effort, and I felt good about that, and I think they did too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for some people, but sometimes it's good that someone quits. So you realize, like, this is real. Like, some people especially snakes. Snakes, there's something about ophidiophobia that I think is primal. I think it's in your DNA. I think either your ancestors were either bitten by a snake and barely survived, or someone saw someone die from a snake, and that information is encoded in your DNA, because the fear that people have of snakes is fucking wild.
Mhm.
Like, when they have legitimate ophidiophobia, it is a fucking crazy fear to watch.
Yeah.
It's like their whole body locks up, they start shaking. Like, it's not a normal fear. It's like an ancient caveman fear that's locked into their DNA. Like, someone thousands of years ago survived something like this, and that's the only reason why you're here. And every fiber of your being wants to fucking run away from snakes.
It's
And
wonderful.
It has to be
When someone
in the
has that,
DNA.
it's like, bam, terrified of snakes.
Oh, really?
Terrified. And of course, we use that to our advantage.
Of course. Yeah. Well, we would make people fill out a questionnaire when they would sign up for Fear Factor. Like, what are your fears?
Yeah.
Heights, snakes, spiders. Well, you're getting heights,
Yeah.
snakes, and spiders.
I would write tequila, whiskey,
blowjobs. I hate back massages.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fascinating because, like, you know, I had a background in martial arts and teaching. And one of the things that I did when I was younger was I took a lot of people to tournaments, and I coached a lot of people in Taekwondo tournaments, and they'd be fucking terrified.
Yeah.
And I learned how to lock in with them and how to get them into a certain mindset, you know, as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, look, you're going to get past this, and this is going to be like one of the highlights of your life because you're absolutely terrified. And this fear on the other side will be a completely different feeling. You'll have a feeling of accomplishment. You'll have a feeling of an understanding of knowing that you can overcome very terrifying situations and you can triumph. And you could do this. Like, you have skills. You just have to be able to go out there and perform, and you can do it. And I'd get in their head. And
Yeah.
I carried that over to Fear Factor sometimes because there was people that just needed help. Like, they had never experienced anything that really freaked them out before. They'd never experienced the kind of pressure of not just a competition, but a competition where they're doing something kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
It's something that really fucking freaked them out. They have to hold their breath underwater for like 2 minutes while they swim through a fucking thing. And
Yeah.
we have rescue divers under there to rescue them, and there's panic. And it was like, that was one thing that was really satisfying, was being able to, like, take a person who was ready to fucking quit, and then they went on and won the whole thing.